check 1 2. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Check, check. Hey, hey. Check, check, check. Check 1 2. Hey, hey.
Handheld one, we have handheld one, handheld one.
1 2 1 2. Check check. Hey hey. 1 2. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Check 1 2. Hey hey.
Imagine being able to build
My life's work has always been about decentralization and pushing power to the edges and creating systems where a small group of people can't do what they're doing today.
Input-output is so much more than a company. We're people, building solutions that preserve freedom and change lives. We're engineers who reflect. We're scientists who listen. We're builders who care. We make the impossible possible. We reimagine critical systems. We put wisdom into everything we build. We turn research into products. We make bold ideas into reality. We break outdated models. We challenge assumptions. We create a more inclusive and resilient world. We're decentralizing the future together.
Please welcome to the stage Charles Hoskinson, CEO and founder of Input Output.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Rare Evo. I love this event. It's actually one of my favorite events in the entire world. We're here again. We've been here year after year. It's grown from just a few hundred people. There's over 2,500 people registered. How about that? A lot of lumps, a lot of bumps, but it's incredible not only to see it grow vertically, where more and more of the community is represented, but it's also great to see it grow horizontally. So it's the first time that we get to welcome our friends from Solana, our friends from Hashgraph, Multiverse X, Apex Fusion, many, many others. You know, there's actually 10 ecosystems that are represented here at Rare Evo, and I get the esteemed pleasure of opening the conference, and after I open it, we'll get to talk a little bit about some things we're working on. But in general, great things take time to grow, and they have to grow by bringing people together. You know, we're in a big inflection point right now in the industry as a whole, where we have to make some decisions whether we want to be adversarial or cooperative. And the thing is that there's no reason in 2025, with where the industry's at, for us to be adversarial. The people we don't like are the big banks. The people we don't like are the people that want middlemen to exist everywhere and take your money from you, charge you high fees, steal your privacy. The cryptocurrency space, there's so much more that brings us together. You know, we all have wallets and private keys and public keys, and we believe in things like decentralization. We have tokens. I mean, at the end of the day, the vocabulary is nearly the same. It's like 14 flavors of the same religion. So why should we fight? You know, we should all work together. We should all find ways to learn from each other. There's a lot of amazing technology across the space. We've learned an enormous amount from people like Solana, Fire Dancer. We've learned an enormous amount working with Hedera, especially on the DREC, where we talked about decentralized recovery. We've learned an enormous amount from Multiverse X. In fact, Multiverse X, their technology was supposed to be Ethereum 2, and they probably should have been back in the day. And there was a brief window of time where that was possible. And so there's all these amazing people who have spent years of their lives, in some cases over a decade, contributing to the technology, the philosophy, the community, the ecosystem, and the globalization of crypto. And the downstream benefits are that we've brought together as an ecosystem 550 million people in the cryptocurrency space. It's extraordinary when you think about that. 550 million. There was less than 10,000 people in cryptocurrencies when I started. And that wasn't too long ago because I'm not an old man. So we've grown that large. And when we look at things like the Clarity Act, we look at things like the Genius Act, which just passed, by the way, it's going to bring in billions of people. They say they fight you. Well, they fought us. Remember Scary Gary? Not only did we win, he's going to be a character in Quantum Hosky. we won. We won big. And that's why we do what we do. And so as we look to the future, events like this are so beautiful and so promising because they show that we can work together. We can talk to each other. You know, we can actually find ways to see what's special about each and every ecosystem. And that's why I really love Rand and Wes and their vision for Rare Evo. And it's a great honor to open the conference because that's their vision too. They said to us, we don't want this just to be a Cardano conference. We want this to be a conference that showcases all the amazing things that are going on across many different ecosystems and something to bring people together. So I hope you take the time to get to know our neighbors, and I hope our neighbors take the time to get to know us. Every year it's going to keep growing. I'm going to do my damnedest to convince them to move it back to Colorado, because that's where I live, along Wyoming. But we'll see. There's some things outside of my realm of control. So anyway, that's the conference. But let's talk about some of the sexy, cool stuff. Next slide. Bitcoin DeFi. How about that? All right, so we got Bitcoin here. All right, and we got this other word that seems to be incompatible. It's called DeFi. In fact, I started here a long time ago. And when I started in the Bitcoin space, all you really could do is just send Bitcoins around. That's it. It was really cool. We were like, wow, we're like, oh, geez, you mine them, you collect them like Pokemon, you send them around to people, and at some point they'll be worth something. And it's probably not illegal. Maybe. I don't know. Don't tell your friends. So then all of a sudden people said, you know, we'd like to do more with Bitcoin. And I said, like, what would you like to do? They said, we'd like to issue assets. I was, oh, well, that's a pretty good thing. Yeah, we should have more than just Bitcoin. So some protocols were invented, like Mastercoin and Color Coins. And they said, let's be multi-asset. Great. It was a horrible experience. Didn't work. Then we said, well, you know, we'd like to do more with Bitcoin. I said, well, what would you like to do? He's like, we'd like to have like application. What if the transactions, crazy thought, are programmable? Kind of like you had the web browser back in the day. You had HTML in the web browser. You have these beautiful websites with the little GIF flames on them. You know, they're very nice, but they're static. Can't do anything with them. But then JavaScript came, and then Eureka! We have Facebook, and we have YouTube, and we have Google, and we have all these amazing experiences in porn, and it's great, and people love it, and it's wonderful. Well, unfortunately, we didn't really have any scriptability here. So what ended up happening is the altcoin space stepped up, and many different ideas came. So the first coin I created was something called BitShares. It was the first algorithmic stablecoin index back in 2013. That's called being too ahead of the time. Didn't quite work out as well as it needed to, but the second thing we did was called Ethereum, and it brought this DeFi revolution into the space. People got excited about it. They got fired up about it. Hundreds of billions of dollars of value was created. There's now over $110 billion in TVL, 190 billion in stablecoins issued, and everybody's doing something with Ethereum. Great. But what about Bitcoin? Well, a lot of us got frustrated because we thought that we would not be able to convince to change Bitcoin enough to be able to participate in Bitcoin DeFi. And a lot of us who tried to build on Bitcoin to the layer 2 space, the master coins of the world, the color coins of the world, lightning people of the world, they just couldn't make meaningful commercial progress for that. Then something happened. The crazy adherents, they said, we are going to stay in the game, and we're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. It's like that guy that calls you for the extended warranty. They kept pushing, and you know what they did? They added Taproot to Bitcoin. Pretty crazy, right? What the hell is that? Well, it's a MacGuffin that basically gives you just enough programmability that with a companion chain, either a layer 2 or another layer 1, you can actually get full DeFi capabilities. And this happened in 2021. So just because you have it doesn't mean anybody's going to use it, and just because you have it doesn't mean there's infrastructure around it. So for a while, we were really curious, you know, would the Bitcoin space actually embrace this movement? Because they had spent so long saying everything's a shitcoin, all altcoins are evil, Ethereum has no purpose. Smart contracts are a scam. It's kind of not a healthy environment for that type of dialogue. But what we noticed over the last few years was that not only did the Bitcoin space start realizing that this was a good thing, they wanted to actually figure out a way to make it their thing, which is a really cool thing. Because Cardano has built within it a unique competitive advantage. Long time ago, we had to make a decision, architecturally speaking. Are we like Ethereum and a derivation from that and an improvement of that, or are we like Bitcoin, a derivation from that and improvement of that? We had to pick. Cardano's about 70-30. 30% from that Ethereum side of the world, 70% from the Bitcoin side of the world. So we're much more like Bitcoin than we are Ethereum. We have UTXO accounting, but the better one, extended UTXO. We have a proof of stake protocol that was built and inspired by proof of work. In fact, we started with proof of work. The GKL 15 paper was the very first academic paper to prove that Bitcoin was provably secure. And it created a security model that we then used to prove that our version of proof of stake was secure. Our asset issuance model, remember color coins? Well, Cardano native tokens are actually inspired by that. We just basically built native support into the system. So there's many extensions that come out of the Bitcoin world that we finished because we had the ability to finish. Now, we took a lot from Ethereum as well. We took a lot from the other things in that space as well, except for the hacks. I can't help myself. I have to reform. But we took a lot of the good stuff, you know, and left out the bad. And so when you put those two things together, if Bitcoin needs a companion system that is going to help it in its DeFi journey, I would argue that Cardano is one of the most competitive, most compelling, and interesting experiences for that. And that's what this presentation is about, is to kind of walk you guys through and show you the art of the possible and tell you what's being built today, right now. Some of the technology already runs on mainnet, meaning Bitcoin mainnet and Cardano mainnet. Other technology still in the testnet range, but it's moving and evolving rapidly. In fact, the last time I actually talked about this was at the large Bitcoin 2025 conference. So large, over 100,000 people were there, and we've already made significant progress since that time. But let's talk about the stack. And I have this prop on the stage. I like props, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move it. Cubes. All right, let's deconstruct our cubes. For dramatic effect. Okay. So 3 cubes. This is infrastructure. It's kind of your middleware. It's your ecosystem. So this infrastructure cube, and I'll slide it back in case the monitors are making it hard to see. This is the connecting tissue between Bitcoin and other stuff. And all these cubes play by 3 rules. 3 cubes, 3 rules. Can't violate them or else Bitcoin DeFi won't work. Rule number 1, does anybody know what it is? If you talk to a Bitcoin maximalist, they're like, boy, we love the altcoin space. There's so much innovation. Those guys are great, you know. I want to invite them over for dinner. There's no such thing as a shitcoin. We're all friends and family. No, they hate us. They say shitcoin. They have Max Kaiser go around, and there's just not enough cocaine left for that guy. Christ. Everything's a shitcoin. Everything's bad. There is only Bitcoin. That's rule number 1. So the security of the system must come from Bitcoin. Rule number 2. If there's only Bitcoin, if you're paying transaction fees, what do you pay your transaction fees in? Is it Solana? Nope. Is it Cardano? ADA? No. It's Bitcoin. You can only pay your transaction fees in Bitcoin. Sorry. That's the rules. I don't make them. They live by them. It's 550 million people. You know, we kind of have to accept, right? It's their country. 2, only transaction fees in Bitcoin. And 3, if you get a yield back from your DeFi, do we pay that yield back in Dogecoin? Do we pay that yield back in Tether? Do we pay that yield back in ADA? No, there's only Bitcoin. You pay the yield back in Bitcoin. There's only Bitcoin. Those are the three rules. Now, if you tell a maximalist that, they'd be like, I want to hate you, but I can never find a way to do so because I agree with you. So your infrastructure layer, it has to be able to create a world like that, where you derive your security from proof of work. You pay your transaction fees in Bitcoin. And whatever the hell this DeFi thing is doing, we don't know what's going on under the hood, but I better at some time get like back somehow, some way, Bitcoin out of that thingy-mabob that you've created. That's rule number one. That's the first part of the system for the three rules. Then the second part is the user experience. So this cube right here. Okay, so we have this thing called the glacier drop. It's an example of like designed by committee, because there's all these things that are happening and all these people are talking about it. As much as I love it, it is not an easy process. Okay, if we had that user experience for Bitcoin DeFi, it'd be over. It's got to be simple. It's got to be Apple-fied, okay? These are Bitcoiners. You click a button. It's a toggle. It's a thing. You just like, you have Bitcoin and Bitcoin DeFi mode. Bitcoin DeFi mode. What's the difference between the two? You click a toggle. That's it. That's what Bitcoin DeFi has to have. So you have to have a wallet layer inside the system that hides all that complexity and just pushes it to the back. And it, for the user, is as simple as a toggle. You click it and you're done. That's it. And then for the ecosystem side, you have to figure out a way to handle that whole fees, and you have to figure out a way to have that whole yield be in Bitcoin. So what's really cool about Cardano is we invested heavily in a lot of foundational technologies. On the infrastructure side, we invested heavily in things like BitVMX. In fact, Cardano is going to be next year the best development platform for Bitcoin DeFi. You can use Aiken, Plutus, and other tools to write Bitcoin script that runs natively on the Bitcoin network. We are UTXO accounting. So if you're building a UTXO application, the paradigms match. It doesn't for Solana or for Ethereum because they've chosen different paradigms. So you have to translate it to write that application. You don't for us. So because of these heavy investments here, we have a native advantage. We own a wallet, input-output. We have this amazing lace thing, and Brandon is going to show you the toggle. And once you see it, you get it. Yeah, click it. That's all you have to do. Bitcoin DeFi mode. Not new Bitcoin, not different Bitcoin, not shadow Bitcoin, not Bitcoin Microsoft. It's just DeFi mode. That's all it is, okay? And on the ecosystem side, there's all of these amazing dApps that are getting ready for Babel fees, like Fluid Tokens, for example. We love them. They're amazing. And they're actually the first to implement it in software. And they can talk around how we can get a yield in Bitcoin and how we can get fees in Bitcoin. So buckle up. The people that are coming up next, they're going to walk you through this stack. And they're going to take care of you guys. They're going to show you the vision, show you the journey. And you know, once you've put it all together, guess what you got? You have a TVL opportunity that is 4 times larger than the market caps of Ethereum and Solana combined. That's how big the market is. Single biggest, single most liquid market of anything in our industry, probably forever. The thing about Bitcoin is Wall Street loves it, institutions love it, governments love it, people love it. It's Bitcoin. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be here. What the DeFi part is about having the gold leave the gold mine. It's kind of a weird thing. You mine it, you have to just like keep it at the mine forever. No, you make jewelry out of it, damn it. And this is what's making jewelry, the DeFi side of the world. And that's what we're going to do. And I think that Cardano is the best suited ledger for this. We've been planning this for a really long time. From where we inherited our technology to concepts like Babel fees, you can kind of see little by little how we put all these pieces together. And I think we could be the first to actually inherit those 3 rules and get it done. And what's so super exciting is that if this works, which I think it will, it's going to bring not only billions of dollars of TVL and lots of transactions, but it finishes something that I started my career on. You know, I started as a Bitcoin guy. I was the founding chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation's education committee. I started the Bitcoin education project. I wanted Bitcoin to be ubiquitous. I wanted Bitcoin to be successful. I wanted Bitcoin to fundamentally transform the economic, political, and social systems of the world. The challenge is you can't do that if you don't have the E, the economic, and without smart contracts, you can't get the P or the S. So to me, it's a pretty magical thing to come back to where I started and know the place for the first time. Because of Taproot, because of BitVMX, because of the partnerships we have, because of the existence of Cardano, we can add something new and exciting to this conversation for 500 million people. And we could do it at a scale that no one's ever seen before. So I would love to welcome up the next speaker who's going to talk about the base of the stack, our good friend Torben. Torben, where are you at? Or actually, Brandon, you're up next. Well, why is Torben on the slide? All right, well, we're going to talk about the middle part of the stack. I'm not sure why, but we'll welcome up Brandon, and we'll get your slides there.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Charles. Always a privilege to share a stage with you, although I have to ask, why am I always the one that has to follow Charles? It's like having the opening act is the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, and hi, I'm Nickelback. But no, it's great. It's a great tee-off from Charles to set this up in terms of the Bitcoin DeFi. I am Brandon Wolf. It is a privilege to both serve and represent the Lace team. The Lace wallet, if you've been in a coma for the past 2 years, welcome back. We are a very popular Cardano wallet that has just recently moved into multi-chain. We launched Bitcoin earlier this year, and we are fully supporting Bitcoin in the wallet now. And we are, I think we are one of the only, if not the only wallet to support Midnight as they do their mainnet launch. So I want to give a congratulations to the Midnight team. We've worked with them for 2 years, very closely. Mauricio, Bob, Iran, you guys, I know you're out there. Congratulations to you. It's been a pleasure to be on the journey with you. With that, we are also going to multi-platform. So one of the questions I get the most often is, when mobile? When are you going to have a Lace mobile wallet? We have one. It's being developed. Ideally, we're going to have it done by the end of the year, maybe the beginning of the year. We don't want to cut any corners. We're going to make it a very rich, very engaging experience. We want it to be user-friendly. We want it to be secure. You know, we're not cutting any corners on that. I would recommend you come take a look at our booth, the I/O booth. Michael will be back there. He'll be demoing the Lace mobile for you on 2 iPads. You can take a look at it and see exactly what's coming and talk about that. But I'm going to jump into the Bitcoin demo. I think we're running a little short on time, and I don't want to. Torben is next, and so I'm going to show. This is the Lace wallet. This is a demo, just so we're clear. Don't look at this and think like that's the price of Bitcoin right now. This was taken a little while back. But what I want to show is basically the art of the possible and how this will work in Lace. Now, Charles set this up really nicely in terms of the toggle. This was something that he wanted. He called me and said, hey, we need to make sure that the user experience is going to be very easy, very consumable. It's going to follow, and it's going to unlock that liquidity that's been used traditionally as a store of value in Bitcoin. I don't need to sell you on that. He did a great job of it. This is the toggle here. We're looking at a wallet that is holding Bitcoin, and this is actual Bitcoin. And when I enable this, I'm going to get my glasses out because I'm getting old. When I turn on when I click the toggle to enable DeFi, I can now allocate some of my Bitcoin. So I'm going to slide this up to roughly 44%. I could also specify Satoshi manually if I wanted to. I'm going to update my allocation. It's going to prompt me with a transaction summary. The transaction fees, all in Bitcoin, just like Charles said. How much is being done? This looks good. I'm going to do it fast. If you've ever done a Bitcoin transaction, you know you get different networks to choose from. I'm going to choose fast. I'm going to secure this with, I'm going to have a signature on here that uses my password from the wallet. Hit confirm. That'll take just a few seconds for it to process through while it now unlocks 44% of my allocated Bitcoin to use in DeFi. It takes just a second, and then it should pop up and say, all done. Now, in the essence of time, I'm not going to go through NFTs, but NFTs are roughly the same way. I can click the enable DeFi toggle at the top, and I can also enable my NFTs to be used as ordinals within a Bitcoin. But what I'm going to do is actually switch to the star of the show for these, which is dApps. Now, dApps is something that is really where the ecosystem comes into play. A lot of you are dApp developers, and this is how the DeFi will actually start to become more realistic from a usability standpoint. We've partnered with 2, I'm going to show 3 dApps really quickly, but MinSwap and JPEG Store, these are actually Cardano dApps that have partnered with us to work through and build these out for Bitcoin DeFi. We'll start with MinSwap and just do a very quick swap. I'm going to load this up from the dApp Explorer. I'm going to authorize this to use my wallet, and now I'm in MinSwap, and I'm looking at the Bitcoin that I want to swap for about 10,000 Min tokens. I click trade now. Again, this is from Bitcoin. The fees are in Bitcoin, so I'm reviewing this. This looks good. I sign it, hit confirm, and that's it. Now I've done a complete swap from Bitcoin to Min tokens, a Cardano native asset. JPEG store. If I want to utilize some of my NFTs that I have right now, I can just go into I'll just choose one at random. I'm going to borrow Bitcoin against this one. I can set the terms for this. I want to borrow half of a Bitcoin at 4.7% interest and 21 days. I look at all the fees. Again, everything is in Bitcoin. I do a request, and that's it. I'm done. It's now been put out into the network, and if someone accepts it, then the borrow request would be fulfilled. Last one I want to show is Loan dApp. This is not a real dApp. This is just something to show, again, the art of the possible when it comes to lending, borrowing. So I will load this up and show my Bitcoin that I have in my wallet and my Cardano. And let's say I want to supply some of my Bitcoin to the network. Again, these are the Bitcoin-enabled, Bitcoin DeFi-enabled tokens that I have. I'm going to choose the amount, hit supply, choose my terms, 30 days. I'm going to choose 500,000 Satoshis, click confirm, and now I have successfully put a loan out for Bitcoin. Now, if I want to do the same for Cardano, let's say I want to borrow. I'm just going to borrow 10 Cardano. I'll click borrow, up here, do 10. Looking at the interest rate, looks good. All of the fees look good. This is in ADA, of course, because we're doing it in ADA. Hit confirm, go back to my dashboard, and now I see that I have Bitcoin that's being supplied, and I have Cardano that's being borrowed, ADA that's being borrowed, and 4 NFTs. That's my time. Wanted to get through this really quickly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Come say hi. Come visit us. We love talking to everybody. Like Charles said, it's all about the community. We love talking to everybody that's in the ecosystem. Other wallets, we love talking to everybody. So please come say hi. We love talking about this. Have any questions you have about Lace, about Bitcoin DeFi, about what we're doing in the future, we'd love to have it. Okay, that said, I'm going to keep the well-groomed facial hair train going and invite my friend up. Torben is actually next. And Torben's going to talk about, so we talked about our layer, now Torben's going to talk about it in the middle end.
Thank you, Brandon. So, hi everyone. I'm Torben, I'm working for IO and I'm a technical architect, and I'll tell you a little bit about what's happening under the hood. So, Brandon showed you a little bit how the UX will work. And when you click your little toggle, this is actually what happens in the background. So let's start with a short recap of why we are doing this. So in general, Bitcoin is great. It has a lot of value, but it has limited smart contract capabilities, right? We cannot do so much with it. So if we want to execute Bitcoin DeFi, we actually need to wrap our tokens in a custodial contract or something. So we're actually giving our tokens away, and we don't want that. So we need something better than that. And with our Cardinal protocol, we have basically built the foundation to give a trust-minimized model. So, and I will walk you a little bit first through the protocol overview, high-level architecture. And not a surprise, we have on the one side in the orange box Bitcoin as a blockchain, and this is where we get our liquidity from, right? And on the other side, we have Cardano, which we use to execute smart contracts and actually do Bitcoin DeFi with it. And of course, we have Lace as a representation for a wallet, and this is the interface we are getting to actually have a great UX with it, right? So switching our toggle. And the underlying box is basically Cardinal. And it's not a surprise, we have a monitor and a dispatcher, so we are able to observe the blockchain and we are able to create transactions and send it to either of the chains as we need it. And of course, we have Icon smart contracts, which are basically able to do all the kind of functionalities and logic in code so that we are sure everything is executed correctly on Cardano. And this is pretty flexible, so the protocol itself can be used to do many different things. This is just the foundation of it. But the real enabler of all this is actually Misreal and the BitVMX. So these are the other two boxes, and we will take a deeper look in each of them now. So what is BitVMX? BitVMX allows us actually to make arbitrary Turing-complete logic executions on Bitcoin. So we are basically able to run any kind of program what we want on Bitcoin. On Bitcoin, not directly on-chain, but we are able to execute it off-chain, and by executing it off-chain, verify these results on-chain on Bitcoin. And that's pretty cool. So this works in a trust-minimized model. This means we have a set of operators, and this operator said we just need one honest operator to ensure the security of the entire protocol. And that is much better as any kind of existing solution where you have basically a big set of operators and everybody needs to agree that something happens. You know these kind of protocols already. It's an optimistic protocol, and you know them basically like Optimism or Arbitrum from Ethereum. But this works on Bitcoin, and it allows us a lot of different things. BitVMX is actively developed by Fairgate, which is our partner. And if you want to learn more, because this is a pretty big topic, I invite you to go to bitvmx.org. Next, we will take a look at Misreal. And if you are familiar with Cardano and the ecosystem, you probably know that already. Misreal is a really cool tool and underutilized at the moment. So if you're an SPO and you don't run Misreal yet, I highly recommend you do it, because this is a real enabler. What are we doing with it, actually? So with Misreal, we are able to create certificates, and these stake-weighted certificates are enabling us to make proofs about the state of the blockchain. And the whole protocol is pretty efficient and scalable, actually, because of the lottery-based signing mechanisms. So we have a big group of stake, and we don't need all the stake in it to actually create those certificates. Based on this lottery, which is verifiable, we're actually getting just a potion, just enough to be able to create the certificate. And these certificates we are using in a zero-knowledge proof to actually prove the state of Cardano on Bitcoin. And we will see this in the later slides. Next, let's take a look how we actually swap. So first, let's swap in. So we have a UTXO, and this exists on Bitcoin, and it can be anything. For example, an ordinal, but also a fungible token. And what is important here is that we are actually transferring the UTXO. So not just some tokens we are wrapping and minting. So of course we are minting something, but we are really transferring the UTXO. So how does this work? Now you switched your toggle in the wallet, and this basically in the background creates a lock request transaction. And in this lock request transaction, a secret is chosen. And the secret is important because it basically gives the user the control of everything. And in the next step, we have the operators observing this lock request transaction, and they are creating the actual lock. The actual lock is important because everything what will happen from here on and for the unlocking itself is already pre-signed and predefined at this step. So also how the dispute protocol of BitVMX will work later on. So this means when the lock transaction actually is submitted to the chain, everything is set in stone. So you are not able to cheat anymore or anything like this, but we will take a look on this later. Next, or in parallel basically to this locking transaction, the tokens are minted on Cardano. And they are not directly going to the user, they're first of all going to a smart contract. And in the next step, basically, we need to create a release transaction. And this release transaction can be done by anyone which is in possession of the right data. So what is the right data? The right data is a secret the user chosen. So this is basically the potion the user needs here. The other information is basically the signature of the locked transaction. So when I'm having all this information and actually doing the release transaction on Cardano, I'm able to, also everybody is able actually to submit the locked transaction on Bitcoin because this information is now public. And this means I just need one honest party in this whole protocol, and this does not even need to be an operator in this case, which submits the lock transaction after he observed the release transaction. So that's it. All this happens in the background. I know this is a bit complex and a lot of errors and so on, but you as a user do not need to care about this. So let's next take a look how we actually get back. So the user now enjoyed DeFi. So he sold his ordinal or made some trading with his Bitcoin. And now he has a locked UTXO on Cardano and he wants to unlock it again. First of all, he burns his tokens on Cardano. And this creates a receipt. And this receipt basically contains the information about the token itself and the amount which was burned. And he also shares an encryption key. And this encryption key is important because the operators will actually now use this encryption key to encrypt one-time private keys. And these one-time private keys are sent to the user. I told you before on the last slide that in the lock transaction, everything is predefined and pre-signed. And what it is actually predefined is that where you actually can spend this tokens later on. And this is basically the UTXO, which you later create, can be spent by these one-time private keys. And there are actually a lot existing. So we have a lot of different execution passes, one for each combination of operators. So for example, one group would be operator A and operator B, and another group, operator B and operator C, or C and A, whatever. So the user now decrypts this private keys and checks what group he has. And then he selects one. And by selecting this, he creates this confirmation transaction, which will basically burn the receipt. So you have now the proof of what tokens existed in what amount. And he has also the proof of what group he selects. The operators will now pick this information and create the actual unlock. And with that, they have to spend it into this so-called forward UTXO, which is now the UTXO the user has the private keys for and can spend it, and we are done. So the user has basically now the control of his assets again on Bitcoin. So this is a happy pass. What is actually happening if an operator tries to unlock something where he has not seen a confirmation transaction for, or where no burning happened in the beginning? So basically a malicious pass, right? So this is happening because we have this BitVMX dispute protocol, right? This unlock can be challenged by any honest operator, so we just need one. And he can say, hey, you did not make the right unlock here, give me a proof. So what kind of proof are we creating? We are creating a proof where the unlocking party has to say, you try to unlock the right asset in the right amount, and with this correct group ID. And we are actually creating a zero-knowledge proof of this. And this zero-knowledge proof is created from the misread certificate. So we actually try to make, or we do, transaction inclusion proof on the misread chain. And we put all this together into a very, very succinct zero-knowledge proof. And it is not so much about zero-knowledge in this case. It is about the succinctness. We are getting a very small proof, which is just 200 to 250 bytes inside. And that one we can actually submit to the blockchain on Bitcoin. And with that, enable the dispute protocol for BitVMX on Bitcoin. So we are able to verify that the state on Cardano is correct on Bitcoin. And with that, we have a secure protocol. And this is not just theory. We actually have done this on mainnet already. So this protocol is built, and if you follow this QR code, you will come to our paper. And there you will find a page which shows all the transaction, how we swapped this ordinal from Bitcoin to Cardano, transferred the ownership to a new owner, and went back to Bitcoin. So as we are on blockchain, I invite you to take a look, verify on your own, and not just believe me. So what's coming next? We are working on a fungible bridge because this is, as I said, we are bridging UTXOs, so any kind of UTXOs, but to give full fungible support, we need some optimizations where we are working on at the moment. Also, we want to have a liquidity provider system which will help us scale and simplify some stuff for the user. Our ZK stuff works already, but we want to improve it, reduce proving time, and by that make it more optimized. And last but not least, we are looking into a way how we can get to a full trustless version of all this. With that, I'm at the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. This is the team which is working on this. And a special thanks from my side goes to Fairgate, which is our partner in all this. Next, you will see Riley. And Riley will tell you something about how we actually can transform Icon smart contracts into Risc-V. Risc-V is the programming language or the programs we are executing in BitVMX. And what does this mean? We are basically able to execute smart contracts written in Icon on Bitcoin with that. So you see, this foundational work will allow many, many different things. I thank you so much. Enjoy the conference and listen to Riley. Thank you.
Check, check. Awesome. Thank you for being here this morning. This is Casey, and my name is Riley, and we're here to present to you the work that we've been doing over the past, I guess, 8 months at this point, on allowing the Cardano tooling that we have for smart contracts to be leveraged on Bitcoin via BitVMX. Now, Torben already was speaking to you guys about some of the efforts that we have around BitVMX, and the Fairgate guys are great. We're going to probably keep this presentation pretty non-technical for the most part, but if you'd like to review the presentation that we did yesterday at the Dev Days, that is recorded, and we went pretty in-depth. In Cardano, we have UTXO-based transactions, and in Bitcoin we do as well. I think that this makes Cardano-based tooling pretty well suited to the Bitcoin ecosystem, and it allows for us to sort of be in a position where now that we have the work done that we do, I think we're probably the best suited to allow for Bitcoin smart contracts, personally. In Cardano, we have a huge variety of languages, and there's different bases for these languages. Icon is the most popular smart contract language we have in Cardano at the moment, and Casey is one of the co-founders of Icon.
But we also wanted to support the other existing languages that are in the Cardano ecosystem. So we took the low-level compile target of Icon and came up with a format to make that compatible with running it in Risc-V.
Yeah, so UPLC is that format that all of these languages end up compiled to. And we created a serialization format for UPLC that's compatible with a CEK machine that we developed in Zig, which is compiled to Risc-V and allows for us to leverage the tooling that Fairgate has worked on with BitVMX.
And we'll go over these terms in the next slide.
Risc-V is a instruction set architecture that's very commonly used within zero-knowledge ecosystems, and it's a very well-suited instruction set architecture to be targeting for some of these use cases. It's not nearly as widely used in hardware as it should be, in my opinion, but that's it's leveraged by BitVMX and able to allow for smart contracts on Bitcoin. And like I said, Torben was speaking about this a bit in his presentation, so I don't think we need to go too in-depth on BitVMX or on Risc-V specifically, but if you have anything, Casey, feel free.
No, let's continue on, and then we'll circle back.
Do you want to?
Yeah. So the other term that's come up a lot is UPLC. And what is that? Well, on Cardano, we have a low-level Lambda calculus language that actually gets executed on everyone's Cardano nodes today. And so the idea is we already have this target that a lot of languages that smart contract developers are familiar with. So the idea is we can further take this target, convert it to Risc-V, and then from there, developers on both Bitcoin, who are learning UTXO languages that exist in Cardano, and developers on Cardano can begin to exist in each other's ecosystems, build dApps in each other's ecosystems.
And here we have an outline of the CEK machine. This slide is relatively technical. I'm not thinking we're probably going to go too in-depth here, but again, if you want a more in-depth view of the work that we're doing here, you're more than welcome to view the presentation we did yesterday. It was an hour long, so we had more time to sort of get into the details of how we've done what we've done and what we've done.
To give a kind of brief overview, the Lambda calculus architecture, it just requires a different infrastructure than our current register machines that execute on all the computers we have today. So we have this translation, the CEK machine, which allows us to run any type of Lambda calculus architecture. And then that allows us to run this Lambda calculus language.
Right. We're able to have any UPLC term, any closed UPLC term evaluated by these CEK semantics. And so having these in Risc-V allows us to execute or evaluate UPLC in any Risc-V execution environment, but again, the main target here is for BitVMX. And this is actually a high-level view of the architecture that we put together. The black boxes are static in terms of, they don't change between different programs that you might be using within our pipeline, but the red do change. And so the user provides UPLC to the system, and we're able to produce the program.s. We're also able to then include the runtime, which is the CEK, along with a couple of additional elements to combine with the program.o and end up with an ELF file, which we can give to the tooling from Fairgate, and it all just sort of works out. We did some demoing yesterday, and it, again, if you want to view any of the more in-depth presentation that we had, you're more than welcome to. It should be online, maybe already, but if not, during the conference. Is there anything?
Next slide. So here is like a really basic example of, okay, you as a smart contract developer, here's like a basic example of like what you can do. This is specifically Icon, but it's like, okay, you have some low-level context. You can check various things, and how the validator works is it just either returns true, or it fails or returns false.
So thank you for being here this morning. We've been doing a lot of work in order to make this all happen. And again, if you want just to review the presentation that we have yesterday, it will be online. And if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to grab either of us or Lucas. He's a super tall Brazilian dude walking around somewhere. We're all pretty familiar with this technology and happy to answer questions. So thank you.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of Rare Evo. We have an absolutely fantastic panel ahead on open source, Web3 meets enterprise. By way of world's briefest introduction, my name is Raquel Busqueno, and I lead Deloitte's Novel and Exponential Technologies team, or our NEXT team, where we sense and make sense of emerging tech. We have an astounding panel. We have Sofia Lopez, who is the founder and COO of Kaleido, and we have Daniela Barbosa, who is the executive director of the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So we got 25 minutes. That is no time at all to discuss a topic as deep as this, but maybe we'll just kick off, Daniela. Maybe you can introduce yourself, the projects you represent, and then Sophia, you can do the same as well.
Sure. So, and I'll start off. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. This is my third Rare Evo, and it's always such a great audience and great discussions that we have. So I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days with all of you as well. My name is Daniela Barbosa, as Raquel said. I am the general manager for decentralized technologies at the Linux Foundation, and I also serve as executive director of the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. For those of you who don't know what the Linux Foundation is, for the last 30 years, we've been the home for, I would say, the most important open source projects. Anything that you touch today from a technology perspective probably has a piece of open source, most definitely has a piece of open source that has a home at the Linux Foundation, obviously the Linux kernel from an operating system. For the last 10 years, we're actually celebrating our 10th year anniversary this year. We've had decentralized technology projects, including blockchain, digital identity projects that have really powered a lot of the things we're going to be talking about today, and a lot of the things that many of the vendors and the users and the builders here at Rare Evo use. So I'm very excited for the discussion today.
Amazing, thank you. Sophia?
Thanks, Raquel. And always, I spend a lot of time with Daniela, so it's always great to see you at these events. So yeah, reflecting, actually, it's been, in my background, I'm president and a founder of Kaleido, which is year 8, with bringing Web3 technologies to real companies, real enterprise, helping drive adoption. Open source is a big part of that story. For me, it's year 10 of enterprise blockchain. I actually was at IBM for a decade, and my last job at IBM was helping start the IBM blockchain platform business unit, which was a managed service. We ran first ones to run blockchain as a managed service. We actually contributed our open blockchain code to what became the Hyperledger Foundation, which now is part of the broader umbrella of Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So very strong conviction around doing things in the open. Blockchain's a team sport. We need to do this as a community. And actually, in terms of the 10-year mark, a lot of fun celebrations. I was at the NASDAQ last week ringing the bell for Ethereum's 10-year mark with the Ethereum community. So Kaleido provides flexibility and choice. So we run all the popular enterprise-grade open source technologies that enterprise want to use. Obviously, Ethereum is one, and there's many others under the umbrella of the Linux Foundation.
Amazing. Well, so before we dive into, I think, a lot of the details we're going to get into, maybe we can level set and talk about what open source really means in the context of Web3, because I think it's a little bit more than just having code on GitHub. So maybe you can start off, Daniela, and share what does open source mean to you and why is it so important?
So there's no doubt that open source has won the game when it comes to blockchain and decentralized technologies, right? Everybody knows that if you can't see the code, you shouldn't trust the code as well. So we always encourage, and we love companies and ecosystems who publish their code so that everybody could take a look at it. Open source that is openly developed and openly governed is really critical for decentralized technologies and networks that ultimately are, building financial infrastructure, that are building these long-term infrastructure systems. And so let me explain the difference in that. Everyone, and we highly encourage this, to have an open source license. Choose your license of choice. We really believe the Apache 2.0 license is the best suited for enterprise use cases. But you open source your code, and you make sure that people can see the code and see what's going on. But how do you build ramps, on-ramps for people to actually be able to contribute to that code, right? How do people understand the governance? How are decisions made around the code that the developers and the maintainers are contributing to? And that's a big difference, because very often an open source code, you can see it in GitHub, but how do you make an influence? Like, if you want to use the code, you show up and you submit an issue, for example, or a PR, and you say, I want to make this enhancement, or I want to fix this bug. Making sure that you have very clear path for people to do that is critical. And this is what the Linux Foundation for the last 30 years has done, is build these communities of developers and users who understand how that code project, and standards too, standards and specifications, how those projects are maintained, what are the roadmaps for the projects, and it's very clearly defined the governance model. You'll find many people here today, obviously the Cardano ecosystem does a fantastic job with open governance as well. Across the board, when you're looking at a project and you want to understand, is this truly openly developed, right, and openly governed, it's a critical decision point to using the code and then building all the applications on it, because that's the core of what you do. When we work with hundreds and thousands of companies around the world. We work with governments, and what we hear over and over again is that when they make a decision on a protocol or they make a decision on a specific code base, making sure that it's openly developed and openly governed is critical to them, because they know that it is always going to be vendor neutral. They're always going to have many companies and organizations contributing to that, because that neutrality drives the development in the code process. So open source that is openly developed and openly governed is really the key to building true decentralized systems.
Sophia, I'm going to assume that that's the same thing that you found from your work as well. Maybe we can take a spin at what are the challenges that enterprises are facing today when it comes to adopting Web3 technologies? Because I think Daniela just mentioned, uncertainty around open source, or we're talking about governance. Like, what are the considerations that enterprises really have at top of mind as they seek to adopt?
Sure. I think I'll just bridge on a bit of what Daniela was saying, and some special considerations in the blockchain space. So you're looking at, decentralized networks, multi-party networks, and then I'll get to the broader question as well. So one thing you find, if it's one company using open source themselves, you might have an open source program office and you have certain considerations, and Daniela's walking through some of them. When you have a multi-party network, we've worked, for example, with a number of central banks and commercial banks on a unified ledger project where, they want to get more adoption, they want more people to join. And then they asked us really, what are some considerations on the open source side? Well, first of all, people don't want vendor lock-in. So if you look at, a situation in Web3, sometimes someone might say, hey, we just put the code into a GitHub repo, but we're the ones you need to come to, and you have to work with us no matter what. There's no community. So that feels like a vendor lock-in situation. If someone's saying, I'm making a decision for my next gen system which needs to work for decades, that introduces risk. But then if you're joining a multi-party network and maybe you have competitors, in there, trying to work together as an industry, you don't want to feel there's back doors in this code base. And even if potentially it might be loosely open sourced, if you can't see the commits, you can't see the chain of trust when you get a new release, what's been changed, who did that, could you even weigh in on some of those changes? Even if you say, I don't have the skills to add to this code base, and I'm not, my developers aren't going to be contributing, but I do want to see what's happening and have that chain of trust, because every commit is hash and it's immutable, and you have that confidence to join, and this helps with some of these projects to be able to really scale and get to adoption. So I think this leads to your question, what are inhibitors for enterprises with Web3? They want to move into production. How, if it's a multi-party network, how do you really scale from that initial, maybe they started with the POC, then they went to, half dozen people in a pilot with real data, and they get that early production. then they want to go to like mainstream and then mass scale production, and you really get the big dogs of the ecosystem and the long tail. Now you're thinking about performance and transactions per second, which our team has done a lot. We're the maintainer for Besu Codebase, which is in the Linux Foundation, and how do you get to many tens of thousands of TPS if you're a payment processor, and this is what your systems need to do, day to day. So helping clients with that. And then, of course, there's considerations around, security, compliance, data governance, like the architecture needs to be such that you can keep the data residency in the country and it's not going to leave the borders. And then one big topic, that really emerges as people move to production is privacy. So I know I was on a panel in Singapore where there were like two completely public DeFi people. They were like, you can't have anonymity. And regulators hate that. I'm like, no, in enterprise, you have to have confidentiality, anonymity, data masking, history masking, because you don't want to see, who's transferring what and what the quantities are, and you don't want anyone to go to the ledger and reverse engineer that. So there's been really a great explosion, I think, of focus on this in recent years. I think there was a number of years of cryptographers in the industry were just looking at L2s and scaling, but now there's been a lot of focus really shifting to the core privacy requirements, and there's some very exciting projects. One of them is called Paladin, that's in the Linux Foundation, and that's been used by a number of the leading central banks and global transaction banks in a variety of projects. And there's a lot of innovation in a lot of different sectors. People have different use cases, different requirements, so it's important to sort of understand the trade-offs and pros and cons of each.
So you mentioned privacy there quite a bit. I think interoperability, and not just between systems, but between actual projects, is also a big consideration here. Daniela, maybe you can speak to some of those projects that you've specifically worked on.
Yeah, and I'll explain one thing, because very often, and especially in Web3 conferences like this, the concept of a foundation is very different than what the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust Foundation does. So one of the things that I think is critical, because it kind of helps bridge what Sophia was talking about, is we really do three things. One is we make those developers and maintainers successful and happy. And if you have successful and happy developers, you have great code bases as well. Make sure that they have the right tooling, make sure that they have the right resources. If you go and visit us at the LF Decentralized Trust booth today, you'll meet some of our community architects that support these communities as well. So making sure that they understand project life cycles, what is really enterprise-grade open source development. That is core. Number two is training and certification, especially when you're talking about code that is going to be used in enterprises, in governments, in really, infrastructure projects. You have to have developers that are trained. And if you look at how many developers in the Web3 world versus developers in the Web2 world, the Linux Foundation has the access to millions and millions of developers who've been developing in Web3 technologies for a long time. We've trained and certified millions of developers in these technologies. Bringing that into the Web3 space is really critical. And number three, to Sophia's point, is really building a very healthy and commercial ecosystem of companies that can help support these projects. For the last 10 years, and you'll find in the biggest banks, you have some fantastic engineers, people that are contributing to our projects. We just did a developer showcase with a developer from Citi on their contributions. So you have engineers that know it. But to really scale these technologies, to put them into production implementation that has SOC compliance and risk compliance, you need vendors in a commercial ecosystem that really, really supports it. So that's the three things that the foundation does. And how do we do this? We take all our projects. So today we have 17 different open source projects under LF Decentralized Trust. Those projects co-collaborate with each other all the time. So Sophia mentioned Paladin, which is in our labs right now. And Paladin supports Besu and will support other ledgers as well. So how do we get the community to come together to do that? Yesterday we made a very exciting announcement here at Rare Evo that Shielded Technologies has joined as a premier member to help support. We are a member organization. But more importantly, they've also have submitted, and if you go in our technical advisory council GitHub, you can see the proposal for the Midnight Compact smart contract language to become an open source project under the foundation. What does that mean? Back to your point about collaboration and cross of these projects, is privacy now is not just one project or one community working on it. We're actually going to be working across the Midnight community, across the Ethereum community, across other ecosystems to really understand the needs and the requirements of privacy. So a foundation really brings kind of those working pieces together, and sometimes they argue, sometimes they disagree, and very often they actually have two different code bases that might do two different things, but the core principles of open source and open development is there. So an implementer makes a decision on what they want to implement, but they understand that it's been collaboratively done in the open. So that's a really important piece. And privacy is obviously so important to be able to have the principles of privacy-first implementations working together, right? Because you can't be private in one way on one chain and then have privacy attached in a different way, because it won't work.
Healthy competition. I like healthy competition.
Good, put the mic
Oh, healthy competition is what I like. Thank you. Question for you, Sophia, is we just talked about privacy a little bit more. What do you think enterprises struggle with most when it comes to this? And I would say, where do you see the future of privacy evolving in the next 5 years, if we call it? What, if we're having this conversation in 5 years, what do you hope we've accomplished by then and is table stakes?
Yeah, I think where enterprises have struggled is that a lot of times solutions are just partially solving the problem. There's a lot of excitement, for example, around zero-knowledge proofs. That's just like one component, it's one piece, and enterprises need the full stack solution. So Daniela mentioned Paladin, and we also briefly touched upon, I guess, interoperability between the different Linux Foundation projects. So Paladin is a framework, can work with any EVM ledger, so that helps enterprises because it's an unmodified EVM. It can work with layer 2s. A lot of the layer 2s need privacy as well. And then there's even non-EVM code bases that there are parts of the framework from Paladin that could help, like Canton, for example. But basically, an enterprise might need in one transaction, let's say there's a CSD someone who's issuing, a trusted entity issuing a bond. So they might have a certain style of privacy, but they're notarizing this bond, they're issuing it. So that's a certain type of token. Then there's other actors who they want to use a zero-knowledge proof back token in this transaction. Then you might have a stablecoin or just ERC20. And then there might be certain workflow or rules that you need in a privacy group just to keep the off-chain parts private as well. And all of those token types need to work together to settle one atomic transaction. So, really, if you look at what the struggle is that enterprises will look at a piece of the puzzle, but they need the whole thing to work together to execute one transaction atomically. And then any unmodified blockchain ledger. So it's not like a unicorn. You don't need to create a whole dedicated new system you need to onboard. It could just work with global uniqueness. The tokens are common token standard types. So that's really what in the last year Paladin has been solving. But again, this is year 5 or 6. Kaleido's been around for 8 years. We start working privacy 6 years ago. So in the different corners of those what's now all into framework, and it's very pluggable. The framework, you can bring in different zero-knowledge proof implementations. There's one there now that's called Zito, that's quantum safe. Berkeley just proved that out. But a lot of the big banks or other players in the space, they have zero-knowledge proof implementations. They want to plug that in. You could work with the fully homomorphic instantiations and others. So we're looking in the next decade of permanent systems are going to production. You need to have that flexibility and choice to expand and to continue pulling in sort of the best technologies that are emerging and best techniques without having to rewrite everything you've done. I guess this is like the IBM background. Everything needs to be backward compatible. But because when you have a breaking change, people might have invested quite significant sums of money to get the system up. They don't want to have to tear it down and rebuild from scratch again.
Daniela, I'd actually like to ask you the same question, which is if we're having this conversation in 5 to 10 years, what do you hope is table stakes by then, and maybe even where do you see the future heading in that regard?
Yeah, you know, I'll build on one of the things that Sophia has said about modularity, because I think it has been a very important piece of across all our projects of decentralized trust is how do you create tools that are modular, meaning people can plug in the things, whether it's a consensus or something else, people can plug in the things that work for them, because there is not one solution to solve them all. And we say there's not one blockchain to solve them all. We've said that it is going to be a multi-blockchain ecosystem, for example. It's going to continue to be so. So there's these things that when you start thinking about the plumbing, right, the non-sexy plumbing stuff at the bottom, making sure that as you build, and as you build for today and today's needs and the long-term needs, whether it's making sure that it meets the criteria to be able to build upon it as well. So I think we're going to continue seeing the code projects, the implementations, and the companies really pushing the boundaries of some of these technologies and then finding the innovation to push it further as well. So, and I think when you think about that today, in 2017 when I joined the Linux Foundation, people were already asking me hey, when is blockchain going to be a thing? And I would say 10 to 20 years, and people are like, oh my God, no, it's going to be much quicker. Well, we're 10 years in here, but there's still a lot of things that need to be really pushed further. Take decentralized identity, for example. We haven't had the opportunity to talk about that today. This is really an important piece of the puzzle that we're all going to have to work together on, right? Because our identity as individuals, the identity of companies, for example, and more so, over the last 6-12 months, the concept of agentic AI, the identity of an agentic bot basically working for you around different ecosystems. Identity is going to be critical to that. So I think one of the things, and maybe next year when we come in to do a panel, we focus on what are the key things from a decentralized identity perspective that all the applications at the plumbing and at the application layer need to take advantage of.
I do think it's going to be critical with agentic AI moving forward. I think that is going to be a hot conversation if you haven't, if there's no panels on it this weekend.
I did want to add one more thought to your question previously, Raquel. I think another area for enterprises, and it's important to touch upon with this community here, being able to interoperate between different code bases. You think you might have assets on different chains, different communities. You want to be able to access, liquidity and be able to access different customers with those assets under management. So one project called Firefly, and there's a workshop on Firefly tomorrow, as well as one on Paladin. One, I think, is at 11, and the other's at 1 o'clock. But you can come to our booth and learn more. But Firefly has a whole series of connectors to other communities, and Cardano community has been working on their, building a connector to Firefly, and have just launched that. So feel free to come by the booth and learn more about that, so you can really have that brain that looks at all of your Web3 digital assets as they move across different chains and communities. And that's an important requirement just to scale and go to production, because there's not going to be, enterprises know they'll need to access different, liquidity pools. Different clients are going to be working with different ecosystems, so they need to be able to interconnect between all of those, interoperate.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. How many people were here for Charles's keynote this morning? Welcome keynote. So, he talked about multiple ecosystems, and I think Cardano and Midnight and Ethereum and Hedera. We actually have Hyro, which is the code base for Hedera. There's also a workshop tomorrow on that. It is fantastic to see everybody in the room, all with the same purpose of making sure that these projects succeed and move forward, but also collaborate to, once again, to get those core things, whether it's identity, whether it's privacy, whether it's, interoperability correct for the ecosystem as well. So it's just been fantastic discussions so far.
Amazing. Well, Daniela, Sophia, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. I highly encourage you to join the workshops if you haven't considered it yet. You can learn more at their booths. And please join me in thanking them for their time.
Thank you, Raquel.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. Well, it's great to be here at Rare Evo. Great to see such a great audience and crowd. I am Fahmi Syed. I am president of the Midnight Foundation. And I'm here to talk a little bit about Midnight and what we're doing. If you haven't heard about Midnight, you've come to the right place. I'll tell you some things about it. But essentially what we're trying to do with Midnight is bring back and protect the internet that we were promised so many years ago. The internet around giving you freedom of association, freedom of commerce, the ability to transact without permission, the freedom to express yourself without censorship. And before I go into further details about what Midnight's doing to improve and protect those freedoms of what we call ACE, we're going to play a short video, please. If we play a short video, please. So the blockchain and Bitcoin and other blockchains that have come since promise us a lot of freedom, decentralization. But for that, we gave up our right to privacy. The transparency that we gave away that encouraged decentralization in this new area of technology sacrificed your privacy. And we don't think that needs to be the case. With Midnight, we believe that there should be a freer, fairer internet where you begin your journey, your associations, your transactions with privacy at the heart, with confidentiality at the heart. And we want to introduce the concept of rational privacy. The ability that privacy is not just public or private, but there are different shades in between. And those different shades will enable individuals, users, developers, the ability to make choice. And choice is important. Today, for all the freedoms that we've been given in terms of the decentralized technologies, through DeFi and other advents, we've not seen real-world adoption. Large companies are not going to put their clients' information or their transactions on a blockchain for everybody else to see. You are not going to want to receive your salaries through stablecoins where all of your fellow peers and colleagues can see what you earn, because they will figure it out. Medical data will not go on chain, which somebody will figure out what is happening. So for us, rational privacy, through the technology that Midnight's introducing through the smart contract, allows privacy by default, disclosure by choice. And that's very important. And for us, we think about 4 key components around what we want to achieve, both in Midnight, but also the foundation and what it wants to do in terms of stewardship in protecting those. So we've spoken about rational privacy. Then there's operational predictability, the ability to know, if you're a builder, a user, what it's going to cost you to transact on a chain. The ability to know how much capacity you can acquire, that your transaction can happen, and that you're not behind a queue, that somebody else can't just pay more and get in front of the queue. Then beyond operational predictability is cooperative tokenomics, the ability for us to think beyond just the Midnight network, the ability for us to encourage and augment all other chains, to take privacy to other chains, to encourage builders not to become tribalist, but think about technology stacks. Because in the real world, before blockchain, companies, the applications that we use, they don't use one technology stack. They may use AWS, they may use Google Cloud, they may use other services and databases, but they bring them all together for them to deliver an application that you, the user, or the corporate gets to use. And that's what we want to do with our cooperative tokenomics, is to encourage builders on Solana, on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, and any other chain to think about how they adopt our technology, how it augments what they already do, how we bring privacy into their chains and their applications. Because if you add privacy as a secondary thought to your chain, then your fingerprints, your footprints are all over that chain already. You can't hide that. But by building on Midnight, you can take privacy, rational privacy, and bring that into your chain, your applications. And then the fourth tenet that we care about is a fairer distribution. If we think about blockchain projects of the past and the recent, often the insiders get to pick first, get access first. The VCs who've invested get access first. And then the community, the actual builders and developers, are a secondary thought, if that. So we believe in fairer distribution. And you may have seen at our booth or heard recently that this week we launched Glacier Drop, a new, innovative way to put community first, to put fairness first. So Midnight, with its 24 billion Night tokens, is making all of them, 100% of supply, available to claim from 8 different ecosystems. This is not about Midnight, this is not about Cardano, this is about everybody. So we're starting with 8 ecosystems: Cardano, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, XRP, BNB Chain, and BATS, the Brave browser network. And we're encouraging them through the first phase of Glacier Drop to come and claim. If you're eligible, doesn't come whether you come day 1, day 60, this fair, community-led distribution, your entitlement is there. Nobody else can take it away from you. We're not asking for any tokens up front. We're not asking for any locks. We're not asking you to pay any money to us. We're not asking you to disclose any sensitive information. This is about putting fairness in a secure and safe manner and putting the network in the hands of the community, because we want them to adopt it and to build it. So with that said, and I'm conscious of time and there's a panel about to start, what I would encourage everybody here to do is look at what we're doing at midnight. Look at the concept of rational privacy, the concept of cooperative tokenomics, the concept of fair distribution, and the concept of bringing us all together as a community. This is not about one chain above the other. This is not saying the others have not done well or have failed at their mission. This is about filling a gap that we need, where the gap is privacy by default, disclosure by choice. And with that said, thank you very much. I'm going to bring up the fellow panelists. Thank you.
All right. What's up, Rare Evo? Privacy and compliance, guys. Some of the most exciting stuff, and we have the experts to talk all about it. Now, my name is Aaron, Altcoin Daily. Speak to millions of crypto enthusiasts online. I want to give these gentlemen a chance to quickly introduce themselves and talk about their core competency while they're on stage, and then we'll dive into it because, guys, privacy, compliance, it seems like they don't really go together sometimes, especially in crypto. So we'll dive right into it, guys. Welcome, gentlemen. It's great to be here.
Good to be here.
I want to give you guys a chance. You guys are leaders in your space when it comes to custody, RWAs, of course, Midnight. But please introduce yourself and just tell us what your business does in the space so we can have this conversation. People can know where you're coming from.
Sure, I'm Dustin. I lead sales, business development at Balance. We're a qualified custodian both Canada and the US. We serve clients across North America. We're building support for Midnight. We support the Glacier Drop. If you see me around, come talk to me. Happy to chat about what we do.
This guy's our custody guy.
Hi, my name is Sanjeev, and I'm the co-founder and chief business officer of Zonex. So this is my 8th year, so I have 2 PhDs in this space in RWAs. So we've done an institution-grade AI multi-chain infrastructure for RWAs, which can deploy, the issuers can deploy assets in literally 78 hours. And with considering the compliance and the privacy together. So that's us.
So this guy's our RWA guy and the infrastructure around it. Then, of course, we just heard from the president of Midnight. Midnight sounds pretty cool. I think a better name for it would be Dawn, because we're in a dawn of a new era, it sounds like.
That's fair enough, but also we think about midnight being the start of a new day. And if you think about privacy and confidentiality, you come from a place of darkness, and you introduce light.
Right, guys, so let's jump right into it. Let's just start off talking about privacy. I'm here to call you out, guys. Guys, we're not talking to your institutional grade clients. You're not trying to get my business. Be real with me. Is privacy actually a reality in crypto? Because I've been in crypto these past several years. It doesn't seem like it's that private.
No, I mean, public blockchains are not private. They're not private by design.
The biggest problem in RWA over the last 8 years is the adoption. Institutions or retail, why the adoption has not moved fast? Because of 2 things, very importantly. Compliance.
Privacy and volatility.
Compliance as well, because for security tokens, which is, because we are talking about any particular ownership on blockchain, it comes with the security. So of course, we have to comply with SEC or any other jurisdictions wherever we are issuing those securities. So those questions are actually getting resolved now, because what Zonex has built is actually a compliance infrastructure. Considering what we are working together with Midnight, it's actually a programmable privacy. So both the things can accelerate the adoption.
Programmable privacy. Could you guys just dive into how you think about the trade-offs? I mean, is it a trade-off between privacy and compliance? Because, obviously entities, institutions, they want privacy, and regulators, they want compliance. So do you have to err on one side, or?
I think you can have both. I don't think they're polar opposites. Privacy is about confidentiality, and confidentiality builds trust in relationships and in business. And if we think about what Sanjeev said about RWAs, stablecoins, we're seeing a huge amount of supply. Almost every week you're hearing a new RWA issuance, a new stablecoin issuance. But who's using those? Are you paid in stablecoins? If you're going to get paid in stablecoins, do you want everybody to see your wallet address, your receipts, your income?
Sometimes I do, and it's a problem that people could see my transaction history.
Well, imagine you work for a small company with only 5 people. So the first thing you do when you get your income on your stablecoin, on your address, is to look at the sender wallet address. You might check to see if they have enough assets to keep paying you for the next 3 months, 12 months. If you're very curious, you might say, oh, how much is everybody else getting paid? Oh, I'm not paid the most in this company anymore. Somebody else earning more. That creates friction, that creates issues. So for us, we think about privacy and shielding being the start of a journey, and disclosures, selected disclosures, programmable privacy, compliance as and when required, as opening up demand. Demand from individuals, from corporates. Demand brings liquidity, and then that helps with volatility for retail investors and for others.
Something to add?
Yeah, I'll just say that programmable privacy piece is absolutely critical, because we sometimes talk about institutions and regulators as if they're monoliths, right? The regulators want this. Well, the regulators don't want this. They want, every time you cross a border from a province to a new state to a new country, what they want is different. So you can't make a one solution for everybody. And then the institution is not a monolith. If I'm dealing with a small regional bank in Alabama, what their requirements are very different than BlackRock or somebody in the equivalent in Europe. So you have to be programmable. You can't just start out from day one saying this is how it's going to be for everybody, because that will work for nobody.
Just one more thing. I've been interacting with the biggest asset managers, family offices, pension funds, endowment funds, the sovereigns as well, since 8 years. The biggest issue with them is either they would have their own private blockchain to actually issue any kind of securities or the issuances.
Like JP Morgan's private blockchain.
Yeah, private blockchain. But now, if they get the same feature of a private blockchain of a privacy on a public blockchain with a compliance embedded on a token level, what we've done is on the token level we embed the compliance. We're using our ERC 7518 standard for EVM compatible blockchains, or non-EVM is DICEST. So if you adopt this, the adoption from the institution will be extremely fast. And that's exactly what we are pushing it with Midnight, of launching biggest issuances on Midnight and Cardano together.
How does what you're doing at Midnight compare to the current competition out there? And I don't even know who that is. Is there a chain or an ecosystem you look at and be like, well, we're going to do it better than them?
Yeah, we are chain agnostic. We were the first one who issued securities on Polygon chain in 2021. It's a Reg-D 506C. We also have put in we are the first ones to actually put RW on XRP Ledger with Ripple. But see, every blockchain is good, but we need privacy the first. And for institutions, they require a privacy and a compliance together. Without this, the adoption is literally zero.
Have we been able to do this before? Did the tech in crypto change at all? Or we're just getting more professional and the largest capital market is now opening up and we have to do this? Or did things change to get us here?
So if we talk about the journey of privacy within blockchain, you have 2 states. You have permission blockchains, JP Morgan Connexus, Canton, and others. But in those chains, although they talk about being blockchains or decentralized, there is a gatekeeper. There is a corporate, an individual who can permission you in, and they can see what's happening. And ultimately, how is that any different to the Web 2 finance rails that we are trying to change? And then in the permissionless world of privacy, we've seen zero knowledge adopted on top of cryptography to introduce the concept of privacy within permissionless blockchains. But when you think about likes of Zcash and Monero, who were pioneers in this space, their token, which is private and fully shielded, has a value. It has a, and therefore you can commit a transfer of value in a shielded network. And that creates concerns for regulators. That creates concerns for large corporates. You want to be able to know who the other side of the transaction is.
Regulators have always been really concerned about, knowing your customer.
Yeah, so KYB, KYC. So am I transacting in a DeFi primitive and protocol where the other side might be funding an organization or a jurisdiction I do not wish to be associated to? So that's a problem. So for Midnight, what we've tried to do through our tokenomics and through our smart contract technology is introduce the concept of having a shielded start to your process. But we do so with how the tokenomics is constructed. Night emits dust, and dust is a shielded resource.
It's a two-token, thing on Midnight. You have the night token and you have the dust token.
Well, there's the night token, which gives you the dust emission, and
Right.
dust is a resource. We think of it as a decaying resource, like electricity in a battery. The charge will disappear after a certain time. So within a week, your dust goes to zero. But what it allows you to do is commit builders, users, a private, fully shielded transaction, which then with a smart contract technology, you open up, you disclose, programmable privacy. But that means that for the first time, or we believe the first time, we enable builders, users, to protect their data, but more importantly, their metadata. The who they are, the what they are, and where they are. And beyond that, building with the tools around the smart contract, disclosure by choice, which could be compliance, but it could be just sharing information. So you and I, again, just to explain what rational privacy is to people, and I've done this a few times, but you and I, before we came on stage, we introduced ourselves, we introduced our names.
I doxed myself to you.
You doxed yourself because you told me where you live, you also told me where you grew up, and the basketball team that you did adopt, and now because you moved, the new basketball team that you've chosen to follow because of one particular player.
Insider info we're talking.
Exactly. But you felt comfortable disclosing that information because you didn't feel it was sensitive. And that's what programmable privacy is, and that's what we're doing at Midnight, enabling both custodians, RWA providers, and many beyond.
And please.
Yeah, you just said, you asked the question originally, did this technology exist? And Midnight's doing a lot of really interesting new and novel things, absolutely. But what's changed, and we've been building Balance as a custodian for 8 years now, almost 9 years. So we've talked to a lot of projects over the years. There's a lot of smart people building some really incredible tech. What's changed now is that 8, 9 years ago, and even 5 years ago in the last bull, there was a lot of folks designing for what they imagined the banks would someday want, or what the institutions would need, or in some situations, and building for some ideal world that, quite honestly, will never emerge. We're in a world now where the institutions and banks are involved enough that they're saying, this is what we want, this is what we need, these are the requirements, we will only adopt it, and we're happy to adopt it if it does this and functions this way. And Midnight is the only blockchain that I know of right now that's actively working towards that in concert with some of these institutions, building for what they actually say they need, as opposed to building something we hope someday these institutions will adopt. So there's that. That's a big change. Second is the Midnight team comes with an incredible amount of credibility behind them. And I hate to say it, but that matters a lot in this space, especially when you're dealing with the largest financial institutions in the world. There may be some geniuses working in a garage in Ohio somewhere, maybe even building better tech, but when Charles walks into a room and the team he's built around him, the few hundred folks now that are part of this project across Shielded and Midnight, and the PhDs and all the researchers working on it, that gets attention. He has trust by virtue of what he's done in this space over the last decade, which a lot of smaller projects don't have. So that's a huge asset here.
And as long as we're talking about Midnight, something I've been hearing a lot from the audience, people want to know, even more. People want to understand the token Night a little bit better. You talked about Dust, but what is the use case of the Midnight token Night? Is it governance? Is it utility? Is it privacy enhancing?
That's a great question. So again, when we looked at tokenomics, so we not only looked at how the network is designed for programmable privacy, we've also looked at tokenomics and how it works, both cooperative tokenomics to extend our powers and encourage builders from other ecosystems to come and build, but the concept of your token and what it does. So if we think about Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, all the other chains that have come before, they have a single token. That token is both your asset, your governance ownership token. You want that to go up in value. But
They messed up in that regard, having a single token,
yes,
am I right?
but that same token is this, you cannibalize to pay for your transactions. And that's difficult when you think about predictability. We talked about operation predictability. How do you predict how much capacity you need, how much it's going to cost, when the very asset that pays for that is volatile? And what happens when the asset value goes to $1 million? The cost of the transaction in dollar terms, in fiat terms, keeps going up. So the network will grind to a halt. We've seen that with Ethereum, and therefore the advent of L2s and L3s. So Midnight, we've said, Night is your ownership and governance token. It gives you access and utility to Midnight, the network. But it emits the computational power, the electricity that gives you access into Midnight, and that's Dust. And Dust is renewable. So it's a little bit like buffet pricing when you go to lunch sometimes. You pay once, you can consume as much as you want. And what it gives builders is the ability to say, I know how much...
It's a buffet.
Yes. I know how many transactions I need, and I want to commit. Therefore, I know how much dust I require. I can calculate how much night I need to own. So you can go and buy the substation, and enough of the substation to give you enough electricity to power your transactions for you as a builder and your users. But what happens when there's seasonality? Let's assume somebody's selling ice cream on a blockchain. In summer, they're going to sell a lot more ice creams than in the middle of winter. So do they go and buy more night and introduce volatility into their economic model for a couple of weeks? Or do they find dust that they can lease from another user, another person, another corporate? So balance. May well have large clients holding night. They have now a new economic model where they can potentially lease dust capacity to builders and users, give them better predictability around cost and capacity, because otherwise you introduce a lot of volatility into everybody's economic and business model.
Is this going to take, obviously, this is going to take market share away from the Ethereum and Solana ecosystem, or how do you see it? Or, I mean, it's agnostic, so maybe not.
We think about, not about market share, but adoption. The reason we're giving away our token to the community, first and foremost, is for people to come and use the network. We're giving them access to the electricity. We're giving them access to the grid. They're going to plug in. So we're not saying just come and build natively. Solana users, for all their transaction speed, they may need privacy. Avalanche, for all the work they're doing with corporates and governments, will need privacy. So we're not here to take away. We're here to share our capabilities, to encourage cooperation.
I think I would add something there because I worked with a lot of sovereign funds, sovereign countries where they would like to adopt this space. And when I talk to them, they say, okay, we would like to build our own private blockchain. But I see if we give an option for them to actually use the programmable privacy and, of course, the compliance inbuilt as an infrastructure. This is what I'm witnessing right now because I've been talking to them. I see that adoption would grow very quickly, and that's one of the reasons. It's not about a market share. It's all about, because I'm sure the other chains would also like to work together. If at all, it is a possibility of all of us to kind of work, because this is how we build the largest adoption in the space. Because as I said, RWA grew very slow. Why? Because of these bottlenecks of compliance, privacy, and all of this. But now, if this is resolved, I think the adoption would go pretty fast.
I'm trying to imagine how all of this plays out in the future, to extrapolate everything we've been talking about, and what does this look like? Because we're still in the very early stages of RWAs. We're still in the very early stages of custody and enterprise-grade blockchains. Could you help us understand, where do you see, if everything goes right, what we're talking about, how does the world change 3 years from now, 5 years from now? What's it look like? How's it different?
Should I take that? Okay. So we talk about market share and liquidity. And as much as I love the audience here in front of me, in this room, what about everybody outside of this room? We're so focused on what Web3 is doing that sometimes we don't think about how we bring the rest of the world in. When you talk to your friends and family who aren't in this space, what percentage of them actually know much about Web3 beyond Bitcoin and Ethereum. Very few. When we talk about liquidity and assets, most of them are sitting outside of Web3. So what we would like to do is get to a place where through our technology, through decentralization, through some of the compliance mechanisms that the programmable privacy smart contract enables, is to bring more market in. There's enough share to go around. We want to encourage that. So in a world where Solana is succeeding, Ethereum is succeeding, Cardano is succeeding, but maybe Midnight is powering all of them as a connective tissue, as a meta chain around privacy and identity. That's where I'd love to get to that space in 3 to 5 years. It will take time, but that's the market share I care about, the bigger market share outside of what we are all focused on. Supply is great, you need to bring the demand. And privacy, rational privacy, is what gives people, builders, users, confidence to step into this space.
Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I see this is not about Bitcoin or or blockchain very specifically. It's all about what I see is we are transforming the entire financial infrastructure for the next 50 years. And this is going to be extremely massive and huge. And that's one of the reasons that it's, all these things or the evolution which is happening in privacy or compliance is actually pushing us to that particular adoption. And this is how we see the transformation is going to happen. So think about it now. If at all you've never heard about, and you're one of your NBA favorite team, you can buy the piece of an NBA team because you like that NBA team, right?
Like a stock.
Yeah, like a stock. And that's exactly what we've been talking to the federation since 2019. And now it's actually, finally it's happening.
So you see the world where everything is much more tokenized and people can have a share.
Okay, so yeah, when we started everything, everybody wanted to tokenize. I'm being very honest. I mean, this is like, okay, we can do 100% tokenize. But the underlying asset should make sense for them to tokenize, because this goes with the regulations, and you have to have those regulations adopted on the token level. So it's not going to be like everything is going to be tokenized, but whichever sector or asset class which needs to perform on-chain, it will perform, and it will go in a very different proposition for an issuer or an investor as well, is what I see.
There's a lot of excitement here, and there's been a lot of excitement at the conferences over the last couple of years, but especially this year. And I think if we do our job right in the future, these events get very, very boring. There becomes a time when this is just the infrastructure that's abstracted away. Retail is using blockchain, they don't know it. They're buying assets that are RWA, tokenized assets. They don't know what's underlying the actual purchase they're making, the asset. All they know is that they're buying something, and this just sort of fades into the background of the infrastructure of finance and tech, and if you want to call the new internet, Web3, whatever that ultimately becomes. These type of discussions that are happening now today about what type of infrastructure and tech that future is built on, eventually this will be settled in some way or another over the coming decade, and this will become a very boring space. So enjoy it.
So what I'm hearing is that what's being built today in crypto, the success of it in the future, it's not really going to matter if Bitcoin's price goes up or down, or if the Fed cuts rates. It'll just be the infrastructure. It'll be what people use, and it'll be better because, for all the reasons crypto's better, verifiable, transparent, stuff like this.
Yes. Look, ultimately, let's go back to the why. We were here because of what the technology offered, that freedom, taking away power and handing it back to individuals. So you've got to get a place where individuals, it's the technology that's winning, not just one token. It's not a crypto play, it's not an asset play, it's a technology play. And that's why we were here building, to change how businesses work, how society and the fabric of society worked. And you've got to hand that power back to individuals, identity, their assets. They have to be able to be comfortable putting that on chain, and then be able to use that for DeFi, for collateral management, for other purposes, putting their healthcare records on chain. So I agree with Dustin. We've got to get to a place where it's boring. People are using Midnight and they don't even know it. It's like today, when you use an app, you use AWS, you use Amazon, You use cloud, Google Cloud, you don't know, you don't even ask. I'd love to get to a place where using the capacity that Midnight's creating, whether through Night or through Dust, that Midnight's powering new apps, new services, and you don't even know it.
Guys, claim your Midnight airdrop. Still going on. Bet a lot of you haven't done it. But guys, just, anybody else final thoughts? I want to give you two gentlemen any final words if you have one last thing maybe, even a goodbye.
RWA is actually happening. So please start thinking about doing tokenization. We've been talking about it since 8 years. Now with this whole compliance and regulations, it is pushing it to the next level. So welcome.
If you want to talk about RWAs, talk to Sanjeev, talk to Fahmi about Midnight. These are the smartest guys in the room when it comes to this topic. If you want to talk about custody, come talk to me. Anything else Midnight related, what we're building for the future, happy to chat.
So a couple of last words from me. So first of all, I want to thank both Dustin and Sanjeev for being early partners in the Midnight project, understanding our vision, aligning to that vision, recognizing how we augment them and their business. And that's what we want to do to all developers, all builders. And that's why the Glacier Drop is a fair community-led distribution. We are 72 hours into that mechanism. We've already had claimants from all 8 ecosystems, over 30,000 claimants, 600 million plus tokens have been claimed. That's almost 3% of the token supply. There's still plenty out there. But before I finish, what I'd like to say is this has been years in the making. Charles had a vision. We're now just at the beginning of what we want to implement. And I want to take this moment to thank not only Charles and the team at IO, who's sort of incubated the project, but also my partners at Shielder Technologies, led by Aran Barak, also my great team at the foundation. This is a monumental change, and I want to say I'm proud to be working with them, proud to be working with my partners, and we want to encourage more people to come to Midnight, and we look forward to that. So if you have questions around Midnight, the network, go and find our booth, go and find the amazing team that I have there, and I'm sure they will help you out.
I forgot to add one more thing. We have a demo at, I think, Midnight booth. So if anybody wants to see what we built on Midnight and Cardano, please come and visit us out there. Thank you.
My name is Aaron at Altcoin Daily. Give it up for the future leaders of America and the current leaders of the cryptocurrency space. Thank you, gentlemen.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Swap. I think you should swap. Hi everyone, thank you for having us. My name's James Van Straten. I'm going to be moderating the panel on bridging the gap, ETFs, institutions, and the future of digital assets. I'm the senior analyst at CoinDesk, and I'm also an advisor to a UK public company called Coincilium. With me is Peter Lane and Juan Leon. So do you guys just want to introduce yourselves?
Sure, thank you very much. I'm Peter, I'm CEO of Jacobi Asset Management. We are a Bitcoin digital asset manager. We launched Europe's first Bitcoin ETF, and we're just trying to, as the panel says, we're trying to bridge the gap between Bitcoin and crypto and traditional finance to allow the old world to access this exciting new world we're all part of.
Hello everyone, Juan Leon, Senior Investment Strategist at Bitwise Asset Management. We are a global crypto asset manager based out of San Francisco, New York, and now have a presence in Europe as well. Managing 15 billion since 2017. We have the largest and longest running index crypto fund, and now a series of solutions that span Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, private funds, SMAs, and other types of vehicles in order to provide investment solutions for investors looking to access the opportunities in crypto.
So if we kick off with the institutional adoption within crypto, we probably start January 2024 with the Bitcoin ETFs. So maybe Juan, you can start being on the front line. What's happened since then, and how actually the launch went on almost 18 months ago?
Yeah, the Bitcoin ETFs have been an incredible success. They've been the fastest growing category of ETFs of all time. They gathered collectively 35 billion in the first year in inflows, which was an incredible achievement. And we at Bitwise were very excited going into the launch. We had applications with the SEC since 2018, pursuing this ETF vision. And we've been running an annual survey of investors and financial advisors, taking their attitudes towards crypto for a number of years. And leading up to the ETF launch, One of the statistics that stood out to us was that 88% of financial advisors wanted to get exposure to Bitcoin, but couldn't because compliance-wise, they couldn't get access to Bitcoin directly, but they wanted the ETF vehicles. So we saw huge pent-up demand coming into the launch, and of course, the rest is history. And it's been a massive success that has unlocked the institutional opportunity for Bitcoin to the public, and really has given rise to this institutional adoption wave over the past year and a half.
And Peter, in the UK, it's a much more different landscape. So could you just tell everyone about the UK and the regulatory landscape within the UK?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the UK is years and years behind America and other more progressive areas in the world, like the UAE, Asian markets, much more progressive than the EU and the UK. Just to quickly touch on the institutional thing, I think the institutional thing is twofold in terms of institutions are now creating products within blockchain and crypto, which i.e. like your ETF, but also that then leads to institutions actually investing. And I think that's two separate strands of it, which is the institutional movement. And so I think you can't really have one without the other, because most institutions wouldn't go and do something unless it was with an institution providing it. And I think when you've got the likes of BlackRock, Bitwise, Fidelity now creating products, that then puts a bit of a rubber stamp on, yes, Bitcoin or crypto is going to be around for a while now, and that then allows institutions to actually invest in it with their own capital. So I think that's now slowly spreading around the world. It's much better here than it is in where we live. And I just think as long as we can maintain there's no disasters like there has been previously, which has spooked institutions away, like for instance the FTX crash, that was obviously, institutions were just warming up, they saw that, then they ran for the hills. So as long as we can avoid any disasters in the next couple of years and we can have an American administration that are really pushing the boundaries on clarity and adoption of digital assets, that will generally just spread around the rest of the world. And I think, if we can push on from this and take digital assets to the next level of just weaving it into everyday financial industries, then it just becomes normal. In my mind, it won't even be that exciting or exotic in a few years' time. It will just be boring and normal. It'll be part of every aspect of your investing life. And I think once that happens, then it's a mainstream thing. If you're investing in Bitcoin or crypto via indexes or ETFs or multi-asset portfolios, without you realizing you're even doing it because your fund manager's picking it, that's when it's fully adopted. Because if you think of 401ks, we'll touch on this again in a bit, but if there's a multi-asset portfolio in a 401k, investors probably don't even know the ins and outs of everything they invest in. So passively they're invested in stuff like Coinbase and maybe strategy getting into the S&P 500. How many people now in the world investing in them passively without even probably knowing it? Absolutely. That's when it's mainstream and it's fully adopted, when it's getting investment without even trying.
No, I completely agree. So could you then just touch upon the regulatory landscape within the UK and why it's so different to the US for anyone that doesn't know?
I think it's unfortunately probably maybe government-led, and the government aren't really that interested in crypto and Bitcoin. The regulators seem anti-crypto and Bitcoin. Maybe it's because they're defending their little moat of traditional finance to control the state, etc. But now you've got a president in America that doesn't really care about the deep state. He wants to just push on and seemingly make digital assets and crypto available for everybody. That is a situation whereby hopefully he can sort of bring the hammer down on institutions trying to keep control. And I think if you can control, if you allow a decentralized currency, well, then you lose control of currency. And so I think the UK is stuck in maybe the past quite a lot. And I think if you look at, if we go historically, the UK used to run pretty much the whole world. So I find British businesses, people, somewhat complacent, because we've got Great Britain. It's not really that great anymore, but it used to be. So you don't really need to push on. You don't need to be innovative. You don't need to drive. If you look at American culture, everybody that turned up to America a few hundred years ago from other parts of the world, well, that's a very bold act in itself. So culturally, they're bold. Culturally, they try and achieve more. Culturally, they try and get on. And it's a well-known thing, the American dream, right? And Americans seem to push on for that, whereas Europeans seem to be sat back thinking they know better when they just end up becoming the losers.
So Juan, in these past 18 months and then with the Ethereum ETFs, which have also been hugely successful, has this blown away your expectations, Bitwise's expectations, or is this kind of the flows and the volume that we've expected to see?
Yeah, Ethereum ETFs got off to a slower start. Naturally, Bitcoin has been around longer, and in terms of institutional adoption, institutions are just coming around to understanding the opportunity with Bitcoin, and they're only beginning to explore what Ethereum is. So we knew that it was going to be a slower start for Ethereum ETFs flows, but this year they've really picked up, and we're now, I think, up to 10 billion in net inflows into the Ethereum ETFs, which also places them among the fastest growing in history as well. And you saw last year with Bitcoin ETFs, the demand bought by ETFs exceeded the supply of the Bitcoin network by something like a factor of 5, and you saw that reflected in the price action. This year, since May, that you've really seen the pickup in flows for Ethereum ETFs, the flows have exceeded the supply created of Ethereum by a factor of something like 30. And you've seen the massive price action in Ethereum as a result. So these ETF vehicles, via the institutional demand from investment managers, are really becoming a big source of demand for these assets. And we're very excited about that continuing, especially because even today, these ETFs are restricted in the majority of wealth platforms. They're still not allowed in some of the major wealth platforms like Morgan Stanley, like Wells Fargo, Merrill Lynch. Those institutions have been conducting due diligence that usually takes them 12 to 18 months to do. So we think the second half of the year, those institutions will start approving on their platforms, and that's going to drive an entirely new wave of capital into the ETFs.
Sorry, this is just one of the things I find fascinating, that even though people in America could have bought Bitcoin, the demand for Bitcoin ETFs was still absolutely through the roof. And so that's an amazing thing, because what it shows is it's the unlocking of a pool of capital, that demand is there, but it's strangled. So in the UK, for instance, we've had a ban on crypto products since 2021 in people's traditional savings accounts, like a pension product, a savings account. So the demand is massive, but there's no access to it. And so what I see is the unlocking of pools of capital is what's going to get Bitcoin and the other cryptos to their ultimate price action. Because if you take into account the 401k AUM that's now got access, in the UK there's 1.25 trillion just in the UK, which is a small little island.
Here in the US,
Yep.
here in the US, there's 10 to 12 trillion.
Yep, and only now that gets access.
Yeah.
If you look at the insurance industry, there's 50 trillion in insurance funds that can't touch Bitcoin or crypto. So these tiny unlockings of these huge pools of capital is an insane change. So if you just take into account, let's say the 50 trillion insurance funds, let's just say 0.5% of that goes into Bitcoin. Well, that's like quarter of the entire AUM of Bitcoin right now. And so the price action, for me, hasn't even started. When these pools of capital from traditional worlds get unlocked and can access Bitcoin and crypto, that's when that's where we get to the promised land.
Yeah, we totally agree with you. And to add on top of that, there are multiple structural forces of demand that are outstripping supply. There's the ETFs and what we were talking about, all those different buying groups that come. There's also the Bitcoin treasury companies, which we've seen huge demand for. And then we're seeing, we're starting to see at the sovereign level adoption. We saw Abu Dhabi establish a position in Bitcoin ETFs a quarter or two ago. We're seeing the
pension funds in the US.
Pension funds in the US. We're seeing state level strategic Bitcoin reserves outside of the federal level government. And I think this is going to snowball around the world as well.
Totally, and I think the investors there, you said, they're all long-term holders. They're not daily traders. The treasury companies, they don't care what the price is. They're going to buy it, hold it forever. The pension companies, well, they're a long-term investment. Sovereign wealth funds, they're not going to be trading it, so that's a long-term investment. So all these people buying big-ticket buys now, well, they're not selling it. So that really dries up supply, especially the fact that they're already buying way more than the Bitcoin network can supply. But we'll see a dwindling of potential sellers and willing sellers. And so the price can't go anywhere but up, in my opinion, long term.
Yeah, you see it from the price action, but on the corrections, where we used to have huge drawdowns. The biggest correction that we've had this cycle, I think we've had two 30% drawdowns. Yen carry trade in August 2024, and then the tariff tantrum back in March, April. And to me, that is so indicative of just supply and demand just meeting each other. And I haven't seen this cycle, like this kind of institutional bid that's been going on. It's quite incredible.
Well, yeah, I've never seen a bigger imbalance of supply and demand of anything in my life.
Yeah, and to your point, these institutional buyers also dampen the volatility of Bitcoin, which we've seen come down from what used to be 200% a year a decade ago to now in the 30 to 50% range because of these long-term buyers coming into the market. And a lot of them we work with a lot of institutions that are creating allocation sleeves for crypto in their portfolio. And so they have now a target allocation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. And as the price rises, and that allocation goes beyond their target allocation, they sell that, which helps mute, the volatility on the upside. But then on the downside, they become natural buyers.
Yes.
If their allocation falls below their target, they're natural buyers. Whereas retail tends to, buy at the top and sell at the lows. It's a contrabalancing force that I think is dampening the volatility.
What is the average portfolio allocation that you speak with? Is it 1% that goes to 3%, or is it 3% that goes to 5%, or how aggressive is the allocation?
It's been increasing over the years as investors growing comfort and understanding of the asset class as they see regulatory certainty come in. Back a couple, 2-3 years ago, investors used to start at a 1% allocation. Now we're seeing the average allocation start at 3% and moving on to 5% in many cases.
It should start at 50.
Yeah.
And then recently, President Trump just did an executive order of digital assets and alternative assets being allowed in 401ks. Someone that's in the UK, could you just explain what's actually happened from that?
Yeah, that's a huge development that happened this week. Prior to this, there had been a determination by the Department of Labor cautioning against providers allowing crypto in their plans. It wasn't prohibitive, but it was cautioned against, and so many providers did not want to have a run-in with the Department of Labor and chose not to. So only a few providers had been providing up until now, but now this week, the executive order really opens it up so that there's no restrictions, so that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are on par with other alternative assets, commodities, hedge funds, private equity, et cetera. It really puts them on even footing. And I think that's going to be an explosion in providers allowing either spot or the ETFs or both. And as we were talking about earlier, that's 10 to 12 trillion of assets now available to be invested at a meaningful percentage in crypto.
It's unbelievable progress. Hopefully what they're doing here feeds its way into the rest of the world, and we can try and get to the level you guys are at.
And it's also quite interesting to see from a trading perspective that with the options market and all these treasury companies, that there's quite an interesting, I think the IBIT also had, I don't know the stats, and also MicroStrategy, their options outstanding is just absolutely colossal, and it rivals some of like the Magnificent Seven, and it's getting those traditional investors, if they don't want access to Bitcoin or crypto, that they have these Bitcoin treasury companies or these ETFs for trading options as another vehicle to get access to.
Yeah, absolutely. The options market has exploded in volume since the start of the Bitcoin ETF, or since they approved options on the Bitcoin ETFs. Now they're approving it on the Ethereum ETFs as well, and of course you can do it on the equities of the treasury companies. So the derivatives market is really growing leaps and bounds. That helps with price discovery. It helps with liquidity in the system as well. The other thing I find really interesting about the treasury companies is they're really monetizing their capital structure to provide different type of exposure to the asset to investors. If you are a fixed income investor, you can now invest in the debt facilities of these companies and give them exposure that way. But if you want an income stream, you can do any of the preferred, like MicroStrategy has different tranches of preferreds that you can offer. Or if you just want to play the volatility, the levered volatility via the common equity. So it really is giving a lot of different types of exposures for investors.
Yeah, it's awesome actually what they're doing. And what I think is quite a clear thing, and I think Saylor said this, or maybe it was David Bailey that said it, is that you need to take Bitcoin and crypto and take it to someone's door where they're comfortable. You can't say, this is how we do it, get used to it or don't do it. You have to create a product that's comfortable for that person, their risk profile, their requirements. And my background is in wealth management and financial planning, so I know very well that you need to understand who you're selling to, what they want to get out of it, and what their comfort levels and their needs are. And Bitcoin and crypto, given that it's historically volatile, most people are shit scared of that. So if you can create a product that suits their comfort level and you take it to them, that's how you get mass adoption, because the people that would be terrified to just come in on their own can now come in a more comfortable way. And what you generally find is somebody that starts doing something, get used to it, they get a bit more comfortable with it, well, their risk tolerance goes up because they get it, right? And so the more and more somebody gets into it, the more and more they want to do it because it's a no-brainer in our opinion. And I think being able to package products up like the treasury companies are, and the innovative products that you guys are creating, like the Bitcoin standard ETF, for instance, that takes Bitcoin and crypto products to everybody's comfort level. And then that's how you get everybody in.
Yeah, and that mass adoption, we've seen the annualized, realized volatility and the implied volatility absolutely just dampen. I think implied volatility is at a 2-year low. I think it's the same level as August 2023. And with the lower volatility, then you get mass people coming in and saying, oh, I can handle and stomach that kind of volatility. But that means you obviously don't get those huge upside returns. So I feel like Bitcoin does go into that S&P 500 or gold kind of, maybe slightly higher to the upside and more to the downside, but as time goes on, I think that volatility will inevitably shrink. So just another, I think we've got 5 minutes. So how do you see this cycle playing out? Do you still believe in the cycle iteration? And for me, to starting this, Bitcoin hit an all-time high prior to the last halving, so there could be a thing that the 4-year halving or those cycle narratives isn't really a thing. So what's your guys' views on this?
I think we're getting new investors in, so I think it's natural for a new pattern to start. And I think if you look at the usual technology would be invented by the CIA, for instance. Then it would get into governments, then it would get into countries, big institutions, then eventually retail would be able to benefit from it. But Bitcoin and crypto has been the other way around. If you think about the early adopters was cryptographers, the cypherpunks, freedom fighters, tech-savvy investors, then more traditional investors, and only now are the big-ticket investors coming in, like countries, institutions. So the big-ticket buys are only really going to start happening now. So I think that if I was a country, for instance, and I wanted to build a strategic reserve, well, I'd have a buy order set at like a 10% dip from wherever the price is, and then anytime it dips down, you swallow it up. And so I think that really will help bounce. And the treasury companies are a great example. Like Saylor buys every week regardless of the price, and he's just going to buy more and more and more. The treasury companies, as you well know, as you grow, your capacity then becomes larger to raise money. So the bigger you get, the more Bitcoin you can buy. Therefore, the bigger you get, the more Bitcoin you can buy. The bigger you get, the more you can raise, the more Bitcoin you can buy. So their purchasing power is exponentially growing. So it won't be long until even small treasury companies are buying massive amounts of Bitcoin. So the big ticket buys are only just starting. So I think, if you were looking to build a portfolio of Bitcoin, if you're a country trying to buy Bitcoin, or you're a big corporation trying to buy Bitcoin, you just have a massive order set at a dip, and you would buy it, and it would bounce back up.
Yeah, I agree that this cycle is going to be extended past the historical 4 years for many of the reasons you said, including also that apart from these buyers into Bitcoin and Ethereum, you now see the SEC opening up the door for many other products to come to market, and there's filings for Cardano ETFs, XRP ETFs, Solana ETFs. If and when those get approved, that'll bring new buyers into the market. That'll continue to have capital flows into the industry. Another thing that has punctuated the 4-year cycle in the past has been major blowups. And I think with the advances in regulation this cycle, and more regulatory certainty, more protections, and more market structure, that'll prevent those things from happening, or hopefully it will. So I think there's just a natural structural demand, institutional demand for buying that will continue over the next couple of years, and I think that just extends the cycle further.
I agree.
And then we've also seen in the last week or so, as you guys have been saying, that the SEC versus the Ripple case is over. You've got the crypto-friendly Stephen Myron nominated for the Fed Board of Governors. So that's a trend that you guys expect to carry on seeing, just more and more friendly for the industry.
Yeah, I think it's an unbelievably friendly environment, especially in the USA, and I think that they generally set the trend for the rest of the world. And I think with this Trump administration being absolutely littered with Bitcoiners, I am unbelievably bullish that they're going to make sure that there's somebody that understands it isn't prejudice against crypto and Bitcoin in every major body that's got any say over the way the control of it goes. And I think if you've got, Trump and his family making a shit ton of cash off of Bitcoin and crypto, well, they're going to carry on with that, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've seen the turnaround in the SEC with Paul Atkins. You've seen the different agencies come in as well. In the CFTC, there's a nomination for someone, Brian Quintens, who's very friendly as well. You're seeing in all government. I mean, heck, we have a crypto and AI czar in the government administration. So I think this bodes well for the industry for bringing in market structure, regulatory clarity, and better investor protections as well.
And I think the other really, really amazing thing about the crypto czar is that if you look at his position in life, he didn't need this job. He gave up like $200 million worth of crypto to take this job. So he must really, really believe in it to be able to say, well, I'm going to give up probably becoming a crypto billionaire to then help everybody else move the industry forward. And if you've got, as we were saying before, if you've got collaboration between regulators, governments, and policymakers, the future can only get better. And the more clarity you get, and you would know as a regulated manager, all that you want as a regulated issuer of products is regulatory clarity. And I want to know, if I do something, are you going to come and shout at me or try and shut me down? Yeah. And what are the rules? And can I then play within these rules? And if I know what they are, they're absolutely clear, like they're becoming in America, the industry will just take off.
We've got 30 seconds. Can I get a price prediction from either of you for another, probably about the end of 2026?
Yeah, our house prediction at Bitwise is for Bitcoin to end this year above 200,000. And next year, it's anyone's guess, 250, 300? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been calling end of this year Bitcoin 200. Depending on what, there could be some spark. Let's say, we have consecutive rate cuts in America. Probably spark it, maybe go a bit higher. As long as there's no catastrophes, 2 to 220, I reckon.
Yeah, the macro headwinds, the macro tailwinds are there with lower interest rates, global money supply increasing. No doubt there'll be bouts of volatility. It's not going to be straight up, but I think we go higher.
If they commit to buying $1 million for the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, 500.
Thank you very much.
Viva Las Vegas.
Thank you. Amazing.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rob. I'm with the World Mobile Alliance. And the World Mobile Alliance is the community effort to support World Mobile. We actually started at Rare Bloom, the first Rare event. This is our 4th year being here. And it's amazing to watch how much the community has grown. People love World Mobile. They love what World Mobile is doing, how it's connecting the unconnected, how it's allowing us to reclaim our power from telecoms. And the amazing thing is, with World Mobile, we're allowed to participate, not just participate, but own the network. We can own the infrastructure, we can run the blockchain, we can start our own businesses, we can build on World Mobile. That's not possible with your current telecoms. Your current telecoms take your payment and they sell your information. World Mobile is private, it's secure, it's encrypted. You own your information, you own your identity. We're taking back the power that big telecoms has taken from us. We're reclaiming that power. And I'm so excited to be here. My friend Mickey is backstage, and he has a very inspiring speech. We had some big news come out today. Everyone is extremely thrilled for what's going on. I want to give a little housekeeping. This will be on the Rare website as well as all the World Mobile socials. But tomorrow we are having sessions for Rare here at Rare Evo for World Mobile, starting at 10 o'clock. Empowering the Unconnected. Andy Soper is going to talk about what we're doing in Africa, where we are helping with schools and farmers in rural Africa to get connected. It's going to be a very inspiring talk. At 11:15, taking on the Giants, Charles Barnett is going to be talking about how we're going up against big telecom, how we are not just a minor player in this field. It's going to be incredible. At noon, everyone's going to be really excited for this one. Our friend Emmanuel Gratch is going to be talking about HD1 and how you can own the digital land. You can have your own franchise. You can have your own telecoms network powered by World Mobile and the World Mobile chain. It's going to be incredible. And then at 12:45, for anyone who's been paying attention, Tristan Thompson, NBA champion. We went to his house. We installed air nodes. Tristan is a champion for World Mobile, and we're going to be watching the documentary of how we helped connect Tristan Thompson in Calabasas. This is going to be incredible. So don't miss it tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock. That being said, everyone please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Telecom's Mickey Watkins.
Power. Thank you very much, Rob. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? All good?
It's a pleasure to be here at Rare. It's a mainstay for World Mobile, for the World Mobile community. Thank you very much, Rand and Wes and everybody that's put this event on. All right, so this talk is one that I didn't write down, and I didn't even think about before I came on stage. But luckily, I've got an amazing CMO and marketing team that have put together a few videos. But these videos are not new. So what I want to do is I want to talk to you about World Mobile. Everyone knows why we started World Mobile. And everybody knows that we've successfully started a movement. We're not planning to change the world. We already are. We've got 55,000 nodes deployed. That's more than there are Starbucks and McDonald's combined around the world. In the beginning, they said we couldn't do it. In the beginning, they laughed. And in the beginning, we made this first video. Please press play, Zach. Marcus, a big shout out here. Let's go.
4 billion people are unconnected. 4 billion people are digitally excluded. 4 billion people are without a voice. That's all about to change.
Chicken skin.
Meet our first smart village in Tanzania. The village has been left offline because mobile operators could not profit from connecting them. This is where we are different. With dramatically reduced CapEx and OpEx, our new mobile network is bringing remote regions online for the very first time, in a way that is affordable, sustainable, and importantly, profitable.
Kwanza familia yangu nakuwa naye karibu, naiona upo mambo mengi ya dunia nayaona, na mimi najifunza na maana nikipata hivi.
Along with an energy source, an air node bridges the gap to the nearest available connection, while solar panels charge the batteries that power the node day and night. Excess energy reserves can be metered, sold through our app, and used to power ancillary services such as freshwater pumps, ice makers, and off-grid energy outlets. Anyone can own our infrastructure and profit from the connections it processes. By introducing a sharing economy to telecoms, we are putting the people back in control of their communications. For the first time in history, everyone will be able to govern their own data. Credit can be bought at local shops using cash or exchanged peer-to-peer. Users can make low-cost local and international calls straight from our application. Until now, half the world has been kept in the dark, but we're changing that.
I like this project actually. It's so nice. It's so nice. You see, there are few people in the world who can be able to help the people like this. You know, and the few people.
We are building a new type of mobile network, a network designed to bring the whole world online. A network of fairness, transparency, and inclusivity. A network that 4 billion people are waiting for. Rarely does an opportunity exist to change the lives of 4 billion people. This is World Mobile.
Every time I see this, I get chicken skin and tears to my eyes. I'm not a wimp, but These are things that the first time you as a community joined us, the first time that you saw our vision was in this video. And this was the start of the sharing economy. As you know, this happened just pre-COVID. We came back 7 months, 8 months later, and the village had changed. Instead of there being one shop, there were now two. There was a bar. The fishermen had got new boats, new nets. The women were empowered, felt safer. And that was the beginning of the vision for World Mobile. Then, 18 months ago, approximately, we released this video. Hit play, please. Still half the world is unconnected.
There's a lot of untapped, unrealized talent that actually exists all over the world.
We believe that every single human on this planet has the right to access the internet to contribute to the world at large.
We're saying we want to go after the unconnected, and it is actually feasible.
We're doing things that other people won't do because they're locked into existing ways of doing things. So we're taking an innovative approach to build a new network.
What does it mean for the people on the ground? What does it mean for the unconnected? It means everything. It's a brand new world. It's a world of opportunities. It's a world of identity. It's a world where we can all be equal.
We're bringing tether balloons, wireless mesh, a new dynamic mobile network, and you're bringing them all together into this new way of doing things. Nobody's done it before.
This is an ideal worth sacrificing for. This is an ideal worth fighting for. In whichever way it takes, we will make sure that we provide a model to connect the unconnected. Because we really are stronger connected.
So this was the video in which we realized that actually the sharing economy was coming to life. This was the moment that us as a community, our vision grew. At this point, I think we had somewhere in the region of 100 nodes. But we saw the future, and we saw the future was hexes, and we saw the future was the sharing economy. And us as a community empowering the world, us as a community empowering people, and us as a community reclaiming power. It was a very interesting moment for us because we were in Africa. We'd come out into 7 or 8 different countries. We had a sharing economy popping up everywhere. But this was the first moment that we decided we're going to let this baby go. We're going to let this baby cross the roads on its own, knowing that everybody could be a participant in this sharing economy. Today, we have 1.7 million customers in Pakistan. We have around 500, 600,000 customers elsewhere around the world. We're the 6th most used blockchain. We have a lot of nodes deployed and lots more becoming deployed. Every other week, we're doing a node sale. The community is buying. The community is earning. And our vision came true. So true that we realized that it wasn't just the emerging markets that needed connectivity. It wasn't just the poor people in the world that needed connectivity. In fact, it was also some of the richest people in the world, some of the communities that were the most extravagant. They still didn't have connectivity. Cue video 3, please.
See, Mickey, I'm pulling up to my community right now. See, we have this call, but for a great community, there's one thing we're lacking right now, and I need your help. I need World Mobile to come to my house, and let's change this for my community right now. We need connectivity here. I probably got another 10 more seconds with you until we are out of this and the call will drop. But then it's gonna probably take me another 2-3 minutes until I can phone you back again. So Oh yeah, see what's it? Yeah, it's the connection. Join new location. Can't hear me? See, this is ridiculous. How am I not having service in the area? So I need World Mobile. I need y'all here. I lost you, Mickey.
Radio.
Okay.
And then the radio is going to be plugged into the back of a Starlink or your home connection.
Okay.
And then that's going to propagate. They're going to put two back to back. So
Okay.
one's propagating 180 this way, 180 that way, and then you're going to have perfect coverage wherever you go as soon as you leave your house.
As soon as your house, yeah.
Just set up 2 Portal 180s on his roof, and we are setting him up with an eSIM on his device for World Mobile.
Sorry, Chris, so do I need a SIM card or how does this work? eSIM, how is this?
Yep, so with World Mobile, you could just scan in eSIM directly from your account page. So from here, you can have multiple lines, family bundle discounts, and manage all of your SIMs in one place.
Activate new eSIM. Allow. This is way better than talking to telemarketers and freaking don't have to be on the phone with those other brands. Got to give them your social security number, your blood type, the first name of your dog, and your mom's maiden name. Like seriously, guys, it's complete. We're here, baby.
Easy.
Easy. Yo, I got connectivity again. I mean, I never had connectivity hitting else, but now I got it now. At the house? Yeah, at the house. I'm good. No more. I'm not the butt of your jokes no more. I got Wi-Fi. I got cell data. I'm connected, man. World Mobile. Come on now. Yes, sir. That's a big step, man. Huge step. Come on, visionary. Taking back control. How'd you do it? Come on, World Mobile. We hooked it up. You got the node set it up on top of the house. We're gonna bring that connectivity. I set up my eSIM online. It took under 5 minutes. It's beautiful. This is great. This is awesome.
So this was another beautiful story, a story about communities. There was a tweet put out online. I think it was Tristan or his team that put out, does anybody know any real world application of crypto? Don't quote me on that one, but that was the intention of his tweet. And Clover Nodes, who unfortunately can't be here, big shout out to him. He's having a baby. He replied. And then the next thing you knew, you had Tristan talking with his partner, with Clover Nodes, about their problems, about can World Mobile help us? So of course, we said yes. And as you see, with this video, we turned up there. We rolled up within 24 hours, thanks to Christian and the rest of our team and Magnus remotely. We connected him. We connected him and we connected his neighbors. And this was something special for me because we'd moved from just the unconnected. We'd moved from just the underserved. In fact, we'd gone to everyone. And World Mobile is needed by everyone. And the power of the community is how we connect everyone, is how we allow everyone to reclaim their power. Now, they say when you evolve, you should evolve hard and you should evolve properly. And I hope that you can see from these videos, from 4 years to the next video, which was 18 months ago, to this video, how much we as World Mobile have evolved. With our mainnet out, with our Earth nodes operators almost ready to take on this traffic, with our air nodes deployed, we carried on evolving. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to show you a first, an exclusive, to how we really have evolved, to how we as a community, to how World Mobile is going to take over. Not just take over some small areas, but take over the world. Please cue the next video and add the volume. Some of the biggest companies in the world. Protolindo, a tower company. To think that 3 years ago, they said we couldn't do it. To think that I stand here on the stage today to show you a system that is better than Starlink, that is better than any LEO ever formed. We can see up, we can see down. We float at 20,000 meters, maybe 22,000 meters sometimes, depending on the weather. We can connect 500,000 people to each one of these devices. We can do things that nobody's ever done before. And guess what? It all started with you. It all started with you, our community. You're the ones that backed us. You're the ones that believed in this vision. And you're the ones that are going to change the world. So I want to say thank you very much. World Mobile will continue to evolve. But you as our community, you are the power. And together, we will allow everybody to reclaim power. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off.
So I'm wearing a couple of different hats today. This one is Minutes Network, and I'm very excited to talk about this. We just heard from Mickey and how incredible it is what World Mobile is building, and one of the things that they're building on is the World Mobile chain. That's attracting top talent. You saw the people that are coming here for the stratospheric devices, how that's going to work, and the big companies that are going to be helping them build that. Well, we have big companies that are coming on the World Mobile chain to build, and the first partner to come on World Mobile chain is Minutes Network. World Mobile is attracting the top talent, and Minutes Network is one and the same with them. They're attracting the top talent. I'm about to introduce the CMO, the Chief Marketing Officer of Minutes Network. This man, his name is Jamie King. You might be familiar with his work. He's a former co-founder of Rockstar Games. Rockstar Games, he's credited with 85 different video game titles, including Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto. And if you Google him, the list is just impressive on the work that he's done. But he's found, again, top talent finds top talent. And Minutes Network has brought in Jamie. Jamie's going to talk to us about Minutes and what Minutes does in telecoms, how it connects calls to calls, the end-to-end sort of things. The things that World Mobile provides the coverage, Minutes Network provides the actual connectivity with text, with voice, with data. So I'm very, very excited for you to hear what Minutes Network is building. And with that, please introduce the CMO, or please help me welcome the CMO, Jamie King.
Thank you, Rob. Ray Evo! Let's go! Let's go! I'm a little overexcited. I love a conference in America. Welcome, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mickey, and thank you, World Mobile. What you just heard is a powerful vision for decentralizing the data sector of the global telecoms industry. So now I want to show you the other half of that future. Because while World Mobile is connecting people to the internet, Minutes Network is connecting the world's conversations. My name is Jamie King. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Minutes Network, and this is our first time on stage at Rare Evo. It's the perfect place for us. It's a room full of Web3 pioneers, people who know exactly what happens when you take a closed, multi-billion user industry and you open it up. In the last decade, the internet connected our data. In the next decade, together, we will connect our voices, and we will reward our network participants for every minute. And this is not just growth, that's hyperscaling. And we're doing it with one clear goal: to build the world's largest carrier by user base. So I repeat, here on this stage, you can hold us accountable. I have one clear goal: to be the world's largest carrier by user base. So we've set ourselves, it's a big task, it's a big job, so we've given ourselves a big, hairy, audacious goal. I didn't know this, but it's called a BHAG. We are going to be operating in 25 countries by the end of 2025. So we call it 25 for 25. And it's the next big step for us, major step, towards this global leadership. So why are we doing this? Why do we care? Why do we care about the minutes industry, about paid voice calls? And so when we look at the industry, it's about the size of the prize. Telecom is a $1.5 trillion industry. Every single day, billions of minutes of calls, paid phone calls, are routed across the globe. And for decades, the same mega carriers have controlled it all. Tightly centralized, opaque, and kind of slow to innovate. We love that. The barriers to entry, though, are also enormous. You need licenses, you need switching infrastructure, you need interconnect agreements, you need decades of expertise and years of trust just to get in. But then here's the beauty of that. Once you're in, the economics are predictable. the margins are strong, and the scaling potential is extraordinary. In this space, for us, hyperscaling doesn't mean adding a few thousand users. It means onboarding entire countries' worth of traffic in a single deal. So we are looking at the market, and we know it's crying out for change. Carriers are under pressure, their costs are high, their margins are shrinking, and their customers are demanding more. They need better, faster, more profitable routes. And that's where Web3, DeepIn come in for Minutes Network. We have our proprietary MinTech suite of technologies. We have our revenue turbine engine. We have our Jingle plugin. And we can give the carriers exactly what they want at a price and a speed that they can't match in-house. So here's the key difference, we feel, for us from a lot of other projects. We're not creating a market and hoping someone's going to show up. We're plugging into a market that already exists, and we're making it more profitable for everyone involved. So let's, for a second, just talk about, well, what is this Minutes Network model? So at Minutes Network, we own the rails. We own the switching infrastructure. We have the licenses. We have the interconnect partnerships, specifically for voice and SMS. And that means our network supports the core telecom services people rely on every day: phone calls, text messaging. Meanwhile, World Mobile complements us by providing the data layer. Together, we form the full stack decentralized telecom ecosystem. And to expand our capabilities and explore this full stack telecom solutions, we formed a new joint venture, and it's called WMMN Limited. So we know that's World Mobile Minutes Network. So Minutes Network, together with World Mobile, we have now created a new joint venture. And this vehicle is going to allow us to explore combined businesses across voice, SMS, and data wherever viable opportunities exist. So by working hand in hand, Minutes Network and World Mobile will deliver complementary strengths and will unlock new markets, offering a truly comprehensive, decentralized telecom ecosystem. We don't rent, we don't resell, we are the network. And when you own the rails at this scale, you can aim for something that no one else has achieved. And that's why what matters for hyperscaling. Every time we add a new interconnect, we don't just add potential users, we instantly add millions of minutes of high margin paying traffic that already exists and happens every day. Right? Whoa! Whoa, let's go! They gave me the mic and the stage. Oops. This is not a white paper dream. This is not a future launch date. It's live, it's profitable, and it's a scalable network. And we're growing every day. So Minutes Network is a true sharing economy for telecom. Anyone can run a node. Anyone can earn from real-world telecom traffic. And when you run a node with us, you're not mining a speculative token. You're handling licensed, regulated, paying voice traffic. The more calls that we route as a network, the more we all earn. Every node strengthens the network, expands our coverage, and increases our capacity. And that's why hyperscaling for us, we love this word, by the way, hyperscaling, it's built into our DNA. Every node is a growth engine. So when we look at talk about the staking economy and the DeepIn power node, right? So in Minutes Network and our economy, scarcity drives value, both in nodes and tokens. We have capped token supply forever. There's only 500 million MNTX tokens will ever be minted. So far, we've released just under 80 million. And almost 90% of those are staked in the network right now. On the node side, we have 500 switch nodes. They actually switch the calls. And we have 2,499 validation nodes. Can you do it? Can we do it? Yep. All right, switch. And then we have one public validation node. So anyone who doesn't own a node can be a token holder and can still participate in the reward ecosystem. So all of our nodes are staked, locking up our ecosystem tightly. This means token holders can't dilute value with endless inflation. Node operators hold exclusive, scarce assets that are in demand. The proof of that demand is in the market. The node resale prices on OpenSea and Magic Eden, they're trading around 3x the original release price. Fine. This isn't speculative hype. It's a licensed, revenue-earning telecom infrastructure that rewards real participation. When you run a node or you stake tokens, you're not just supporting a network, you're owning part of the global telecom backbone. Targets. What are our targets? We've got a short-term one. It's very clear. We're going to capture a meaningful share of the global voice call and SMS termination markets, and we're going to be adding value-added services to our carrier partners. Hyperscaling here means stacking multiple revenue streams without rebuilding the infrastructure each time. One set of rails, multiple high-margin services. All of this is driving us towards the same destination, becoming the world's largest carrier by user base. And of course, 25 for 25. And I think we've got, 3.5 months left or something, so no pressure. But that's okay because our network is already live and profitable. We're routing millions of minutes, paid minutes every month. We've got 400 plus interconnect in place. We've proven the technology, we've got the margins, and we've proven the model. So we've kind of gone from startup to now we're hitting carrier scale in record time. And here's the part that really shows our hyperscaling potential. We're young. Just a few years ago, this was a concept on a whiteboard. Today, we're a licensed carrier, we have hundreds of interconnects, we have live traffic, and we have paying customers. In legacy telecom, building this footprint would take a decade and hundreds of millions in capital. And we've done it in a fraction of the time, at a fraction of the cost, because we're built for hyperscaling. Every month, we're bigger, we're faster, we're more profitable than the month before. And now, we're pushing even harder. 25 for 25. 25 live operating countries this year. That's what hyperscaling looks like to us in telecom. And that's why we are on track to become the largest carrier in the world by user base. Part of our 25 for 25 and part of our being this largest carrier is what we call hybrid scaling. Love this word. Featuring, in this case, the Pakistan model. Our scaling model is hybrid because on one side we have on-net traffic, calls we route entirely inside our infrastructure, and we keep 100% of the margin. On the other, we have strategic telco partnerships that add huge volume with strong margins. And Pakistan is the proof point, and it's building every single day. Through our partnership with WorldCall and our new 20-year LDI license, we're already breaking new records in Pakistan. In the near future, we'll be terminating 70 to 125 million minutes every month just in Pakistan, and that's around 10% of Pakistan's entire international call volume. Yes, we want to go higher, but let's start with 10%. 70 to 125 million minutes every month just in Pakistan. We're not stopping there. We're working with our partners to double that volume. We now have a model that we can take globally. This same Pakistan hybrid play that's been running 2-3 weeks and is just growing day on day is now being prepared for the Philippines, the Middle East, Nigeria, Samoa, Papua New Guinea. In fact, we have at least 8 live opportunities under discussion right now. All of this contributing to our 25 for 25 goal. This, for us, is hyperscaling in action, locking in multi-decade deals, optimizing every side of the call, the supply, the demand, and expanding into entire regions in parallel. So here's the message I want to leave you with. Hyperscaling isn't a goal for Minutes Network. It's already happening. We're doing it. We own the rails, we route the traffic, we drive the margin. We are building the world's largest carrier by user base. And this year, we'll be live in 25 countries. 25 for 25. We're inviting you, if you're not already a part of it, to be a part of it. Run a node if you can find one. And I know, because I'm looking here, and there are node holders in this audience, and they're like, you can't have my node. And like, getting one is a thing. But that's okay. If you can't, no worries. You can always buy MNTX tokens, and you can stake them on the public validation node and participate in our staking economy. Stake into a live, licensed, profitable business. Integrate our rails into your apps, your communities, your projects, because this is the future of telecom. It's decentralized, it's profitable, and it's unstoppable. Together, we're going to make it the global standard. We are Minutes Network. We are telecom. Hello, Rare Evo. Thank you for listening to me. Booth 322, come, ask the hard questions. Let's go!
Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. all Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026.
Hello, Las Vegas. I said, hello, Las Vegas. Bring it in, pack the house. The house is already packed. My name's Austin of Altcoin Daily. We speak to an audience of over 3.5 million crypto subscribers across the world, and I am honored today to talk to one of the leaders in this space, co-founder of Cardano, Charles Hoskinson. Give it up.
What? Okay, so I would be remiss if I didn't give you a gift. Thank you so much for coming to Rare Evo. Many of you know I have more than one company. So we have input-output. We built things like Midnight through a company called Shielded. There's probably a dozen or so that are in the portfolio. But my brother and I, we started a company called Husk Brew. And very few people know about it because this is the first time we've publicly talked about it. But what Husk Brew does is it takes all that old stuff that we used to play when we were kids, Nintendo games, Super Nintendo games, Sega games. We buy them, we refurbish them, and we bring them back to market. So when I was a kid, this game came out in 1989. It was called Crystal Mines. Had a lovely blue cartridge, has over 100 levels, it's almost impossible to win, but God, it was a lot of fun. And we spent thousands of hours as children playing this game. So what we did was we had to hunt down who owned the game, We bought it, the intellectual property, and then we kind of cleaned it up a little bit, and then we actually manufactured it again. So since the first time since 1989, we did another production run. So we had to find an injection mold to make the Nintendo cartridge. We had to find a PCB manufacturer to actually make a board. And we cleaned up a lot of mistakes. For example, guys, remember when you played those games, you had to blow on the cartridges? Well, the reason why is because the pins in the back, they bend as you keep putting the cartridges in and out, and they lose contact. So when you blow on it, it forms like that spit that acts as a conductor and it allows you to play. Well, what if you just make it out of stronger metal? Then it doesn't bend, right? So we cleaned all that up. So allow me first to give you the original crystal mines.
Thank you.
But we're not done. We said, how about we actually make a sequel? How about that? Now, this is a terrible idea for a variety of reasons. A, because you complain about smart contract development on Cardano. Have you ever tried to write a Nintendo game? You have to write assembly code to write a Nintendo. You actually have to know what's in the damn registers. So we actually found this language called NES Fab. We found a developer of this language. Yes, it was a guy who created it. And we actually wrote a new video game. So we created a sequel to it, and launching here at Rare Evo is, for the first time since 1989, Crystal Mines Supernova.
Wow.
And here's that for you.
Charles, I'm honored. Thank you.
Yeah, and what's so cool about this game is that in addition to having a meat space physical version, we're going to have NFTs that are on stuff.io, because it's stuff. We love stuff. The stuff guys here. Where's Ben? Yeah, there's Ben. Hey! All right, so we're going to actually launch these on stuff, and Lace Wallet's going to have a Nintendo emulator for both the original Nintendo and the Super Nintendo, and we're going to continue to make new intellectual property for that, launching it on stuff and deployed on the Cardano network. So just a little side thing. I wanted you to have that. And
Charles, I want to challenge you next year in Rare Evo.
Okay.
All right, it's on. You guys are all here. You'll remember. As we dig into this conversation, and Cardano does so much, it's always been focused on peer-reviewed, research-driven building of the blockchain. As the largest financial market goes all in on cryptocurrency, how does that approach give Cardano an edge?
Well, the biggest part is Bitcoin DeFi. You know, when you look at Ethereum, Solana, SWI, all these other guys, they've done a phenomenal job building, growing, capturing a very large market. That market's about $200 billion of TVL. It's growing rapidly. But at the same time, it's not growing parabolically. It's not like it was 100 billion, then 200 billion, then 400 billion, and it's year by year just doubling. It's starting to slow down a little bit. They've kind of reached a bit of a ceiling. However, you've noticed that Bitcoin has grown dramatically. We've gone from 25,000 to about 110,000. There's a sovereign wealth fund concept of Bitcoin coming in. The US government's going to hold over 200,000 Bitcoin. And a lot of big institutions like the BlackRocks are really embracing it. And they're saying, well, we want to deploy our Bitcoin and get a yield. We want a DeFi. We want lending. We want asset issuance. We want NFTs. We want metaverses. So they want all those various things. So strategically, when we looked at the growth of Cardano, we're kind of looking in two directions at the same time. One is the Bitcoin DeFi direction, where we think we can be the place for that to happen. The other direction that we're looking at is the Midnight direction. You'll see that lovely Midnight booth, where we're talking a lot about bringing computational privacy to the entire space. And one of the reasons why Polkadot and Solana and these others are here is that they're actually included in that. For the first time ever, Solana is now part of the Cardano story. Polkadot is part of the Cardano story. So this concept of hybrid apps, this idea of economics that are cooperative, these concepts allow people to write smart contracts on Midnight and pay in the currency that they want. So you can pay in Sol, you can pay in Ether, you can pay in Bitcoin. So it feels like an extension of your infrastructure, and very much so. And that's going to bring a ton of applications in for real-world apps, regulated DeFi, medical records, all these things that live in the real world but haven't touched crypto yet because they don't have the privacy or selective disclosure capabilities.
Bitcoin DeFi, obviously huge. What is the general timeline for that? Is that by end of the year or by the end of 2026?
Well, parts are already here, like the non-fungible components. And when you look at the question of, well, how do you get it out? It's more of a question of, well, what trade-offs are you prepared to make? So you can always build a bridge. Wrap Bitcoin has existed for a long time, but Bitcoin DeFi in its purest form requires 3 properties, as I mentioned this morning. Only Bitcoin, so only Bitcoin can provide the security. You pay your transaction fees in Bitcoin, you get your yield back in Bitcoin. Cardano has built under the hood many native features for this, and what we're doing now is we're working to make them really easy to use, really secure, really fast, and just great user experience. The concept of the toggle. And this is not something that would just stay in Cardano. We want to bring the DeFi toggle to blockchain.com and bitcoin.com and brave.com and these others, 110 million users, where you just sit there, you have your Bitcoin in, you click the toggle, and you go from Bitcoin to Bitcoin DeFi mode. And then suddenly an app store opens up, and you see all these different things you can do with it, and you click those things, and you get yield, you do something. And then when you're done, you know what you do? You unclick the toggle, and you're back to Bitcoin. That's the simplicity that's really required for this to be where it needs to be. So if I had to hazard a guess, I think these experiences will start come online towards the end of the year to next year, and they're going to get really good next year. And then within the 3 to 5 year horizon, the TVL of Bitcoin DeFi will be larger than the market cap of Ethereum and Solana combined.
Wow. Charles, I was talking to some of the audience at this conference, huge amount of people, and we were talking about, you were on record that Bitcoin the network may grow 10x larger than it is from where it is today, but Cardano can anywhere from 100 to 1000x.
Yeah, and that was one of those interviews where they're asking a hypothetical, and then everybody instantly quotes it and says, Charles says Cardano will go 1000x. It's like, oh, screw you guys. There's greater growth potential for products like Cardano and ecosystems like Cardano because of size, scope, and scale and vision than something like in a Bitcoin. And also Bitcoin being a multi-trillion-dollar asset, if you 10x an asset like that, you're now worth more than all the gold in the world. You're starting to get to a ceiling there. So its growth journey is by necessity and scale going to start slowing down. But I do believe we will live in a world of $1 million Bitcoin. I think it'll happen. It's hard to say when. I don't think this cycle, I think we'll probably cap out around 250,000. But I think inevitably over the next 10, 20, 30 years, we will see that day where there's $1 million Bitcoin. But Cardano was built to be the digital nation. It covers the economic, political, and social systems of the world. We have an on-chain governance. We have voting systems. We can build social networks. We're fully programmable. And also we're the crossroads of all these amazing things, especially with the partner chains portfolio. So while gold is important, gold is not a nation state. Gold is a value store and carrier, and it's a very important thing to create sound money, but it's not an end unto itself. Whereas Cardano is a destination. And if we continue to invest and thrive and grow, I can see a world where Cardano has an equivalent population to Bitcoin. We're 4.3 million people. I could see 550 million or more in Cardano. Now, who the hell knows? Will that take 5 years, 10 years, 10 years? Doesn't matter because it's not slowing down. Every year after year, we go from a small to larger to larger to larger. Some years the growth rate slows down. Some years the growth rate speeds up, usually bull or bear, but we don't give up people. It's not like we're dying. We've been in the top 10 for over 10 years, and we don't slow down as an ecosystem. You know, we speed up. So the fact that we now have on-chain governance, we have the DREPs, the Constitutional Committee, we have an on-chain treasury that's just opened up with 1.8 billion ADA in it. It's over $1 billion of value. We have a constitution. We had a constitutional convention. And the DevX of Cardano has become exponentially easier. And we're able to launch great projects like Midnight, for example, out of Cardano. That's not going to stop. It's only going to increase. And every time we do it, we gain people and we keep our people because they love the ecosystem. They love the culture.
Besides Bitcoin DeFi and besides partner chains, because I would say those are two of the biggest, most important things to focus on that differentiate Cardano. Besides those things, what are 1 or 2 other things that you believe are dire for the Cardano community to focus on in the next few years?
Well, we got to fix broken windows, and that's why Midnight was such a great project, because Cardano was a bit of a mystical island that nobody ever wanted to go and visit, you know. A different kind of island.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Not the other island. No. Cut the mic. But Cardano was like this island that nobody would visit. And what Midnight did is it fixed the broken windows. So we got all these custodians to integrate, all these wallets to integrate, exchanges start caring about it, especially the native assets on it. And we need to fix things like get better stablecoin support and get better Oracle support and these types of things. But those will happen. They're organic and natural, and eventually we will get there. The other side of it is that we have to start getting some real-world products into the Cardano ecosystem, like reinsurance products, lending products, especially microfinance products. There's some real-world touch points that you see here at this event that if we continue to invest and grow are going to be very exciting, like that vending machine we have right over there. That vending machine is connected to the Hydra network. So when you tap your phone and get a Louis Vuitton purse out of it or get a laptop out of it, which, by the way, it is in there. You can get a purse or a laptop, so you should check it out. That vending machine is a proof of concept for point of sale. So that's every ATM, that's every cash register, and that's every vending machine in the world could be engaged with that. Instant feeless. That's something that's Cardano exclusive with Hydra. We will connect one day Hydra to Lightning Network through a technology called Thundercloud. So we look 3 to 5 years, you say, okay, we're covering the whole banana. We're talking about real world transactions in real life. Tap your phone, it just works, it's instant and feeless. That's perfect for the stablecoin world and every sale event. We're talking about intellectual property. You look at the Stuff.io model. As that continues to grow and thrive, that's going to bring all these things and create a world where you as an author, when you distribute your book, you're distributing a book as if it's a physical book, but in a digital, and the buyer owns that copy. Amazon can't show up and just take it out of your Kindle. You have all this depend stuff that people are talking about, like Iagon, for example, which is decentralized storage, and we're adjacent with World Mobile, and they're still floating around doing interesting things, and that's an idea of building a decentralized cell phone network. So watching those things grow, transform into real-world assets, enter the real world and be usable on your phone, that's the mile that we're looking for, and we're getting it done. We know the base technologies, we know the user experience, and the ecosystem is moving very quickly for that.
When I think of decentralized, I think of Bitcoin and Cardano, two of the most decentralized networks in crypto. But if you were king and you could snap your fingers and do whatever you wanted, how would you stimulate the DeFi and stablecoin ecosystem?
Well, the stablecoin ecosystem was a bit curtailed because we had an unorthodox model. First, it's hard for an EVM system to be natively UTXO compatible, but those will get resolved soon enough. Second, how it works with normal cryptocurrencies is the governing foundation has a big pile of money. They pay an integration fee, and then they go mint $300-400 million as a stablecoin, and they trade with it. That doesn't work in our ecosystem for a variety of reasons. So the good news is we have an on-chain treasury, and it can be utilized for these types of things, and there's a proposal on the table for it. And the good news is we also have a lot of homegrown options like USDM and USDA and others that if we invest in and we build up, it will bridge the gap and kind of walk a ladder to Circle and Tether like instruments getting into our ecosystem. So it is something we deeply care about at Input Output, and we've done a lot from strategic investments to mentoring and working with some of these different entities, to also just having conversations with the big guys about what that ladder walking is going to look like, as well as putting our support behind the Cardano Sovereign Wealth Fund concept that moves some of the treasury in from ADA into stablecoins to kind of prime that pump and get that distribution that we need. The other thing is it's not good enough just to have stablecoin, you have to pair it with yield products. So where do you get the lending? Where do you get the RWA? So Midnight's going to bring a ton of RWAs into the Cardano orbit because of the privacy capability and the selective disclosure and compliance capabilities of it. Because almost all these RWAs, they look, act, or are securities. And securities require broker-dealers and disclosure regimes and segregated markets and these types of things. Well, having computational privacy, which is what Midnight does, it gives you the ability to do that. And then suddenly, all this Cardano stuff is now adjacent to a large RWA set, so you have yield products waiting for those stable coins to exist. But here's the most interesting part. Bitcoin DeFi, by its existence, creates a ton of stable coins. And here's how. You have Bitcoin. The silent rule number 4 about Bitcoin is Bitcoiners don't want to sell their Bitcoin. Hold Bitcoin. Don't sell your Bitcoin. Always hodl. Well, how do you participate in DeFi if you don't sell your Bitcoin? You lend it. So you lend the Bitcoin, turns into a stablecoin, deploy the stablecoin somewhere. So there's a very strong virtuous circle where Bitcoin coming into the Cardano orbit would use DeFi applications to lend to a stablecoin, deploy a stablecoin to these yield products, get a yield paid back in Bitcoin, and then go back to Bitcoin when they're all said and done. So I think that circuit, if we invest in that circuit as an ecosystem, we make it friction-free, organically as we get Bitcoin TVL, we also at the same time get stablecoin TVL. And that can be billions of dollars, if it's done correctly. So I'm really excited about that, and it's great for Bitcoiners because they never have to sell their Bitcoin. They can keep their underlying asset.
And you say Bitcoin this cycle you believe can get up to $250,000. You've said that before.
Yeah.
What drives that? And does this cycle end at the end of the year or into 2026?
2026, and the inventories are just too low. I mean, everybody's buying it. You have all these DATs, and you have these sovereign funds and other people, and there's just not enough Bitcoin being produced. So it's a supply and demand mechanic. And if you take a look at the buy volume in the Wall Street demand that's coming, there's just simply put not enough Bitcoin to go around. So if you look at the models, it's somewhere in that 150 to 300,000, and the expected value kind of sits around that 250 mark. And we've already achieved a great deal. And what's nice is once Bitcoin stalls, then people are like, I'm not getting enough love in Bitcoin. So then it leaks into the alts. So that's what creates the GigaChad bull run for that. And I think the big push is going to be the Clarity Act being passed. And that'll probably be passed around September to October. And then once that's in market, the Mag 7 will come in, other people will come in, and everybody will just start taking a little bit of crypto in their treasury management in the Fortune 500. And these are trillion-dollar companies, and so by extension, that demand is just simply put too high. The driver for Bitcoin DeFi is if all these large institutions hold Bitcoin, they're going to want, as a CFO, to create yield for that. They just don't want to have an opportunity cost of holding an asset that's passive and doesn't do anything. So if somebody comes to them and says, you can click this toggle and work with a third-party treasury management firm and get 5 or 6% like a T-bill on your Bitcoin at a relatively low risk, they'll be like, yeah, I'll do that for 20 or 30% of my inventory. And maybe that's $200 million or $300 million. Sum that across the whole Fortune 500. That's a TVL of probably 50 to 100 billion just off of that. So the numbers work very well for Bitcoin.
I understand for this next question, you have no control of this, but do you expect we'll see Cardano treasury companies, and is that something you would like to see?
It's inevitable, but I'll have more to say in a bit.
Interesting. Charles, when you are alone at the end of the day, just you, what keeps you up at night? What are you scared of?
Flying cobras. I think the biggest issue is when you're a CEO in a technology space, you're haunted by two things: the things that you miss and the bets you make. So when you look at technology, there's 26 ways you can do everything. It's like trying to put your pants on 26 different ways. Eventually you figure it out. And you at some point have to make a bet, in zero knowledge. Do I bet on elliptic curves, hashes, or lattices? So am I a snark man, am I a lattice man, or am I an elliptic curve man? And if you bet right, you have a multi-billion-dollar product. If you bet wrong, no one uses your technology and it falls apart. So every single thing in the roadmap is a collection of trade-offs and bets. And I sweat at night thinking, did we make the right bet? And we don't know. We won't know for 3 to 5 years. Vitalik seems to be this giga genius, but then he wakes up every day saying, we need UTXO, and we need liquid non-custodial staking, and we maybe need some on-chain governance. Like, yeah, duh. And we made those bets in 2017. He has enough network effect he can recover from it, but those missteps are very expensive and time-consuming. The things you miss are where your imagination wasn't broad enough, and you just basically got the market wrong. You're like, oh, shit, actually everybody's doing this thing instead of this other thing. So there's been numerous times where we assumed the market would behave a certain way, or we assumed some things would be a certain way. Like Solana is a great example of this, where they had this big surge, FTX happened, they burst and collapsed down, but they caught the meme coin wave. And none of us in the industry were really thinking too much about it. We're like, well, yeah, we've seen meme coins. It's kind of like NFTs and Dogecoin. We didn't really take meme coins that seriously for the most part. Even Ethereum really didn't. And then suddenly, all these meme coins come on Solana, which brought tens of millions of users in. It brought enormous amounts of volumes in, and it recovered the market cap, and it rebuilt the ecosystem. And it was the lifeline that they needed to revitalize, and it gave them that bridge to become a legit DeFi platform. Now, we could have invested heavily in meme coin mania and done all these things and built some meme coin products, Charles with hat or something like that. I mean, there was Nike, he's a good pig. But it wasn't something we took as seriously as we needed to, and that's a failure to imagine, where these things can come. So as a CEO in a technology space, you always are straddling those two things. What did you miss, and what did you bet on that may not be the right bet? Now, even if you bet perfectly, and even if you don't miss anything, you can still mistime the market. That's the third thing that is always challenging. So mistiming is like Steve Ballmer is the greatest example in the history of technology. Ballmer knew the iPhone, something like it, was going to be awesome. But when he put all the models together, they were betting 2009. Why? Because that was their anticipation for 3G. That was when the programmability was going to be where it was at. That's where the price point was going to be around $200 to $250. He didn't understand that Steve Jobs had this MacGuffin where he convinced AT&T to upgrade their network faster and make 2007 instead of 2009. And also business model innovation, where a $600 phone would be subsidized by the cell phone seller to be a $250 phone. You see, so because he didn't have those two facts and those two imaginations, he mistimed the market. So you always have to know, when is the market going to be ready for this thing? And Bitcoin DeFi is a great example of that. A lot of people like Rootstock, they bet early, very long time ago, and they mistimed it. I actually experienced this with my career. I created BitShares before Ethereum with Dan Larimer. We were the first algorithmic stablecoin, and we were the first DEX back in 2013. Nobody cared because there was no DeFi market. But look at Uniswap today. Look at MakerDAO, which some of the MakerDAO guys ended up being BitShares guys. They started from that community. So we mistimed the market. We were too early. Ethereum was perfectly timed. EOS was too late to the market for the model that it was in. It had BitShares been EOS, BitShares would have dominated and won. So as a CEO, you always look at that timing, the failure to imagine, and the bets that you got wrong.
Charles, final question, and then before we both leave, I want to grab a picture with you on stage.
Sure.
But you and me, we're on stage 1 year from now in Rare Evo. Give me a prediction, whether it's Bitcoin DeFi or partner chain, something a little specific on what we will see 1 year from now.
Well, first we'll be, sad that Vitalik retired after Cardano flipped it. The internet's going to have fun with that one. But levity aside, I want to win, damn it. Levity aside, Midnight will be launched. The partner chains ecosystem will be very fertile and more will be on the way. Bitcoin DeFi will be operating in some capacity and integrated in multiple wallets. A lot of great new products. The TVL will be significantly higher on Cardano. The DevX will be significantly better on Cardano. It will be a Plus V4. We'll be working towards Leos and getting that turned on. Hydra will be entering its second generation. But overall, it'll just be a much smoother ecosystem and a much more consumer-friendly ecosystem and balanced ecosystem overall. And hopefully, we can be talking about all these next-gen apps and how successful they are and how they're all listed on exchanges. And everybody's like, wow, Cardano is so cool. And there's a sexy kid again. And so that's what we'll be talking about.
I love it. Charles Hoskinson, everybody. Give it up.
Thank you, guys.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Okay. And we're live. Hello, Rare Evo. Welcome to the Everything Solana panel, where we'll be talking about everything Solana. I'm your host, Bangers. I'm a content creator and builder on Solana, and I'm joined with some lovely panelists today. We're going to have a great discussion about Solana. We have Katya from Wormhole, Margie from Solayer, and Matt, who is the VP of Technology at the Solana Foundation. Yeah, there we go. Give it up for our great panelists. All right. So I'm going to pass it off to our panelists, and we're just going to go down the line and give us a little introduction about yourself, maybe how you got into crypto, and what you're currently working on.
I'm happy to start. Hi, everybody. My name is Katya. I'm the head of growth at the Wormhole Foundation. For those of you who don't know, Wormhole is an interoperability protocol that facilitates the passing of messages across different blockchains. We were actually initially built as a hackathon project, as a bridge connecting Ethereum and Solana, and we've grown to support over 40 blockchains today. I personally have been working in this space for about 5 years now, mostly in the DeFi space. I started my career working at Maple Finance, doing institutional loans on chain, then spent some time working at Aave, launched a stablecoin, which was a lot of fun. worked at Polygon more recently, building out their DeFi ecosystem, and now supporting all of the BD and strategy initiatives at Wormhole.
My name is Margie Fang. I work at Solana as the marketing director. So at Solana, we're building the fastest L1 blockchain, targeting 1 million plus TPS. We just launched our bridge, and our testnet is coming very soon, and we are actively looking for builders to deploy on our Solana chain. On top of that, we also have a Emerald crypto Visa card where you can spend crypto everywhere, anywhere you want. So personally, I only got into Solana for like 5 months. Previously, I worked in a Web3 security company called Fuzzlet, which was later acquired by Solana. So that's why I joined Solana. And before Fuzzlet, I worked in the crypto mining industry. I worked at Bitmain before. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Matt Sorg. I originally started my career in games. So I worked for Riot Games. And when I was there, we did a lot of esports and a bunch of stuff around the world where we encountered a bunch of problems paying and certifying that the tournament providers actually paid out their players and a bunch of things. And more, it's like, I think blockchain solves this. This is back in 2017. So I actually left Riot with a few colleagues and started a game store. It was on Ethereum, and we actually did okay, but the underlying infrastructure got more expensive as we got more users. So the business didn't really scale, and so we fast-failed that, yada, yada, yada. A few years later, as I was looking at like opportunities within the industry to make applications, Solana just stuck out as the place that I would build my company again. And that's kind of why I joined, because instead of just starting my company again, I thought, why not just help out the whole Solana ecosystem? And that was about 4.5 years ago now. So, really building out since then, and yeah, setting up apps for success.
Amazing. I also had kind of maybe a similar journey, not with games, but with art. That was kind of how I got into NFTs through my art. I was an artist, posting art on Instagram and Ethereum, and then I had similar struggles with using Ethereum, and then finding Solana, I really just kind of like understood it. The UX was there for me, and then so I kind of jumped in more fully into Web3, and now doing more content and also building on Solana. So yeah, and I'm curious, with Solana, like for me, I'll start and answer the question, right? Which is, what is like something that like stood out to you about Solana? Because like when you're getting into Web3, I feel like it is really confusing, right? That initial journey, there's like a lot of tech, a lot of hurdles you have to kind of overcome. And for me, I was like a solo founder in Web2. So what I really loved about Solana was like instantly connecting with people online, and it was kind of like the community for me. But I'm curious if you guys have anything, even if it's the same answer, what is kind of like that story that is that sort of shiny thing that really stuck with you and made you kind of love Solana?
I'm happy to start. I think historically, people have given Solana a lot of shit. Everybody has something to say about like downtime or the roadmap. But what I've really loved about the Solana ecosystem is if you have something negative to say, the community wants to work with you to figure out how to fix it. And I think that openness and that willingness has attracted a lot of builders. It's helped expedite the growth of Solana. And it's really created a welcome community for people who are looking to build in the blockchain space. So it's really a testament to the community that the Solana team has founded.
So for me, what I like about Solana is actually shown on this panel, the ratio, because in other like panels I've participated in, it's always the other way around. It's more guys over girls, and now it's a panel that I really, really like. So the other thing is that before I joined Solana, I also heard a lot of shit. People are calling it like a meme chain, and it's always a lot of scams. But actually, after I got into it, I was surprised, and impressed by how many innovations are happening every day, how all the projects are really working together to create new user experiences, innovations, creations. So that's what I really like about Solana. And we work with Wormhole, we do co-marketing together. It's just a community that's really helping each other out and really building some real things together.
Yeah, you kind of stole my answer. No, it's the combination of being very deeply technical. The amount of complex algorithms and data structures, and we're even changing the consensus algorithm to a very, very academic, well-vetted, provable algorithm. So you have that side, but we don't overly market that. Like it's that coupled with being very practical. And the practical thing is what we need to serve is users and applications to make use of the technology. So that's mostly what you see, and so a lot of people don't like what they see because it's meme coins and stuff a lot today. But there's plenty of industries that are really starting to grow, and it's just because things tend to flow where there is low friction. You have permissionless access. It really is decentralized infrastructure of anybody can access it, anybody can host their node, and operate their business. And so it's really that combination of both very functional and heavy research, heavy deep tech.
Actually, I'm just going to chime in on that. I think Solana's meme coin mania has been a lot of fun, but it's also shown how many real users there are on Solana, right? Like if you look at, I obviously look a lot at bridging volumes to see where real users are moving their capital and where they want to be transacting. Solana is a massive home for that. And then when you think about institutions and all of these different payment providers who want to engage with the blockchain space, they're looking at Solana as the first home for that because that's where the real users are. So that's just the both sides of the same coin on how great Solana is.
Yeah, meme coins, right? It's a fun time on Solana. It gets a bit chaotic. And yeah, Solana really does have a rep for, you've heard it, but called the meme coin casino, right? Which, it's great, right? The users, that's awesome. But I'm curious to hear, what are some other kind of maybe underrepresented aspects of Solana that you feel just don't get enough love, right? These meme coins are taking the majority of attention. Maybe it's something specifically from your project or another, or just a sector of the industry in general that you think should be having more attention.
I'm happy to start us off. I touched on this briefly earlier, but I think institutional volume is huge, right? I think a lot of teams who are looking at engaging with public blockchains for the very first time. BlackRock is a great example of this. We work with BlackRock today to help them take BUIDL across different blockchains, and between them and Hamilton Lane and all these other teams who are thinking about tokenization, all of them are asking about Ethereum, of course, but they're also seriously considering Solana as their home where they want to deploy native issuance on and they want to continue to build on. So increasingly institutions are looking at Solana as a safe and decentralized place that they can build. Obviously the tokenization piece is cool, but we're also starting to see practical on-chain payment solutions that Solana's speeds actually enable to happen, right? If you tap your credit card, you're buying trying to gamble today, we're here in Vegas, that transaction time is fast, right? You don't even realize that it's happening. And we want to be able to facilitate the same level of speeds and that same user experience of, I want to tap my card, I want to send money to my friends, and I want to make sure that my tokens get transferred securely, safely, and quickly. And Solana's infrastructure allows us to get to a very similar speed, hopefully even faster soon.
Yeah, like Katya said, I think Solana is shifting from retail-oriented to institution-ready environment. And we are actively working towards making it scalable and also institution ready. And just talking about the speed, for Solana, we're targeting like 1 million plus TPS, and now our DevNet is live, so we're reaching 100K plus. So we are really working towards to scale on-chain finance, and we also have the card. So basically, really fast transaction. You can just use it on your phone through Apple Pay, Google Pay, and just tap it, like using crypto without even noticing that you're using crypto, and that's one part of mass adoption that also draws the attention from the institutions as well.
Yeah, so Solana on any given day will do more transactions than all other public blockchains combined. So it is true that meme coins are a lot of that, but there's still plenty of other stuff that is happening that also is very large relative to the rest of the industry. So something like Helium has 300,000 daily active users connecting, that they basically serve decentralized internet through translating Wi-Fi into 5G networks, and T-Mobile has a plan through them, and then there's a lot of data routing. So both in that data, when it hits the Helium nodes, they get a payout on Solana. So, and that's happening every day. 300,000 plus individual accounts get hit a day, and they have something like 1,000 total nodes. So, or sorry, 1 million total nodes. So like millions of users on both the user side and the infrastructure side interact through Solana. And so that's just one example. There's plenty of other DePIN, Geo.net, Zandium right over there. They do like data hosting. So there's this whole new capital efficient market that is being formed where people can raise capital and do some model based on some physical infrastructure, some other business model. And it's really hard to do that with traditional rails because you have to pay a bunch of money, or it's not really transparent to the buyers what they're actually buying. But when everything's in code, you say, oh, I can buy this node, I just serve my internet, or I serve this data, or I collect, I serve this GPU and I get paid in this fashion. And yeah, all those things are very much growing as industries. And and then there's a completely like less sexy things, but very functional, like payments and just major assets and major asset trading volumes. So we just expect that again these things flow, like financial things flow to low friction. So I like to say like Solana didn't choose meme coins chose Solana. So as there's more things that need just more efficient finance, things will flow to this infrastructure.
Totally, I agree with that. DePIN is definitely one of my favorite, I think, just probably my favorite use case of crypto in general. So I think like we talk a lot about like mass adoption, right? And I think like meme coins is probably not gonna do that, right? There's a winner and there's a loser. And so those losers feel shitty when they lose and they might not wanna come back. But DePIN is, I'm gonna pick an industry, go there and get real people, provide them a solution that otherwise doesn't exist, which I think Matt said it really well. And then supply and demand is also really interesting too, because with meme coins, Solana is attention capital markets, which is great and fun, but DePIN actually has a supply and demand, right? It's connecting those two, which I think is super exciting, especially when we look at mass adoption. Like, what does it take to get everyone in the world using a crypto wallet, right? When I entered Solana, I thought it would happen instantly. And now after going on 3 years in the space, it's wow, okay, we're just now kind of getting there. So my question for the panel, I'm curious, what is your take on mass adoption? How is that gonna happen?
I have this saying that my friend told me, that people tend to overestimate what's going to happen in 1 year, but extremely underestimate what's going to happen in 10. And I think that's kind of basically another way of saying what you said, is that, yeah, in the last 3 years, definitely progress has been made, and it feels slow, but we're on this exponential curve. If you actually look at what's happening now versus 3 years ago, it is enormous. And on just the types of entities coming in, 3 years ago, big companies would come in and do something, but it'd be some R&D department that needed some exposure just to say they had a blockchain strategy. Now, core businesses are moving onto blockchain just because it is better infrastructure. And I think that will feel slow. It will. But in 10 years' time, just like email took over and now you're signing billion-dollar deals through signatures through your email, the same thing will happen blockchain. It'll just take over majority of different types of finance and different types of applications all over the internet.
For me, I guess mass adoption means that my parents will know what I'm doing exactly. So I'm still having a hard time telling my parents what is Solana, what are we doing, what is a token, and then I think, well, Solar's product, Emerald Card, is a great example. So I just told them that, okay, we have a card, and basically you put in USDC, which is a stable coin, and then you can just swipe it anywhere you want and just buy stuff, like you use your normal credit card. And you can get cash back that's rewards, and then also you can get on-chain rewards. So you can get airdrop some tokens directly into your pocket. So I did this explanation. I think they understood. They haven't got the card, but I'll try to convince them. So for me, I guess like mass adoption means that your friends who have never been into Web3, never done anything like that, will understand what you're doing, what your product is, and is willing to use that to experience it. Yeah, that's what mass adoption means to me.
Yeah, I think my dad understands what Bitcoin is, but I think that's as
Mine
far
too.
as we've made it so far.
Yeah.
I think USDC, well, that's a next year problem. I think mass adoption is really interesting. I think when we're in this like crypto bubble, we get so enamored by all the different protocols that are being built. Don't get me wrong, I love the Wormhole branding. We worked very hard on it. I don't want you to know that you're using it, right? Like I'd love for some of these protocols to like really just start to fade into the background and for users to stop having to make decisions on which lending markets they're going to interact with and which like bridge they're going to use to transfer assets. I think the simpler and more digestible we can make this, more similar to the Web 2 experience, that's really the future that I want us to work towards, and we've made great strides in working towards. I think a couple years ago, we've been talking about chain abstraction forever. Like it's almost memeable on crypto Twitter at this point. Nobody really knows what it means, but finally with faster settlement times and the innovations that are being made on like the blockchain level, you're really starting to get people who know they like a product, they know they like a token, they like their wallet, but they don't really have to understand all of the complexities powering it. They just need to know that their money was one place, their USDC was one place, and now it's somewhere else. And that really helps people get comfortable with the space and helps get people who aren't super technical excited about using crypto.
Yeah, I totally agree. People shouldn't know that they're using a crypto app, right? I think that's kind of like the end-all, be-all. Of course, obviously having an appreciation for the technology and that kind of education is great, but there's just so many hurdles that a user has to jump through to kind of like understand crypto. And this is one of the things that I really like about Solana is that I feel because it is fast, it does have a lot of cool aspects of technology that really makes those barriers a lot lower. One of my favorites, I spoke earlier that I came into Solana through NFTs. And so one of my favorite parts of the Solana technology are compressed NFTs. And if you're not familiar with these, basically Matt might know a lot more and be able to explain it technically, but you can make a lot of NFTs, millions of NFTs, okay, for a little bit of money. And that, especially if you're building kind of in games, you want to have tradable assets, right? These kind of like consumer apps that want to bring ownership to their users. That is really awesome because you can completely abstract the cost away from the user, and instead of the user having to pay, $5 to put this asset on chain so they can own it, it becomes free, frictionless. They don't even know that they're signing a transaction. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on Solana's technology, but I want to throw it back to Matt. I'm curious, is there some kind of, technology of Solana that's sort of hiding that might need to be a little bit more appreciated or you could see becoming this big thing?
Well, it would be a big thing in terms of the user experience, but kind of like what you've been saying is, yeah, we also don't necessarily want to be in the forefront as the brand or anything like that. We just want awesome applications to be able to build on top. And yeah, we're very much very rapidly increasing the protocol. We've already increased it over 25% this year, probably going to double it. That's future release. It's like on testnet right now, so not something theoretical, and hopefully as much as 10x next year. While we're also upgrading in consensus, it's called Alpenglow. The paper's out. It's actually pretty human readable. It's a fairly simple protocol, and therefore it's actually provable that it satisfies under Byzantine fault tolerant conditions, that it is a safe spec and a very, very, very performant spec that will reach finality in about 100 to 150 milliseconds. So just, and that's full finality. So very good user experience stuff. Helps a lot with bridges. They don't have to worry as much about reorg risk or other attack vectors. And yeah, and then other things around, client diversity, fire answer coming out, just like a hyper efficient network. I could really go on forever. Like this is a very large ecosystem with a lot of amazing technologies being developed in parallel that, again, hopefully the user doesn't have to care about what exactly enabled this thing, but they're just seeing exposure to a new market or a new type of asset or something that they can, have fun with.
Cool, really cool. Yeah, I think there's a lot. I mean, look at where we've gotten, right? Solana is 5 years old?
Yep.
5 years old, right? This industry is still so new. We are still early, right? Kind of something we said in the early days, but I still feel like, right, we are now kind of entering a more rapid pace, at least I feel, where there's these new headlines, right? It's like, oh, okay, more institutions, all of this getting involved. So it's super exciting to see just the way that crypto is being adopted, and especially in Solana, having that kind of ground floor view. But I'm curious, Katya, you have more of a kind of overview of all the chains. It's not just Solana, because Wormhole is, this bridge. So I'm curious, do you have any kind of insights over where are people bridging? What's going on? What is this future, if it's multi-chain, looking like?
Yeah, multi-chain is a very interesting topic. Everybody wants to build everywhere. Everybody wants to be able to meet their potential users wherever they are. A lot of that results in teams starting to do siloed deployments on multiple different blockchains, and then all of these different protocols exist in different spaces, but they don't really communicate with one another. Historically, I mean, multi-chain and interoperability has really grown a lot in the last few years, but 2 years ago it was a pain if you wanted to build a truly multi-chain protocol. Different runtimes, different VMs, it makes it really difficult for people to think about that. So we're starting to see a consolidation of people wanting to be opinionated in where they build their home deployment, their hub, and then using interoperability rails to go cross-chain. And a lot of these chains are, a lot of these protocols, a lot of these teams are thinking about Solana. They want to be able to access users across different blockchains, but ultimately, because of the speed and the security and the decentralization of Solana, that's where they are choosing to build their home more and more, which has been really exciting to see. We're neutral. Obviously, we love Solana. But just objectively, if you look at Wormhole Scan, you can see how much volume is flowing in and out of Solana every day, and that's real users who are moving their real tokens, and that's really impressive to see.
Totally. And yeah, we're at a multi-chain crypto conference. Shout out Rare Evo. We're super excited. We're bullish on multi-chain, and we're super excited to be here. This was Everything Solana. Thank you to our audience.
Thanks, everyone.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name's AJ Wrights Crypto. This panel, I'm really excited to get this off the ground because, you know, the goal of this panel is to talk about how we're going to get the next billion users into crypto, into blockchain. There's kind of a problem there right off the rip. There's only 8 billion people in the world. And as Charles said this morning, only 550 million people are in crypto. So that's 6.88% of people in the world are in crypto. How do we get that number to 16%, 17%, et cetera? So initially, when you look at the 8 billion people, you have to realize only 2/3 of people in the world even use the internet. So it's a multi-pronged question, as in, do you target people online, which is only 2/3 of people in the world, or do you also go into the unbanked, the off the grid? So it's a very complicated question when you really think about just broad stroke mass adoption or crypto marketing. So Mark, my first question for you, this is Mark Vandenberger, CSMO of Algorand. Y'all just had a new roadmap come out, a lot of interesting stuff, and you're targeting businesses, you're targeting developers, and you're targeting consumers. So what is your approach with what you just had come out?
Yeah,
Thank you, AJ. So yeah, we had the roadmap come out last week, as you said, and the core focus of this roadmap is to drive broad adoption for crypto. And I think if you think about where the crypto industry is, we're still in kind of a pre-iPhone era. We're like in the era of the Nokia phone, where when you want to go online, you had to basically select your web gateway and click connect. For the people that are older in the audience like me, they'll know what I'm talking about. Younger people won't realize this. But anyway, so that's the era that we're in, right? And so we have services where you need a tech degree to be able to kind of use it. And I think we have to get rid of this. And so one of the core elements of our roadmap is about removing all the possible friction and complexity wherever we can find it. For developers, it means creating tools that allows them to easily use TypeScript and Python and use kind of vibe coding to kind of create their apps online. For users, it means rethinking what a wallet looks like and making sure that you remove seed phrases, you do account abstraction, fee abstraction, you do all the things that are necessary to remove the complexity of blockchain. And for businesses, it means really enabling them to build custodial solutions without having to know anything about the blockchain. And so that's really what we're focused on, is like wherever we find friction, wherever we find complexity, our goal is to just kill it and make sure there's no more barriers for people to adopt this technology.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. Like, we had a conversation yesterday, and you told a story about a friend that, you wanted him to send you a couple $1,000s in crypto, and it was a nightmare for him. You're pulling his...
It's insane, right? Like, for somebody, like, we're kind of used to doing this. We know how to send USDC from one to the other, and we have good wallets to do that. But for somebody who comes in fresh, who doesn't know anything, right? And this is a guy who actually works for like a big tech company, right? And I tell them like, hey, send me like 500 USDC. And so he said, like, it's insane, like having to go to Coinbase, having to go to the KYC, waiting a couple of days for the money to come over, then transferring it to a wallet, writing down the seed phrases and everything. It's like we don't realize this because we're in it, but for somebody coming in fresh, it's just massive barriers. You have to be really motivated to be wanting to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And so Benjamin Minsu from Multiverse X, I want to move on to you. And I have a question for you, but first I want to say I had breakfast with one of your employees or work members this morning, and he said, I've read a lot of white papers in crypto, and I had never read a white paper that mentioned the users themselves and why that's so important. It has to be sleek UI, it has to be easy to use. So I'm going to put my first question for you aside and go to that one first. Why is targeting users so important from a white paper? No one's done that before you guys.
Hello. So first of all, hello Vegas, Rare Evo. Just a quick question. I'm curious how many here have heard about Multiverse X?
Hell yeah.
Extraordinary. Awesome. How many here own some e-gold, if we're on the subject? Awesome. Respect. Coming back to your question, I think we sort of naturally gravitate much more to everything that's available in front of us. And it's very hard sometimes to imagine how people think outside. And to this point, I believe that it's natural for us to almost come back, discuss with the people that understands us, with the people that are in the space, with the other people that are building something. And we very rarely realize how small this niche still is, how almost inexistent it is compared to the larger market. So once you think about the larger market, there's maybe two lenses to think about. One, just liquidity and assets, and then you can imagine the entire crypto space as this small, insignificant almost pond, and then a massive ocean all around us. And then flipping this, it also means there's a small niche of users here, and then a very large ocean of users here. So thinking how we can speak the simple language, how we can make things much more natural, and how we can have a conversation with someone on the street where they don't need to learn rocket science. They don't need to change their life.
Or know how to code.
Yeah, learn security, like do all these things that are very cool if you're into technology, you love them, but embracing and meeting them where they are, I think requires a very drastic change of perspective. And so in some sense, I believe that one of the most important catalysts that we're going to use ourselves, but then we're going to see as the main translator or the main bridge to this massive ocean of users is AI. And I believe AI in all its forms will enable, and today enable us, for instance, to write programs, applications, and so on by speaking English. That's extraordinary. I wish that more of technology would be close to magical. And I feel AI will help us do that. We actually have some good things about which we'll probably share, but
yeah, I want to get into AI with you, but before I do that, I do want to move on to Chris Baird from Project Catalyst. Project Catalyst is essentially a funding mechanism to power projects, not just on Cardano, but multi-chains as well. So coming from a place where you're about to make a selection from X amount of projects, how do you make that selection? Like if there's 1,000 of you, you have to narrow it down to 5. What's that process like? And then once you have chosen the projects, how do you keep them accountable to do what they said they're going to do?
Yeah, hi everybody. It's a really good question. For those of you that don't know about Catalyst, great setup by AJ, but it really has powered Cardano's startup ecosystem over the last 5 years. We've run 13 funding rounds. We're currently in the middle of funding Fund 14 with 20 million ADA available for proposals coming from anywhere in the community. But to answer your question, it's really community driven and decentralized from the start right through to the finish. Anyone from the community can submit proposals. The community then review those proposals against criteria of impact, feasibility, and value for money, and then the community votes on them. So, to some extent, we might think of this as like an evolution of the DAO idea, really. But what we're seeing, and what we've proven within Catalyst and Cardano, is this can be done at scale. We're seeing like 1,500 to nearly 2,000 proposals coming in every single funding round now. And of those, we're funding, about 200 to 300 projects every single round, right? We've funded 2,091 projects, equivalent to $150 million worth of ADA in the last 4 years. It's pretty amazing.
You said 2,000, what's that number again?
2,091 projects. And there's people here that are in the audience right now that are funded projects themselves. So, you ask about the accountability, like how do you keep 2,000 projects honest and delivering on their commitments? Well, again, you turn to the community, right? So we put in place a model which allows the project teams to get funded to reach their first milestone. Once they reach their first milestone, they come back and deliver proof of achievement, which the community then need to sign off on. It's a really simple process. You show up, you deliver what you said you were going to deliver, you show people what you're delivering, they sign off on it, you get the green light to move forward. If you don't deliver what you say you're going to do, guess what's going to happen? People are going to run your name through the dirt, unfortunately, because we live in this hyper-social, hyper-communicative society now. So if you aren't delivering on your promises, you better believe that you've got a community behind you that are going to be tapping you on the back saying, why haven't you done what you said you were going to do? And guess what? It works. We've funded, as I said, over 2,000 projects, and like nearly 90% of them come back and can complete their commitments. And the ones that don't, it's often for reasons like technology immaturity, or the team falls out, or frankly, someone dies and you just can't complete the project. It's not normally because people just run off into the sunset because they know the consequences of doing that.
I think that's really fair. I mean, we've all seen in crypto the rise and fall of projects, the rise and fall of influencers, and accountability is everything in our space, in my opinion, because we have to keep each other honest. And without an honest environment, like, what are you going to do? Benny, I do want to circle back to you because we're talking about onboarding the next billion users onto crypto. My question to you is, are they humans?
This is a great question. I think we're probably going to see much faster the advent of 1 billion agents on chain rather than 1 billion humans. And this is not to say that humans, I don't want humans to join and to have some fun and to benefit of these opportunities and technologies. But I just think that once you realize how valuable it will become to have an agent that does work for you, that does maybe trading for you, that just as you have a Tesla that now becomes a robotaxi, your agent will be the person you send to do work today. And then once that agent starts to be productive, because it has a wallet, because it can do work for you, the question is, can you have 2 agents? And then can you have 10 agents? And I think that's the flip switch where companies from wherever they will be in the world will start buying those agents. And some companies will start selling those agents equipped with these tools that can just surf the internet and do stuff for you.
I think it's an interesting topic, and we talked about the roadmap, but agentic commerce is a core part of our roadmap, and it raises interesting questions because, you know, how can you trust an agent, right? Like, are you going to give an agent access to your private keys and $1 million account and just let it go crazy? And so the way I think this is going to work is that you need some sort of a identity and security framework that lives on chain to make sure that the agent behaves properly and that the agent also has accountability associated with it. And so the agent will need an ID, but also the agent needs a trust model behind it, right? And ultimately, it's going to have to come back to the human, because ultimately it's the human. You cannot sue the agent in court for misbehaving, right? You can sue the human, so you need to have some sort of an accountability for these agents. They need to have a trust model associated with it that links it back to a human, and then their behavior will need to be constrained on chain so that they can't misbehave, that they behave within the constraints that are set by the human. So ultimately, I think there's always going to be a human behind the scenes in these things.
I mean, I'll be honest, guys, this scares the bejesus out of me that we're talking about the next billion users being all agents, right? If we're, to believe that maybe 60% of the job market is going to get decimated with the advent of AI, that's a really scary problem that we need to solve for, right? We as humans need to take back more control, and we need to be more responsible and accountable for decision making that we're already outsourcing to people that we really probably shouldn't, right? So when I think about where the next billion users come from, really it's about, for me, it's how can we enable people to make more decisions around causes that they care about, right? When people ask me what I do for a job, I say, if you could play more of an active role in helping to decide how funds are spent towards causes you care about, do you want to play that role? Right? If you were given the opportunity to vote on things, and it was at your fingertips, and it was as commonplace as sending a tweet or posting on social media, but it was towards things that you actually care about, would you want to or not? I think most people would say they probably would, right? You start taking more control of shaping the world around you, and actually, in not too distant future, we could see that we're actually contributing to the voting and the governance and the shaping of the societies that we really do want to see, rather than outsourcing all of our decision making to agents or to people that really don't represent our own interests.
100%. So just to elaborate a bit on this, I'm not as pessimistic as it may seem on humans after all. In fact, I believe that AI tools today grant humans possibilities that just years ago they could not even imagine. And in fact, we've built one tool that's called VibeOX that essentially enables anyone, wherever they may be, to create an application by writing in English. That's, to me, the type of technology that we need more of, where technology feels more like magic. And then what does this tool effectively do? Well, on the one hand, I believe there's thousands, maybe hundreds or thousands of ideas that we have throughout our lives, and we die with them
these ideas remain stuck in our head. They never see the light. And so improving maybe 100x the number of ideas that see the light, that's extraordinary for humanity. That gives us more opportunities, more creativity, and then more things we can actually contribute to the world. That's one thing. The second thing is this idea that if you look at this entire space, one thing that we care a lot about, and maybe I almost care only about this as we speak, is distribution. And the question is, what's the real bottleneck for the entire blockchain space maybe? And one way to look at this is it has always been developers. Developers are brilliant. We love them. Some of them are geniuses, and that's extraordinary. But at the end of the day, there's only so much, only so many developers that you can work with and so on. So the question is, how can you create a tool that enables anyone, whether they're artists, teachers, singers, whatever else, creators, they can become builders. And builders are just people from around the world that can use an AI to deploy an app with a speed that is unparalleled. And maybe the last point is just compressing the time to market, taking it from years when you fund the project and then wait years and it comes online. With this tool, you can take it to hours. The person takes it and then magically looks at something and they cannot believe that this is possible. So that's more, I think we should have more of that.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, to give you an example, we just completed a hackathon with Bolt. And Bolt is one of these vibe coding, AI vibe coding tools. So we were their blockchain partner. And so this hackathon had over 100,000 developers and builders. And so it's totally amazing what you see what happens when, and so they built, Bolt is basically this full stack system that uses AI to kind of build these apps. Now,
maybe next time you can use VibeOX.
So I don't think they can build smart contracts. And we have several people from Algorand in the audience. They probably agree with me that Bolt wouldn't be able to create a smart contract yet. But they are able to create these phenomenal user experiences and phenomenal user interfaces and front ends that when you look at it, it's really an opportunity for developers to really build out their idea and build out the concept fine enough so you can actually see how it would work and how the integrate. And we need more of that within crypto. We need more than just the back end and highly research-oriented kind of project management. We need kind of user interfaces that are friendly to use, that are good to use, and AI can be a great tool. Can be a great tool for that.
Yeah, maybe I'll take another approach. Like, I don't think we've really seen the golden era of utility yet, right? Most of the crypto industry for the last decade has really been centered around open, public, permissionless blockchains, right? But when we think about what's really important, there's elements of like what you as an individual are happy to give out as your public truth. But then there's elements that you would want to maybe retain some level of privacy. So there's a private truth that, that's required, right?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, so we need to have more, I guess, utility which is based around sort of this understanding that we are going to be keeping things private, that we haven't quite seen the mass adoption or large-scale enterprise like just shifting all their infrastructure to blockchain because we need these privacy-enabled layers, right? Once we've got more of this maturity around privacy-preserving layers, then there will be a shift between, there'll be things that will be open and public and permissionless, like, is your government spending, your tax money in the right ways? Well, you'd absolutely want that to be open and public and transparent. But then, for enterprises or anything that you're doing personally, you probably would want to keep most of that private, right? So it's just about, I think, maturity of where we are. We're not quite there yet, but we're heading towards this state of maturity within the infrastructure.
Yeah, and all three of you have made a lot of good points about, let's get back to the main question here. How are we going to bring the next billion users into crypto? Well, if you look at the Google trends across the board from when we were at the height of the previous bull run in 2021 and look at the same Google trends now, we're not even close to where we were back in 2021. The catch is now we have twice as many users. So really, mass adoption's crypto's two favorite words, but I think people getting excited, that always works. That without a doubt works. So my question to all three of you, we have about 3.5 minutes left on this panel here. Make sure you smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. What's the catalyst? What's the catalyst?
Well, I don't think there's like one single kind of like app that will just set the world on fire.
Sure.
I think it's like, to me, the way I think about this is like blockchain will be successful when it disappears. As long as it's visible to the user, it will not be successful. And to give you an example, we just launched a complete on-chain loyalty program for chess players with worldchess.com. And so World Chess has over 1 million chess players. They all have Algorand accounts. They all have their points stored on Algorand. But nobody knows Algorand is in there other than a little badge that says powered by Algorand, right? And that's the only visibility that you have of the blockchain. The user experience is Web 2-like. People log in the normal way they log in. They get access to their points. They can do whatever they want. But it is, the blockchain kind of have disappeared. And I think that's how you get to mass adoption. So we're bringing 1 million chess players online, right? Maybe online poker will launch a similar loyalty program. Maybe we'll have 5 million poker players that go online, right? That go on chain. And powered by Algorand, of course. But that's how I think you get to mass adoption, is that the blockchain as an infrastructure layer completely disappears, and so the users get the benefit of using it without necessarily knowing that they're using it.
So using blockchain without knowing you're using blockchain, eliminating seed phrases, eliminating friction, and using an email address. I think that'd be a lot easier for everyone else.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit like, okay, if you're a degen, and you really believe in being a degen and DeFi, which I firmly believe in, then you look at this and say, like, this is hearsay, right? Because this is not the way, like, my keys, if I don't have my keys, then I own my money. But like, I think really getting to mass adoption is really going beyond that, and giving people the tools to take the benefit of the infrastructure without necessarily having to know that you're using the infrastructure. Nobody knows they're using an Oracle database when they're doing something, so why should they know about the blockchain?
Yeah, that's completely fair. Benny, same question to you. What's the catalyst?
So I think if we look at something like ChatGPT, that app has been the fastest growing app in history. In a span of time that is incomprehensible to most people, what it would mean for anyone else to reach 100 million users. It's now at something like 400 million users. I believe many of the things that we're discussing about, whether it's privacy, governance, abstraction that you really embed to the blockchains, or whether it's scalability, speed, things that we've prepared and are going to release, those things I think will be taken to their natural conclusion mostly with AI. Because people have money, they have opportunities, they've had this before blockchain, and it's in the AI space that for the first time you cannot do without. So I believe that we'll have many more AI tools that will literally eat software, will eat all our other tools, and it is within that stack that blockchain indeed will disappear. Because you'll use it, it will just work, you'll have verification, and that's the thing that you'll love. You'll just get the value that you want out of it.
And Chris, this whole thing is really set up. What's the catalyst?
Yeah, I've just got a very hard line on this. I think that we really should be using blockchain for voting. I think we get to take control of decision making, and we shouldn't be having a conversation, is Dominion's voting system legitimate? Does it work or not? Right? It should be trustless. We just don't need to trust that it works. It's trustless. That's what blockchain enables. We just need the interfaces and the abilities to be able to participate in decision making more holistically than we do today.
Amazing. Well, everybody, we are out of time. Make sure you give a big round of applause for Chris, Benny, Mark. My name's AJ Rates Crypto. Have a safe rest of your day. Get rich or get wrecked. Peace out.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for taking the time this afternoon. I'm Rick Tapia. I've been in the crypto space for a little over a decade. Today, I run Restored Law, a law practice that helps founders and builders stay legally compliant in the Web3 space as they scale their business. Most of my clients are building on the cutting edges of DeFi, infrastructure, RWAs, and the many other areas that blockchain technology is disrupting. I also am the Indiana chapter president for Staying with Crypto, so I do some work on the policy side as well, helping bridge the gap between builders and legislators. Starting this afternoon, I'd like to have the rest of our panelists introduce themselves, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica Hash,
and I run the partnerships for the US policy team at Coinbase. I've been with the partnerships team, the policy team, for only 3 months. It's been a wild ride, but I've been with Coinbase almost 6 years. Previous to this role, I was running all of our belonging work, so our DEI initiatives. Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Veronica. And thank you, Rick, for moderating. I've really been looking forward to this. So hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Hansen, and I am the Michigan president for Stand With Crypto. I run our state chapter there. And my background is in software engineering and decentralized systems. And now I'm at the intersection of tech and community and policy. And political advocacy is something that I'm really focused on. And really that involves bringing the voices of all of you and the builders in the community into that conversation where policy decisions are made.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamara Schultz. I am the community coordinator at Stand With Crypto. Stand With Crypto is a grassroots crypto movement in the US. We represent the 52 million crypto owners across the states, and we are pushing for clear pro-crypto policy.
Great. To start, and this is a general question for each of you, I'd love to hear from each of you, what does advocacy mean in the crypto context from where you sit? Whether it's shaping policy, organizing at the grassroots level, or engaging with lawmakers and regulators?
When I think about advocacy, I think about speaking for those who aren't in the room. And that definitely comes with my background of, working with diversity, equity, and inclusion for sure. I think that if you have the opportunity to be in a space where there are influential people, you absolutely want to come with the advocacy lens or cap on, because there are people who aren't there and you get a chance to speak for them. So that's what I think about advocacy.
Great.
Yeah, that is super important. Those are great points, Veronica. So political advocacy for me is about a few different things that all work together in a complementary way. It's about mobilizing community, facilitating connections between the community and policymakers, and then also educating lawmakers. So before Stand With Crypto, the people using crypto and the builders that are creating the tech were in completely separate rooms from the people making the laws and creating the policy and deciding the future of this entire industry, which doesn't make any sense. I think it's safe to say that in most instances, when lawmakers are legislating, they know quite a bit about the topics they're legislating, maybe more than the general public. But with crypto, that is not the case. So it is so important not just to educate lawmakers, but to bring the voices of the community into those rooms, and making sure that lawmakers are hearing the real stories from people who are using crypto, from the families that are sending remittances overseas, from the builders that are creating real solutions for their communities. So really, it's about humanizing crypto and making sure that legislators are understanding the value that crypto brings to our communities and how valuable it is to our economy, right? So advocacy for me is about connecting the legislators and the communities, making sure they're hearing from us, and then also educating the legislators themselves and helping them understand why crypto is so important and moving them beyond this notion that crypto is only speculative or crypto is about crime, right? The uneducated lawmakers, that's what they associate it with. So we really need to dispel those stereotypes and educate them to help them understand this is the future of money, and America does not want to be left behind in these decisions.
That's amazing, Elizabeth. For me, advocacy, I think it's turning that energy and passion into action. It's not just about being pro-crypto. It's about educating people about what's at stake and also empowering them to act. So contacting their lawmaker, sending an email to their lawmaker, attending a town hall, or even just going to a crypto event in their community. there's this myth that crypto is in a vacuum, and that's just not the reality. There's policies being written right now at the state and federal level that directly impacts the innovation in all the companies that you see in this room. So we need to be, as advocates, we need to make sure that the voices of the builders here, of the community builders, of investors, of people utilizing this new tech, that they're being heard and that they're taken seriously. If we're not part of the conversation, these decisions in DC, they'll be made for us and not with us.
Really appreciate all three of your answers. Thank you so much. Moving the discussion along a little bit, Veronica, I'll start with you on this question. So from your institutional point of view, what do you really see as the biggest regulatory or legislative threats, or really rather opportunities facing the crypto space today, especially here in the US?
Yeah, well, we are, for better or worse, how you may feel about this administration, it's been really good for crypto. And it's made a huge impact on institutions like Coinbase, who previously we've been in the doghouse, underneath the doghouse, right? And it's really rewarding for us to now be in the room, be invited into spaces, ask for input, and really seen by these legislators as, the mature player in the space. And that is not without decades of work from my colleagues and decades of work from lobbyists and other grassroots advocacy folks that have made a huge impact. We are really so excited that we have passed the Genius Act into law. So stablecoins, yes, woo, I hear some people out there, that's right, come on. Yay for stablecoins, we're excited about that. We think that is going to unlock a lot of people coming into the economy and really coming into the crypto space. But we still have a hurdle to pass with clarity. We want to make sure that that gets passed in the Senate. So, you're going to hear from us. Definitely reach out to your senators and let them know that we want that Clarity Act passed. Because the next issue is really around how is this going to be properly regulated? Where is it going to sit as far as the jurisdictions are concerned? And ultimately, what's going to happen to DeFi, right? We don't want to lose our decentralized spirit because we have to become so regulated. So I think that's really the challenge that's gonna happen. And then the other challenge I would say, especially around stablecoins, is there is gonna be a proliferation of players in the space, and there's going to be more competition, which is good. But there's also gonna be people that come out of the woodworks that maybe aren't as, I don't know what the right word is, but awesome. Let's just call it that. And so we really need to do our work as folks in this space, being trustworthy, making sure we're pointing people in the right directions, because again, we want the end game to be people coming into the crypto economy, coming into the space. And so I think those are really the challenges that we're going to face now, and the opportunities as well.
Yeah, really, really great points. And I think, talking about, obviously a lot of the bills that we're seeing, pass through legislation at the federal level is great. But Elizabeth, I'm going to turn to you to talk a little bit about what's going on at the state level. So you are organizing at the state level. Why is state advocacy so important, especially in a space that seems so global or federal by nature here in the US? And what are you seeing on the ground to help support this notion?
This is a great question, and I get this a lot. There's the question of, do state laws add value, or are they merely redundant to federal legislation? I think this is a pretty typical question, right? And so the answer is a couple things. One, federal laws are not intended to address everything, right? So the state laws can come in and fill the gaps, the regulatory gaps, where federal legislation, doesn't pertain to. So state laws are designed to address things like tax laws, licensing, energy requirements, things like this. So, not only is it practical, and necessary, but also there's a special benefit to there being state level laws, and that is because states can tailor their legislation for the unique needs of their state and their economy and their innovation ecosystem, and really work to elevate and empower the citizens of their state.
Right. Yeah. Really great answer there. Tamara, I want to, kind of stay in the lines of kind of community advocacy. Ask this question to you. You're seeing things from the ground up with staying with crypto. What's motivating everyday people to get involved in crypto advocacy right now, and why should they care?
I think people are starting to realize that crypto advocacy isn't this abstract thing in DC where people are just debating and writing laws. There's a personal connection to it, to people now. It's whether they have access to their wallets, or if their wallets get drained, or if they don't have access to this new Web3 tech that they rely on now, or whether if financial innovation stays within the US or it goes offshore. So I think people are starting to wake up and starting to realize that there's policy that's being written right now that directly affects the tech that they're using, and this urgency is turning curiosity into action. I'm seeing a lot of folks, older folks, going to crypto events, wanting to learn how to get a wallet, how to mint NFTs. I'm seeing college students going to town halls, asking questions about crypto in their own state. I'm seeing developers and coders being leaders in rallies. So it's exciting, it's powerful, and it's just the beginning.
I think you're absolutely right. It is just the beginning. We're just getting started. And so one thing I want to kind of discuss with kind of each of you is, there's a perception that crypto policy is either too complex or too hostile, or there's not enough stakeholders having their voice heard, whether it's at the state level or at the federal level. But this year, obviously, we have seen that momentum with the Genius Act, as you were discussing, obviously the Clarity Act as well as a big one that people are discussing. And it did, the Genius Act did pass with bipartisan support, and courts are increasingly, demanding clarity and due process. But what does effective collaboration, really look like across all of these different sectors? Because it really is taking a collaborative effort to move the ball forward, and it's going to be the case in order to continue to do so. And Veronica, I'll start with you, and we'll go down the line.
Well, collaboration is really key. I think that if you're going to get anything done, you have to do it together. And as I look out at this audience, I see some folks who have come to DC with Stand With Crypto and have been absolutely critical to us getting to the place where we are, especially on the Democratic side of the House, because Democrats really want to understand practically how this is going to work. They want to know that it is a diverse space, and they want to see that the consumers and their constituents are going to have access, opportunity, and they're going to be safe. So when I think about the founders that we've brought in with Stand With Crypto, that's like hands down, mic drop, the smartest thing we ever did. Yeah. And I really appreciate everybody who's come to DC and has made those impacts for us. Yes, clap it up. Give yourselves a round of applause. There you go. I think also too on the collaborative side with what I do with the partnerships, it really is about who is better than you. And how can you leverage the relationships? DC is completely built on relationships. You know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and that's how you get things done in that town. But when you think about yourself as a project, when you think about who you're going to partner with, you want to be with people that have the same sort of passion, have the same work ethic, have the same ability to hustle, grind, and move the ball forward. And if you partner yourself with the wrong company or the wrong entity, that's going to affect your integrity, and it's going to affect your bottom line ultimately. So some partnerships that I'm really proud of that we've been able to start over the last few months have really been partnerships that focus on after the legislation is passed, now what? So partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce. This is huge. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is the largest what's it called? Trade association, thank you very much. The largest trade association here in the US as well as globally. And so thinking ahead, how do we want to increase, again, adoption awareness? We want to work with entities like the Chamber that has all of these small businesses. We want to educate these small businesses, leveraging the Chamber's platform and leveraging their data to say, hey, stablecoins, USDC, this is something you can actually use for your business. Cheaper, faster payments, global settling almost instantly. These are things that are going to move the needle for these small business owners. If I'm going to approach a small business and say, hey, I want you to do this, we better make sure it makes a difference for them. And so partnerships, anybody who's a founder, owns a project, you know how important it is to partner with the right people. And so I would say at the end of the day, make sure you're partnering up with those that are going to help you move your goals forward. And so I'm excited about Stand With Crypto as the best partners that we've had.
Well, we're excited to have you on our side. Absolutely. It's been very powerful. So I would say that it's important to have good coalition building and education, right? So coalition building, even in the sense of being inclusive within the community. I remember, my first DevCon back in, maybe it was 2017, it was mostly developers. And eventually we realized if we want to use blockchain tech to solve the world's problems, we have to be more inclusive. And so to create that level of accessibility in the community and realizing we're going to be better for it, to be able to have everybody participating. And really, when we are innovating, we want a diversity of input. That's how we come up with solutions that serve everyone. So I think inclusivity is super important. And then I think education. I mentioned about lawmakers, but also to the community, helping crypto owners understand, as the saying goes, if we're not on the table or at the table, we're on the menu, right? So for a long time, I just cruised along as a technologist in DeFi and thinking, well, this is going to scale and we're going to be successful. But what I really took for granted was, we can have the most elegant solutions in tech, but if public perception and policymakers don't understand, then we're not going to scale and we're not going to be successful. And we've seen that with the prior administration, that choke point and that really antagonistic approach to crypto. We're seeing other countries pass us by, and we cannot overstate the impact that crypto is going to have on the world. We do not want to be left behind. We want to be part of that conversation and shaping the standard of how crypto is used. So we need to educate the masses, help them understand what's at stake, and mobilize them to engage with their lawmakers and close that gap between the community and lawmakers. And that's something that Stand With Crypto has done exceptionally well, and they've really changed the game for all of us.
I think the magic happens when collaboration from different sectors work together to write good crypto policy. I think the magic sauce for Stand With Crypto is our wonderful chapter presidents, Elizabeth being one of them, and a couple here in the audience. They all come from diverse backgrounds. They are all passionate about building crypto in their own community, and just shout out to you guys.
Shout out to you, Tamara. Tamara is our community lead, and she is incredible at leading our crew and team building and really being an inspiration and a model for all of us. It's been amazing having you lead our team.
Really great insights from the three of you. Thank you so much. As we come to a close, we're really at an inflection point, right? Laws are changing, elections are coming, and the world really is paying attention to what we're doing here in the US. As we come to a close, I'd like each of you to offer a call to action, whether that's someone who's a builder, a voter, a lawyer, or somebody that's just crypto curious. What's one thing that people can do today to help move the ball forward?
Don't give up your dreams. Don't give up on your dreams. You're building something that matters. You might be early. Actually, most of you in this room are early. Let's just admit it, okay? You are way ahead of your time, but don't give up and keep pushing yourself to create the best product that you can that's gonna solve a real problem for people. When you get out of that sort of esoteric space and into the real, that's where you're going to, I think, see yourself take off. So that would be my call to action, is to believe in yourself, surround yourself with those people that are going to believe in you and they're going to challenge you. I just want to give a shout out to my husband who's here. I would not be here without him. Those of you who have partners that have held you down and held you up, you know what I mean. So continue to keep dreaming and pushing, and really the sky's the limit. The legislation is going to be there, so you will have the safety underneath you to build. We're going to keep pushing at that with Coinbase and with Stand With Crypto, but that would be my call to action to all of you.
Amen to that. I love that. So I would say, what can we do right now? I would say be an advocate for yourself. Make sure that your voice is heard as this innovation is being built and the policies that are dictating how it can be used and how America will harness that and lead in this are being made. And you'd be surprised how receptive legislators are to your voices, to your knowledge, to your expertise. Really, they are hungry for that. It can be a little intimidating depending on your past specific engagement, whether that's something you're experienced in. Stand With Crypto makes it really easy. Not only are they advocating for us on Capitol Hill, but they're giving you tools to advocate for yourself. If you go to their website, it's super fun because they grade all federal legislators, like A through D, with colors. You don't want to be in the red. So that's really fun to see, and it's a way for them to hold legislators accountable. But also, there's tools on there for civic engagement. You can sign up, click the join button, give your contact info. They'll let you know when legislation is happening that impacts you, that impacts how you can use crypto. And it's really easy to be able to click that button and send emails to your members of Congress. So be engaged, let your voices be known, and then at the state level, talk to your state legislators. They're eager to hear from you. So be engaged and help really be a part of what is being shaped right now. What happens in the next couple of years will shape this tech in America for decades to come, so we cannot miss this window.
My call to action is simple, just show up. If you're a coder, if you're you just got your first token now, if you still feel like a newbie in the space, you have a voice. And right now is the time to use it. Policy is being written right now that directly affects the innovation that you're seeing here. And staying silent is a vote to status quo. So go to standwithcrypto.org, find your rep, email them. It takes 5 minutes. Just speaking up together, we're not only influencing crypto policy, but we're helping build it.
Great. One thing that I'll add, and really great points by each of you, and thank you guys so much for the great, insightful, thoughtful discussion this afternoon, is also, if you are somebody that's just learning about crypto for the first time, or you're somebody that is seasoned, don't underestimate your own voice wherever you live. There's an opportunity there, whether it is talking with a local business owner who says, hey, I have family back home in a different country and I'm looking at ways to, send remittances and send money back home. Or it's, a young person who's like, hey, I'm learning about coding and developing. What are some areas that maybe I should look at? You have an opportunity in front of you to really kind of shape what the future of crypto looks like here in the US. And I would just say also, if you are a builder, don't underestimate the legal side. We talked a lot about, the policy side of things, but there are still some steps that you need to take to make sure that you're protecting yourself, your business, and the participants in your own ecosystems that you're building. So I would encourage anybody, if you are building, talk to somebody who can help you build on the legal side as well. But without further ado, that wraps up our panel. And thank you so much, my fellow panelists, and thank you everybody so much.
Thank you, Rick.
Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Hello, hello. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah? Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us today. We're going to have a legendary DeFi panel here. We have some all-stars in the space. They're going to introduce themselves in a moment. My name is Alonzo. I work at Epoch Blockchain, and we run validators on various blockchains. Right now, we're very focused on the Cardano ecosystem. And I'm also a co-founder of Cardano Over Coffee, where we interview founders. So we're going to jump into it, and why don't you kick us off, Koala?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm Koala with Alchemix. I'm the COO. We are, in short, a self-repaying loans protocol. So we're aiming to be the safest way in crypto to get a bit of leverage and borrow against your crypto.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Kazmian. I'm the founder of Frax, and Frax is issuing the first Genius-compliant stablecoin at Frax USD. And so a lot of you guys probably have heard the Genius bill that passed about 2.5 weeks ago legalizes stablecoins for banks, payments, and everything, and we're issuing the first one.
Hi, everybody. I am Jonathan Thomas, and I am the founder of Blueberry, and we tokenize different yield strategies, as well as try and make DeFi and all of finance a little bit easier for the average user.
Hi, everybody. I'm Korn. I'm from Yearn. I do all of the BD and partnership integrations for us. I've been working for Yearn for about 4 years now, and we are a DeFi yield farming project. So users deposit their funds into a Yearn vault. All of those funds go into a bunch of different lending markets, and we get supply-side yield, and then we send it all back to the users. Today, we have about $650 million in Yearn vaults.
All right. So our first questions today actually are going to go to the audience. We want to get to know you better. So my first question for you, raise your hand if you have owned a meme coin.
There we go.
That's a memes. All right.
Me too.
Oh wait, we should have all raised our hands. What about who has bought an NFT before? Okay, we still got some. What about DeFi? Who here is using DeFi? Wow, that's more than NFTs.
That's surprising, actually.
That is surprising. Well, I think you guys are at the right panel. And to get things started, I'm going to ask some of our panelists to talk a little bit about their protocol and just give us an overview of, what I know you started, Korn, going into Yearn, which is great. So I don't know if any of you three want to maybe talk a little bit about your protocol and, for the layman out there.
Sure, yeah. So Frax has actually been around for a while in the DeFi space, but our flagship product is actually very new. It's called Frax USD, which is a fully compliant and soon to be federally licensed stablecoin pegged to the US dollar. And I think the most important law that's probably been passed in the last few years with anything related to crypto is the Genius Act. And so a lot of people here in the audience probably know that the Genius Act actually makes certain type of stablecoin legally acceptable as payments and federally audited. And so we're issuing the first one, and that's completely Genius compatible. So it is called Frax USD. And fun fact, actually was in DC back in March, giving feedback and helping write one of the drafts. In fact, with some of the DC-based Stand With Crypto people and other foundations like Blockchain Association and everything. So we had a presence in kind of crafting this bill. And I think the most important thing about it is that everyone on the stage here that has like DeFi protocols and everything needs a safe digital dollar that's actually compliant, and the actual government that issues the US dollar unit, right? The USA actually says this thing is a dollar. This thing actually can be accepted for payments. This thing can actually be accepted in banks. And the more of those stablecoins that the foundational DeFi platforms are built on top of, I think that's when everyone wins, because you can build riskier but better things on top without the foundation being shaky.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, and I think related to that, like we saw, almost everyone here has bought a meme coin. Not so many people here have used DeFi. We need to make crypto easy to use. That's why people buy meme coins. They're very easy. And so adding safety through compliance, and then with Alchemix, there are a lot of ways to borrow against your crypto in DeFi and in crypto in general. A lot of them are very dangerous. You can very easily get liquidated, end up paying insane interest rates, all of that. So with Alchemix, we've really tried to create a very friendly leverage experience where you cannot get liquidated. You pay us a % of your yield rather than an interest rate. So we're never going to charge you more than you make. And that's really what we're trying to do with Alchemix, is create a product that's actually simple to use, just like meme coins are very simple to do. Because ultimately, DeFi is actually beneficial for people to use. Meme coins, you're generally going to lose money. Maybe you find a community. That's good, I guess. But if you make the beneficial things easy to use, then you can actually start to create some good in the world through crypto rather than just rampant speculation. So.
Great.
Yeah, and then as Koala just mentioned, how you're using your loan to be able to yield farm.
Raise your mic.
Okay. As Koala was mentioning, where it's like you're able to yield farm with your loan that you take out. So for us at Blueberry, it's being able to create more sophisticated yield strategies that might be a pretty complex thing where a market maker or a high-frequency trading firm is going to be putting on, and being able to have one-click access for the average user to be able to earn the same yields as that, and then being able to utilize that in more complex strategies, or being able to just be passive with your investment and be able to understand how much money did I put in, how much money am I getting out of it, and then also what are the risks associated with it. So trying to be able to bring a level of transparency into it, as well as just trying to make it a little bit more user-friendly is the real goal for Blueberry. Building out the DeFi terminal, as we like to call it. So in TradFi right now, you have a Bloomberg terminal that a lot of financiers are going to be using, and we're trying to build something that's a little bit more focused on the everyday user first.
Awesome. Well, hopefully that gives you guys a good primer on who we're talking to. So let's talk about something that maybe people have a tough time understanding about your protocol, or what's a misconception that you often find in your communities. Who wants to take it first? Go ahead, Korn.
So Yearn has always had this problem where what we do is very safe. And our APYs, our yields, right now around like stables are around 10%, which is still a lot higher than you get in traditional finance. But in crypto, people are looking for a number way higher than that. And we've always been misunderstood for that reason. And we've always stuck to our guns and just stayed executing really safe strategies. We always also had this issue trying to get people to come over from the traditional world. They might think crypto is really risk on, and it was for a period of time, but it's getting safer. And I think we kind of had this, we were trying to reach an audience of people who were risk on, but they were inside traditional finance and not coming into crypto, but we had a really safe product. But through the past 5 years, and Yearn started 5 years ago, we were one of the first DeFi projects out there. We're slowly starting to see this new audience of people coming in who are moderate. They're moderately risk tolerant. They want to get that 10% yield compared to the 4% they're getting at their bank, but they're not looking for the 1000x. And for the past 3 years, that was the crypto audience, that person looking to make millions. So I think it's going to still be a long road for Yearn, getting back to billions of dollars of TVL, but we're going to stick to our traditions and what we're most comfortable with.
Yeah, I think one, not misconception, but things that people probably have a question about, not just about Frax, but also the recent stablecoin legislation and things, is how does this make a difference, right? There's a new law about stablecoins. How does it actually work? You already probably use USDC. Maybe some people use USDT. Frax USD, ours is already on many chains. People use it. What's the difference, right? And so I think the important thing is actually to highlight this is actually a huge, huge thing, even though you can't really see it. The Genius Act actually essentially makes certain types of stablecoins, the ones that custody almost essentially risk-free assets like treasury bills and money market fund securities, in qualified custodians, which are entities like BlackRock, which we work with, Fidelity, WisdomTree, that are SEC-registered entities. If you issue a stablecoin that has these assets backed in a qualified custodian and the federal government audits these assets, just like they do a bank. They go to the bank regulators, go and check that the bank actually has what they say they do. Then you get a Genius payment stablecoin license, right? And then that actually makes your stablecoin legally acceptable to be used as bank settlement media or in payments and things like that. And so we're able to actually start talking to new places and banks and everyone that's actually interested to participate in DeFi and stablecoins with using these new payment stablecoins that are Genius compliant. And that is a huge difference. So people might not be able to see it because they're not having those conversations. But as Korn was saying, there needs to be a new audience, right? Whether from the user level or from the institutional level. And this is actually a huge, huge shift that happened 2.5 weeks ago. And a lot of these things will be coming basically in early next year.
I have a question, because I know you worked on the Genius Act so much. Can they be yield bearing?
So the stablecoin itself cannot be yield bearing. It has to be a legal digital dollar. And so for the reason for that is that there has to be a base unit that is counted as a Genius stablecoin for the definition. I actually helped write part of that definition specifically. So like this part is actually super important because if there was yield-bearing stablecoins that were like legal tender and non-yield-bearing stablecoins, then you don't know which ones you can like lend in Aave, and then if you need a base unit that's $1, so that debt can be denominated in like regulated stablecoins, and you can know in many places that this is just $1. Now the other important thing is the yield clause, and I think that's actually a common misconception too, which is you can pay rewards for holding these things in specific areas. So the people actually before us, it was like Coinbase and Stand With Crypto. Coinbase itself has a USDC earn program, right? If some of you guys might have used it, you hold USDC on Coinbase, they give you 4.1% yield. That is because it is a partnership and not an issuer paid interest rate. And so Frax can, through a fintech app or even a fintech app that we build, but that is not just you holding Frax USD from the issuer, can pay rewards and comply with the Genius Act, but there's no legal right to interest or rewards by holding a Genius compliant stablecoin.
Awesome. I think that's a great segue to the next part, which is what role should regulation play in DeFi, right? You're talking about stablecoins, which are obviously a critical part of the DeFi ecosystem, but DeFi is also bigger than stablecoins. So,
yeah, I'll start on that one, and obviously Sam will have a lot to add to that one too. But in my opinion, crypto gives us this amazing opportunity to codify financial rules into a blockchain like Ethereum, any blockchain really. And so when you're designing a crypto project, a protocol, a product, whatever you're doing, step one is like, whatever you want to do, can you just entirely enshrine it into Ethereum? And then that way the rules are there. You don't need legal regulations there because all the rules are on the blockchain. From there, a lot of projects can't be entirely just enshrined on Ethereum, and you need to have something like a DAO that governs it. You need to have a money manager who's managing, like making decisions around these protocols. That's where I think you need regulation, because otherwise you end up with people with a lot of power over other people's money with no regulation. So regulation is good when you're regulating someone who's controlling someone else's money. Regulation is bad when you're trying to regulate code that already does the regulation just by nature of being immutable code on the blockchain.
Does anyone want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. And the other big thing too about regulation is it really gives like the lay of the lands, being able to figure out now these are the guardrails that you as a developer are able to think about, and then being able to build products that are either 100% compliant or being able to get a little bit creative with the way that you're doing it. And it just allows you to know what is the right way to move forward, as well as what way is a lot of the traditional institutional money comfortable playing with. So then you're able to know just a little bit more of direction on how to build out a product, as well as you being able to start getting a little bit more creative with how everything is being structured, because you're able to think about it as building with Legos. And everything that we're doing is having a money Lego and being able to see how does it fit in with another piece, and just being able to continuously build on top of that.
I'm actually a pretty light touch regulation person myself, to be honest, even though I'm probably the one up here that's been to DC the most. Like for real, like I think the way that I would think about it is there's very few things that actually require regulation, and like one of those things is what is legally $1 if you're going to use it on the blockchain, because is it $1 that's tokenized like this and that? But outside of that, and maybe what is a security in terms of like what actually is the actual definition that applies to digital assets? And to be honest, my opinion is that's it. That's enough. I'm not a pro more regulation person. I'm pretty libertarian minded, but it requires some definitions for everything else to work underneath it. Otherwise, it's absolute chaos if you don't know what a real legal stablecoin is, what a real dollar is, which one is built on top of what, and these kind of things. But there's not that many things you need to know, to be honest, in my opinion.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I like the enshrining, from the L1. I think that's a nice way to think about it, and definitely agree with a lot of your points, Sam. But let's talk a little bit about user adoption challenges. Who's facing one today, and how are you solving it? What's the bottleneck? Goran, you want to start?
Yeah, I can take this one. We are tasked with doing due diligence on all of these different sources of yield. And for a long time, when we first started doing this, there was no standardization of tokenization. There was no vault standard. And we did end up coming up with that. It's called the 4626 vault standard. And that has led us to having less development, being quicker to market, and just being able to interact more safely with all these different sources of yield. But we have users requesting us to work with like non-4626 compliant projects or projects that are just doing risky things. And I think one of the misconceptions about Yearn is we're not, when we decline to make a strategy or like tap into a source of yield, it's not because we're like short on resources or it's because we don't get along with that project. It's because we have a risk framework that has to, like all these different prerequisites have to be met. It has to be liquid all the time. It has to be able to take big deposits with little slippage. And there's a reason why we're not building a strategy for you. It has nothing to do with anything else other than it being not safe. And that has been kind of a hurdle for us over the past like few years because we're stuck only working with like the big projects out there, like the big lending markets out there, like Aave, Compound, Fraxlend, Morpho. We have sources of yield for all of those, but the newer ones, the ones that are on the bleeding edge, the ones that are giving away their like points, tokens, and stuff like that, we're not able to use those. And we have lost out on a lot of deposits because of that, but we're still around, and the lights are still on, and the user funds are still safe. So that's what's most important to us.
Yeah, and I guess similar to what you said before, Alchemix also, like Yearn, focuses on pretty safe yield strategies, pretty good yield. And I think up until recently, just to like use crypto and use DeFi in the first place, you had to do a lot of really weird stuff and figure out take all these steps, 20 steps to like get your money into Coinbase, then onto the blockchain, write down your private keys, do all of this stuff. And once you do that, you're like, wait, I did all of that just to earn 10% yield. Whereas you're like, I want my 100x. I want my, like, this was hard. I want something for it. Now it's a lot easier to use crypto. So we're finding that people are more willing to come on chain for those safer use cases, just because before it was just whoever was on chain was by nature kind of degenerate because they were the only ones who figured out how to get there in the first place. Now a lot more people are figuring out how to get on chain, so there are just a lot more people out there who are just willing to be on chain and feel safe in doing so and will take those better yields than their bank, but they're not chasing these crazy yields. And so it's been hard for us to attract those safer users in the past as a safer protocol, but we're finding that's resonating with a lot more people now.
Got it. So, both of you talked a little about tokens, and to kind of shift a little bit, I want to talk about L2s, maybe alternative chains. How important are these to your growth, and how do you maybe approach that, or how do you prioritize them, or do you prioritize them at all?
Yeah, so I think this is actually pretty relevant to stablecoins because there's probably like the one primitive that every new network needs is $1, and then things can be built around it and everything like lending markets like yield and things like that. And so my opinion has always been that the way that people come and go between all these different chains, which are growing more and more every week, there's like another L1 or L2 that's launched, is a stablecoin that's trustable and a mint and burn between all the chains by the issuer. So if you guys are familiar with Circle, they have this thing called CCTP. Frax USD has the Frax Mesh. It's our connection and messaging system between everything, and you can go one-to-one between Solana, L2s, and everything in seconds. I think that's actually been a very powerful thing for us as a stablecoin issuer as a strategy, because once you're natively on a certain chain and someone can take their money in dollars and go one-to-one in seconds to Solana, go to Abstract Chain, for example, or Arbitrum or Ethereum, you're actually providing a value for someone that actually needs it, which is take value between different ledgers. And if you think about it, that actually kind of comes with the banking system. If you wire money from one bank to another, the other bank doesn't say, oh, this is 0.9987 on the dollar because that bank is risky, right? They all just take it as one-to-one, right? And so the way that I think of all these chains is they're all different ledgers, essentially, decentralized ones, and there needs to be a way to actually take dollars and wire them, so to speak, between each other. And so our strategy at Frax has been to connect as many of these chains in native ways with our messaging system as possible. And yesterday we actually hit the all-time high of like cross-chain messaging that we've ever validated at Frax. So.
Nice. Love to see it, hitting milestones. Does anyone else want to talk about this?
Yeah, Yearn always focused on the Ethereum ecosystem, and for a period of time, people were paying hundreds of dollars in gas costs to go and do simple movements. And it was actually costing us quite a bit too, because whenever we launch a vault or whenever we do a harvest, that is a gas fee that we have to pay. So being on qualified layer 2s that have good liquidity, where we can make viable strategies, is really important to us, and it's something we're always looking for. We just started working with one called Katana, and it is a native yield chain. What that means is when you bridge over, all of the funds that are held up in that bridge are yield bearing. They're earning yield, and all of that yield gets ported onto the layer 2 to the areas of that are going to create the most network effects for the chain. So the whole idea of this is to have this system that is constantly generating yield to incrementally grow the chain and the chain's liquidity over time. So I thought that was pretty novel, and it's got a bunch of different implementations of Yearn vaults, and that's the kind of innovation we're looking for with layer 2s.
Awesome. So we got one question left. I want to know, out of all the use cases that DeFi has not nailed down perfectly, which one is your company or protocol best positioned to accomplish?
I can start quick. I've touched on it already, but I think a lot of DeFi focuses on very degenerate use cases and requiring a lot of active management and monitoring. And borrowing against your assets is a tool that's been available to not everyone for a very long time. And I think we've managed to find a way to let people borrow against their assets, but also be able to sleep at night when doing that.
So I think for us, it's what we can bring to DeFi, and so it's legal payments. And so like we work with Stripe and Bridge, and Stripe is a huge payment processor, and so Frax USD can be integrated in the Stripe API and the Bridge system. And so one of the main things is, can we bring people's digital dollars that they use in DeFi to actually just at checkout on Shopify websites or like bank deposits and things like that? And imagine you can just seamlessly do that. You can put it in Yearn or Alchemix or anywhere, and then you can take it out and then just check out at Shopify or your favorite website. And so that's actually, I think, the area that Frax is doing with Frax USD that I think is the most impactful.
Yeah, and I would say for Blueberry, it's focusing on more of the complex, difficult strategies that exist, and then being able to present it to the user in a very easy to digest and be able to understand what they're actually earning, and then just having it as user as friendly as possible and as close to a one-click experience that we can really drive home to everybody. That's a big thing for us.
The thing I think we're struggling to do today in DeFi is actually something that we started out by doing very well. We were decentralized and we were immutable. And I think these days there are a lot of DeFi projects out there who have full control over user funds and are doing whatever they want to do with them. And that could be a problem in the future. And our strategy for that, dealing with that right now, is to wait it out and wait for them to mess up. Because we know that as long as we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to be there when those users need a safe place to be. So
I love that. Yeah, being patient, try to survive, keep thriving. I love it.
Don't give in to what the market and what the users want you to do when you know it's not right.
I love it. Well, those are all the questions that we have. So let's give our awesome DeFi panelists a quick round of applause. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Great.
This is great. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Alrighty, well, hello everyone. My name is Debbie Soon. I am an author. Was just over there at the Stuff.io booth signing my book, Digital Mavericks. I also lead up marketing at Privy, which is a wallet infrastructure company, but today is really not all about me. It's also, my dog is called Guinness. But today it's not about me, it's about these wonderful gentlemen. We are here to talk about the intersection of blockchain and AI, which are obviously topics that keep coming up in the industry and in the news. So before we begin, I'm just going to hand it over to these guys to give a short intro about themselves.
I'm Luke Malks. I'm a VP of Business Operations at Brave, yeah.
Hi, my name is Chris Johnson. I work at Virtuals Protocol. We're a tokenized agent launching platform. And I guess my official title is Swiss Army Knife.
Hi, I'm Navin. I run IQAI. We built the platform for launching tokenized agents for DeFi, for trading, lending, borrowing, and everything on chain.
And hi, everybody. Mark Osis. I am here with Deloitte's Office of the CTO. I do emerging tech research across AI, blockchain, and several other technologies.
Yeah, so I always love this because I think that blockchain and AI, sometimes they are almost pitted against each other. There is this narrative that like, oh, all of the crypto developers are leaving to go build an AI, or all the crypto founders are going to leave and build an AI because that's the hottest topic. And I think all four of you here have a unique point of view in terms of that they don't have to be mutually exclusive, and in fact, they can be very complementary. So maybe we'll start with you, Mark, because I feel like you sit in kind of a little bit more of a neutral state. You see a lot across, you see a lot of different companies. So I guess from your perspective, where do you see these two areas really intersecting, and what is the interest there?
Sure. These two technologies are converging and will continue to converge. Whether it be using AI coding tools to write smart contracts, whether it be having agents transact on your behalf using crypto, or whether it be using crypto incentives to power decentralized AI development, these two technologies are going to be largely intertwined. We work on a lot of technologies, whether it be quantum computing or robotics or space tech. These two are ones that I personally find very interesting, and I think the opportunity to disrupt financial systems as well as disrupt intelligence systems, they're on a parallel track of having a few key centralized players that are driving development and control, and disrupting them using blockchains is a repeated pattern that we're seeing from the inception of Bitcoin and now to some protocols that are rising up that others on this panel can speak more to.
Yeah. Luke, I'm going to come to you because I know Brave as a privacy browser. So that's like, and maybe my understanding is limited, but like I know Brave as the go-to default like privacy browser. How does that all link to blockchain and AI?
Yeah, so Brave is the privacy browser and search engine, but we also have integrated crypto wallet that's built right into the browser. It's multi-chain and all that. We also have a browser assistant, AI assistant built directly into the browser, and so it works a lot like ChatGPT or most of the other prompts out there. But now we're actually working agentic stuff in at the browser level. So like you can have something that's with you doing tasks with you in the browser, and I think as far as crypto ties in with this, there's a ton of use cases around this. You could be having agents that you're having pay for things with crypto. You can be self-funding kind of like a lot of the AI compute and stuff that you're trying to do. So it's just like super early, but we're already kind of breaking over that world.
I guess how top of mind is that, like, I guess for the entire organization as a whole? Like, is that something that you guys are really focused on? Like, it's like a side project? Like, how does it rank in terms of the things that you guys are working on?
Yeah, it's a huge focus. We have a summarized AI answers in our search engine that hits about 40% of all the search queries that we're doing, and so like it's already been something we've been using, and the AI assistant in the browser is like a huge area of focus right now.
Cool, that's awesome. And then Chris, I guess I'll come to you next because he mentioned agents. So that's, I think, for those of you who don't know virtuals, I'll let you explain it in your own terms. But when I think agents and I think, what they can do on the blockchain, I think my mind goes to virtuals straight away. So I feel like you're also in an incredibly well positioned to talk about where this intersection is and how you're bringing these two areas together.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a huge compliment. We like to think that we exist at the intersection of AI, and crypto. I think that there's a lot of benefits to the agents having like on-chain wallets. Mm-hmm. Right now we're seeing everyone just build like all across the board. It's early days. I think we'll still see like what's like really gonna stick. Every couple of months though, it seems like there's like an agent team that'll come through, and like the product will get like more widely adopted. Mm-hmm. I think like one of the keys in that right now is creating like user interface that's like really, really clean and like easy. So I think like, one of the most like recent examples of an agent I've seen is an agent called Mamo, mm-hmm. Which is a yield farming agent. And it's just very simple where you like deposit a stablecoin, and it like autonomously moves like your money around for you. Yeah. So I think something like that, like, AI and crypto like really makes sense. But in terms of like all the other like uses, like only time will tell.
Yeah, and I think it's such an interesting juxtaposition because I think when we talk about virtuals, we talk about agents, so AI agents acting autonomously on crypto rails, and then we have Navin who does kind of like contributing to AI based on tokenized incentives, which is kind of almost like it's like the other side of the coin. So maybe you could share a little bit on, for IQAI, what does that intersection look like? Because they kind of intersect in a different way.
Yeah, I think how we see it is that AI is going to be a really important technology for the blockchain. There's a lot of challenges right now in terms of using cryptocurrency for DeFi. So there's 600 million people in the world who hold crypto on exchanges, but only 7 million people use DeFi on a monthly basis. And largely that's due to complexity. I mean, if you already hold tokens, you probably want to earn yield. But the challenge really is complexity, and AI is really going to help with that. Because AI can simplify, it can be a tutor, and explain basically every element of doing a transaction, or even handle those transactions for you as well. And that's what we've really been focused on with ADK at IQAI, is building out the proper framework and the proper MCPs for people to build really powerful agents, connecting to DeFi, connecting to existing cryptos.
So I think we're going to stick on this topic for a little bit because I think one of the things that's always been challenging when you're working on kind of emerging tech is that we're all still trying to figure out what the complexion of all of these things look like. Sometimes it's a little bit of limitations at the infrastructure level that we haven't quite got to the point where we have the right infrastructure to make all of these usable. Sometimes it's more about we have the infrastructure that makes it possible, but we are not communicating effectively enough to the user, or there isn't enough awareness at a user level to really be able to put some of these into practice. So, Navin, since we were with you, maybe I think from what you're seeing, do you feel like this whole discussion around the intersection of blockchain and AI, especially as it relates to IQAI, do you feel like the limitations there are more info-related, user-related, narrative-related? Where do you feel like some of the challenges in adoption are today?
I think the biggest barrier for fully fusing AI and blockchain is that AIs are not really fully on chain yet, and a lot of that has to do with composability. With DeFi, you can have lending protocols that are fully on chain because you can see the outputs, you can see the assets that are held in a liquidity pool, but you don't really have AIs that are running fully on chain. You can't see the outputs of the AI. AIs are kind of like a black box at the moment, but the solution is called AI VM, AI virtual machine. So the idea is the same way you have Ethereum virtual machine, you have people building smart contracts on top of each other, like Curve building on top of ETH, Convex building on top of Curve. The same thing is going to happen with AI. So that's one of the technologies we're really excited about, and we're working with Frax. IQAI is working with them to build out AI VM for Fraxtal. So that's been really exciting. I think that's going to unlock the real kind of DeFi revolution in AI.
And then Mark, obviously, like you said, you guys work across all sorts of different technologies, including quantum computing, which I wouldn't even pretend to even really understand what it is. So I think from your perspective, having seen across many different businesses, where do you think there's this saying where it's slowly every day and then all at once kind of thing. And so from your perspective, where are you seeing that bottleneck, and when do you think we'll get kind of all at once moment?
Yeah, it's a good question. If we could take a step back and go to Bitcoin's inception, right? Those of you in the audience know a lot about this. It was an effort to disintermediate centralized large banks who controlled the financial systems and give the rights to the users to transact peer-to-peer. And over time, this Bitcoin network, through proof of work, has become the largest computing network in the world by a factor of over 100, right? And even in today's race of big tech companies looking to acquire more GPUs to power the AI movement, still the Bitcoin network is the largest network of computing power. However, its primary function is to secure the network, right? SHA-256. What if we could repurpose some of the computing power on a network like Bitcoin, but direct it towards some sort of AI training or inference or some other infrastructure background? This is something that a project I see called BitTensor is doing. And if I could leave you guys with any one thing today, obviously Chris on this panel here today is from Virtuals. That was the first legitimate AI blockchain protocol that I came across and fell in love with it. BitTensor is another one that I would commend to you guys as using crypto incentives for AI decentralized development. And that could be, as you've said, kind of that suddenly and then all at once moment.
Well, Chris, he kind of called you out there.
No, it's good, it's good.
But I think virtuals, definitely, like I said, I think whenever I think AI agents, and I think about people wanting to back AI agents and kind of be invested in their success, my mind immediately goes to virtuals. At the same time, I think we can all acknowledge that crypto, for as much gain as it has made over the past several years, and I think in particular this past year with the legislation changes, it's still fairly niche, right? So I think awareness of virtuals is still kind of relatively limited to kind of crypto native audiences. I guess, where do you guys sit in terms of, I need to get this message in front of more people? Is it about capturing more mind and wallet share within the folks that are already in crypto? How do you think about balancing that? And is AI that wedge? I'm just curious as to where you feel again, as we talk about mass adoption, where do you feel virtuals fits into that picture?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a team, we have a couple of different products, right? So what we're most well known for, what you're alluding to, and I think a lot of people know us by, is by our Launchpad, right? So where people can come in and launch their tokenized agents. So there's all these teams, like Mama was the example I gave earlier. They just got listed this week on Coinbase. So some of these agent teams are taking very large steps now, and getting out there in front of I think outside of our traditional virtuals audience. In the same sense, we're also doubling down and really, because when people come and they launch a lot of these agent ideas, they come in with these ideas they want to just do these very broad kind of companies. And agents a lot of times are they're almost like a baby when they're launched. They're like a young child, where a young child wants to be a firefighter, a rock star, and a veterinarian, right? Yeah. And so as the agents develop, they become a lot more specialized. So what we're really working on now is something called Agent Commerce Protocol, which is basically these agents working in these organized clusters.
Interesting.
So I think we're it's very early still in the process. It's great that all these people are coming together and building in AI and crypto. But I think what excites us most internally is agents coming together and working in autonomous businesses.
Yeah.
So people always talk about autonomous agents. Autonomous businesses are the next frontier.
Yeah, and then I feel ironically, it's you have the opposite side of it in that, okay, how many users does Brave have today?
We're at, I think, 94 million monthly active users.
Okay, so I think that would be probably, I think anybody working in crypto would love to have 94 million users. So you have kind of started on that other side of the spectrum, but are now kind of looking into where do you add on, and obviously I think privacy matters a lot to folks that are dealing in crypto, but then now, like you mentioned, you're floating into AI, into all of it. So how do you see, I think from your perspective, you have that distribution, obviously there's more that can be done, there's more market share to be taken, there's more market penetration to be done, but I guess how are you viewing, the role that blockchain and AI plays into furthering some of those goals?
Yeah, I think, there are different use cases that are still to be developed, and I think that with crypto and AI, you have two kinds of different market approaches where AI is weird in that you have mandates from C teams to put it everywhere and not a ton of market fit yet. Mm-hmm. And I think that on the crypto side, you just have a lot of demand from this native audience and more use cases that it can plug into that are established. And so it's kind of an interesting problem set to try to get these things to work together. But I think fundamentally it comes down to what are the use cases that are helping to provide value to the users in a way that they're going to use every day? Mm-hmm. What are the ones that matter to them, and how can we bring them forward to that user with keeping it a user-first thing, having the browser is a user agent, right? Yeah. And so it's kind of extending the agency of that user agent and kind of making it really useful and kind of turning out a lot of noise. And I think crypto's a natural fit with this because, you got to fund these things. We have a global audience, dealing with a lot of that kind of fiat issues, mm-hmm. cross-border, whatever. We can just make stuff run natively, nice, and kind of extend that out beyond there.
Cool. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I'm going to talk about kind of again, what I consider two sides of the same coin, which is speculation versus incentivization. And that, I mean, Nevin, I'll come to you first, and that, like, we talk about having tokenized incentives to get people to contribute to a protocol, to get people to contribute to what we want to be a desired outcome. And on the flip side of that also comes the bit about speculation. And I think a lot of the critique that this industry gets is that, you know, it's all driven by hype and speculation. None of it is long lasting. Like, I guess, where do you kind of sit? Or how do you distinguish between the two, or if there is like a distinction?
I think that there definitely is a lot of speculation, obviously, in crypto. But I would say that's the same in any boom town. You know, any booming industry. We can go as far back as the railroads. There was a ton of speculation there. You know, there was a lot of overbuilding there, and then there was a bust, and then. But I think it turned out okay with the railroads. So I think it will be very similar for crypto. I think that obviously there's a lot of speculation, but speculation creates demand and it creates interest. The only reason people build, oftentimes, outside of, you know, their own enjoyment, is often for the financial side, right? So if you can see that there's agent protocols that are booming, that's going to draw in investment, that's going to draw in users, that's going to draw in developers. So I think a lot of people, they just tune out anything that involves speculation, but speculation is, you know, tomorrow's reality, basically. That's the way I would look at that.
And I suddenly, the irony suddenly dawned upon me is that we're having this conversation in Las Vegas, of all places, where, like, I think the speculation, the gambling bit is what brings a lot of people here in the first place, and part of it is the enjoyment. Chris, obviously, a lot of speculation around a variety of, like, AI agents. Like you said, not every single one of them is a legitimate business or a legitimate idea, but I guess how do you distinguish between this is just, you know, like empty promises, like something that would go up for like 10 seconds versus something that is legitimate and actually something that's worth investing in for the long term?
I mean, I think like on our platform, like we've tried to make like the teams like much more like able to be transparent and like show like, you know, their vision, who they are, their background. You know, I think that like, you know, if a team is able to come in like before TGE and actually share, like, okay, here are like our tokenomics, like, you know, we're gonna lock this up for this period. Like, I think that like really helps like, you know, the transparency, you know, in all of it.
Right. And then Mark, I don't know if you have a view, because I feel like you probably have to take a very like maybe more conservative approach to some of these use cases. But I'm curious. Maybe you're not as conservative as I would as my, you know, initial kind of assumption.
Sure. I mean, Deloitte is a brand that's built upon a reputation of trust, right? We're a tax and audit organization largely, and so I don't know that our business as a whole is going to encourage users to speculate. However, I will say one of the benefits of blockchain and cryptocurrencies is it gives access to everybody to invest in these early stage companies that without blockchain and crypto might be reserved for only the select few to invest in and see that value appreciation. So it is a democratizing tool, but not without risk.
Yeah.
And something I'll add there too is like, I think it's also, it gives people a chance to invest in teams. You know, like with what we see, like the landscape is like moving so quickly that like teams will come together and like launch like with a certain product or MVP, but then 3 or 6 months later have, you know, found another pinpoint or transition to something else. So I think what's nice about it is it gives like, you know, democratizes, you know, the opportunity for people to invest in early stage like companies and therefore the teams behind them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Luke, maybe this is a little bit of a curveball, but I think a little bit like when we're browsing the internet, I think one of the topics that kind of comes up is a little bit about like advertising, right? And I think like obviously, you know, Brave being a privacy first browser, how does that kind of fit in with, you know, I think now there are a lot of monetization models and people like experimenting with like ads that are powered by your on-chain identity. So, you know, they kind of make it seem it's a little better because, you know, you still own your data and technically we're still monetized. It's a little bit of a roundabout, I guess, argument in some ways. So I'm curious as to whether you have a view on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've never been anti like advertising as a way to get commercial messaging out. I think it's all been about first principles, you know, like if you respect a user and kind of can create a form of advertising that doesn't, you know, allow everybody and companies you've never heard of to like capture your information and profile you and all that stuff, then we've actually built ad products around that, right? I think that with AI, it's interesting because it's changing the way people search, it's changing the way people consume content, it's going to change the way that the advertising business works, and it might radically change it. I think that we're in a really disruptive, transformative time, but if you're not experimenting with these things right now, then you're just gonna be behind. And so I think businesses are always gonna have a need to get what they're doing out in front of people. Maybe that's related to the context you're in, whether you're working with AI or just browsing the internet. But yeah, I mean, we've even been using like AI in our advertising models since like 2017, 2018. So it's something where now there's a lot of hype around it. But I also think it really comes down to like, is it effective? Like, is the company making a message that's worth it, or is what they're doing good? And I think, honestly, kind of touching on what you guys were saying earlier, like, we've been in an environment where you couldn't really experiment and get market fit. Like, a lot of the stuff was speculation because there wasn't a lot of other things that founders could do without, having big risks of being, slapped with enforcement action or something like that. So it's really cool to see things warming up and like people being able to experiment more with this stuff right now.
I love that. We're starting to come up on time, so I'm going to go one by one, and we'll start with you since we just have you. So I think, what is your big prediction, I guess, over the next 12 months? And obviously things change every single day. But if you had to make one big prediction, something that you're bullish on, I guess, let's kind of keep things positive. Like, what do you think is going to happen over the next 12 months that kind of speaks to this trend of blockchain and AI like converging?
I think the agentic side is going to blow up. I think it's like a really, I think there's going to be ways that agentic's going to help you to like, it's going to help us to get past friction for onboarding, and it's going to help us do things. And when you add that with like something like stablecoins, like and the ability to kind of have easy transactions and support for that, it's going to be like huge.
Chris, your bullish prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be 12 months, but I think it's not far off where there's going to be more like agents with on-chain wallets and humans. So yeah, probably not that much further off than 12 months.
And Virtuals is going to be powering all.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be around for sure.
I actually have a fun anecdote to add to that. So like, I've gotten really into vibe coding. Like, I'm not a technical at all. And one of the things that I did actually was to actually create an on-chain identity for my dog. I set her up with a wallet, and then I also put in like a logic where she could like autonomously tip people. They said something nice to her, she'll tip them like 25 cents in USDC. And it was actually kind of wild to me to see that like happening. I'm like, wow. I mean, obviously I set limits and everything, but I think it was like the first time where I personally felt that, wow, that, like, we've come a really, really long way. So I'm excited for that agentic commerce and everything with wallets. Nevin, like, what about you? What's your big bullish prediction?
I'm really bullish on robotics. That's going to be the next big thing. ChatGPT has taken LLMs to the masses, hundreds of millions of people. We haven't had that moment in robotics yet, but robotics are going to be that moment for the physical world. The same way we innovate in crypto very fast, we can ship. We want to bring that to robotics. So we're building out some MCPs, we're planning some stuff on the robotics side. We just bought our first humanoid from Booster Robotics, and we've set aside $1 million to buy a ton of Tesla Optimus bots as soon as they come out.
And Mark, like, I don't know if I want a Deloitte view or I want your view, but you're welcome to share, or if they differ, but I'll leave it to you.
No, I appreciate that. I love the robotics call out, and obviously agree with the agents call out as well. For the sake of something different, I'll come back to what I shared earlier of BitTensor, the Tau token. I really believe in this network, funding 128 different subnets right now, and that number is going to grow. I really believe that's going to be a relevant player moving forward at this intersection.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I felt like I learned a lot. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful audience, everything that you know, and we'll see what happens 12 months from now when we're all reunited here.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Hi, everybody. I hope you all are having a great time. Next up, we have Garrett Hall, Head of Developer Relations at Curve Finance. He's going to be talking about why TradFi stablecoins need DeFi stablecoins. Come on up, Garrett.
GM. How's everyone doing today? Thank you, Cole, for a fantastic induction. I am, in fact, Garrett Hall with Curve Finance. It's our first time here at the Rare Evo event, so we've had a fantastic time, and thank you for everyone for joining. And he is correct. I am here to talk about the Very Stablecoin Genius Act, or why TradFi stablecoins need DeFi stablecoins. And what's absolutely great about doing research for this is I'm sure that everyone, no matter what particular cryptocurrency project you follow, I'm sure that you all have noticed something, which is that when you turn to your social media feeds, everyone happens to be an expert. So it was really, really easy to research this. And the Genius Act in particular has proven that everyone is a genius on this topic. So it was great. I just needed to load up my feed and read some threads and bookmark them. But then, as I was going through them, I realized that there's a lot of contradictory information. So maybe they're not actually geniuses. Throughout the course of this presentation, I'm going to talk a bit first about the Genius Act, contextualize it, and why it's so important. Then we're going to dive into the differences between traditional finance or centralized stablecoins and decentralized stablecoins. And if you are not, one of the nice things about Rare Evo is that a lot of the people here are very international. So I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people came in from overseas to attend this conference, which is great work to the conference organizers for doing that. And whenever I talk to people who are international, there's a lot of misconceptions about how the US political system works. So I'm going to start this by premising it in the fact that you might be crypto native, but maybe you don't know much about American politics. And can I say, if you don't know anything about American politics, I'm so envious. Can we trade places? Like, it's so exhausting to keep up with everything that's going on in American politics for the past several decades. But if you want to think of it in terms of DAOs, essentially the way that the US political system operates is that there's 3 co-equal branches of government. We're going to ignore the judicial branch for now because it's not super relevant to the discussion. There's an executive branch, which is essentially a one-of-one multi-sig, or just like a hot wallet. It's able to go in and make as many random changes and transactions as it would like. But if you lose the private keys, everything can be absolutely undone by the next person. So a lot of the crypto policy you're seeing that's coming out of Washington, D.C., it can change very, very rapidly. And it might be overturned in the next few years. The legislative branch, on the other hand, it is more of a 269 of 535 multi-sig. And if you've ever had the privilege of working with a DAO on even just like a 2 of 5 or a 3 of 7 multi-sig, you'll know it's very, very tough to get a bunch of multi-signers for even basic transactions. So when you're running a country with hundreds of multi-signers needed to execute legislation, that's very sticky. That sticks around for a long time. The Genius Act is one such thing. The Genius Act passed Congress by a bipartisan fashion, and that is also an incredibly rare feat because today's political environment is basically each party trying to throw the other party into prison, and yet they managed to stop trying to throw each other into prison for long enough to come together and agree that they need to pass this Stablecoin Act. So the Stablecoin Act is a very, very big deal. It's going to be around for a long time. It can't just be overturned like an executive order. It'll have to be supplanted by a legislative act. And as a result, it's really worth reading up what's in the Genius Act. And I was trying to figure out why is it that Congress is able to come together on this. And the next chart tells this picture. This is a breakdown of stablecoins by their underlying currency they're denominated in. And if you look at this chart, you'll notice it looks like the entire pie. 99.8% of all stablecoins are denominated in USD. And this is a remarkable fact because for the past decade or so that I've been following crypto, it wasn't that the United States was really pushing and trying to get the entire DeFi space to adopt the dollar. In fact, it was the complete opposite. The United States was actively trying to prevent anything going on related to crypto. This is why if you're an American citizen, you can't claim airdrops. You have to use a VPN to sign into a lot of sites because we're being geofenced and geoblocked. The United States has been incredibly hostile to cryptocurrency. So essentially for the past decade, the entire financial system of the entire planet has been completely revolutionized. And despite the US actively trying to stop it, the dollar still managed to end up as the base layer DNA of this kind of new financial internet that we're all building. It's an amazing gift for the United States. It could have gone so badly because this is just product market fit. This is the free market at will. Degens could have picked Bitcoin to denominate DeFi. They could have picked Ethereum. They could have picked Cardano. They could have picked any random asset that they created, but they decided they felt most comfortable denominating in USD. So this has happened. The other remarkable thing about stablecoins that pushed Congress to act on this is that there is also product market fit in terms of the broader market. So if you look at the chart of stablecoin adoption, it's pretty close to up only, at least relative to those of us who have been in the trenches. If you've been holding crypto assets for the past, since 2022 to maybe 2024, you probably saw your portfolio tank maybe 90%. And you can see, yes, there's a little bit of drawdown in stablecoin TVL in that time, but it was pretty relatively minor. And then around 2024, it's been a bull market for stablecoins ever since. So I look at this chart and I basically see stablecoins have been up only since their inception. So stablecoins are huge. Stablecoins are not going anywhere, and they very strongly benefit the United States. So it's super important to come together and pass this Genius Act. This presentation is on the topic of the difference between TradFi, or centralized stablecoins, and DeFi stablecoins. So let's go ahead and dive into this just a little bit more to understand the playing field. This chart here is the total TVL of all stablecoins, or rather I should say the total market cap of all stablecoins. In green, I've shaded the various centralized stablecoins. So these are the stablecoins that are generally held dollar for dollar in a bank account. Generally have KYC built in, so if you take your stablecoin and try and purchase some gimbap at a North Korean food stand, you'll probably find your tokens frozen very quickly. And as you can see, looking at this chart, pretty much centralized stablecoins are also almost the entire pie. That largest wedge is Tether. They have about 60% of the stablecoin market, about 160 billion Tether. Second place is USDC. Between the two of them, they're already about 80–90% of the entire market. It's only when you get to the third, fourth, and fifth place that you start to get to any of the decentralized stablecoins. And what's funny about these is, as they've seen the trends in the market, they're also kind of pivoting to become a bit more like centralized stablecoins themselves. So in addition to having, like, they generally launched a decentralized stablecoin on chain, and then they realized that there's a lot of money to be made by taking that, putting it into T-bills, owning RWAs. So really all the top 10 stablecoins essentially are all centralized stablecoins. So you can look at this and basically say, why are we even talking about decentralized stablecoins? Haven't centralized stablecoins basically already taken the entire pie? Like, is there any point to even like considering decentralized stablecoins? But in this talk, I'm going to posit something of a Hegelian dialectic. I'm going to suggest that the value of stablecoins becomes much bigger when you combine centralized and decentralized stablecoins. So to do this, I'm going to look at the different risk factors between the centralized and decentralized stablecoins. If you look at centralized stablecoins, we'll start by diving into this incident in 2023 where USDC sort of had a rough weekend. I don't know how many people here followed this, but I was offline touching grass, and I looked at my phone and I was like, why is everything in DeFi down by 10%? Like, this is absolutely crazy. And what happened was there was some chaos in the traditional finance banking system. Looked like Silicon Valley Bank might not make it. There was a transaction that USDC needed to send between one bank and another, and banks don't work on weekends, so we were going to have to wait till Monday to find out. Now at the same time, DeFi doesn't close. AMMs are still quoting prices, so USDC just went down 90 cents. It touched 85 cents in some places. And side note, like, people always ask me, how do you make money in stable coins when they're just pegged to $1? And this is the weekend where I went ahead, as soon as I got back home, it already trickled back up to 94 cents. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to buy a lot of USDC, because either this is going to repeg and I'll make 6%, or I'm going to be working at McDonald's anyway. So, like, what does it matter? This is what a centralized stablecoin depegging can kind of look like, because generally speaking, the risk factors for a centralized stablecoin are very different from the risk factors of a decentralized stablecoin. Usually they have like money in the banks, so if the banking system collapses or if the US collapses, you might be in trouble. But generally speaking, like, it wasn't that scary of an incident for me, because I knew enough about USDC to know it's pretty good. And what the Genius Act is really trying to do is it's trying to actually enshrine and make centralized stablecoins an even safer bet. And this is to contrast this with a decentralized stablecoin depegging. And there's a lot of risk factors that can affect decentralized stablecoins. They don't have bank risks, but there's smart contract risks, which means that, for example, if your decentralized stablecoin is backed by, let's say I give Ethereum and I get some dollars out, if there's a smart contract bug, everything gets wired to North Korea, it's all gone, and you just lost all your money. There's no one you can go to get it back. So decentralized stablecoins, in addition to this, have just all sorts of rug risk. What if the founder is just like trying to like steal the money and has a secret backdoor? There's a lot that can go wrong with decentralized stablecoins. And this can be a problem, but this is also a feature, because one of the key fundamental facts about stablecoins in particular, and also crypto more generally, this is like a just fundamental law you can take home, is that risk and rewards are very highly correlated. When you look at yields on decentralized stablecoins or anything, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. It doesn't sound complicated. People always forget this. People will see like, hey, this new pool is launching and they're giving 20% APY. They don't stop to think, well, why is it like 20% APY? Why is this like higher than the 10% I get over here on the safer platform? And that's just the free market pricing of risk. The way that most decentralized stablecoins manage their yields basically illustrates why this is the process. Essentially what usually happens is people just dump a giant pile of money, and then they aim a fire hose of emissions at it, and they dare you to pick up that money. And one thing we see here in Vegas, of course, is people are always going to take a chance. So you'll see people going in, diluting that yield, grabbing that money out, until the marginal point where it's like the trader is like, I'm not sure it's worth it to grab that next dollar, and that's where the APY kind of stabilizes. And this is what you see when you see yields. Essentially, it's just the free market rank ordering of the actual underlying risk. In most cases, there are exceptions. There are issues where maybe not enough emissions are going towards it, or maybe it's just been launched and the free market hasn't had time to equilibrate. But at equilibrium, essentially you can just run down the yields you see in DeFi and say, this is generally a proxy for risk. Contrasts very much with yield in traditional finance stablecoins, which is usually, if you're getting anything, it's usually some function of the fact that it's being held in T-bills underneath the hood. It's also a very core property of the Genius Act. So we mentioned that there's a fundamental rule, which is that risk and reward are very tightly coupled in cryptocurrency and basically all of finance. The second fundamental law is that yield is basically the best form of marketing in cryptocurrency. It kind of doesn't matter what you try and position your product to compete on. You could say oh, we're very composable. We have a lot of integrations. We have a cool UI. We have the best parties. It doesn't matter. If you advertise yield, it doesn't shoot that out on social media, and you're going to see a ton of people just come in and decide if they want to pick that money up. And you can really see where if you put these two laws together, why we have so many bubblenomics in crypto. Because you can all but guarantee that there is going to be people that are chasing high yields, and you can all but guarantee that the risk and the rewards are basically correlated. It's essentially a corollary that people are always going to keep trying to grab this, get greedier and greedier. You're going to see 30% APYs, 40%, 50%. They're inevitably going to collapse. Crypto's going to go through another bear market, and we see these cycles just play out in an extremely rapid time frame relative to the traditional finance markets. So you could actually argue that this is part of the genius of the Genius Act, in that they looked at this and they said, well, we don't want to undermine confidence in the dollar. We don't want to have these collapses in stablecoins. And they conspired to try and make basically the Genius Act make centralized stablecoins very, very safe. And if you saw the DeFi panel earlier, you got to see Sam Kazemian talking about the misconception that the Genius Act is actually prohibiting all yield. And they do a good job of limiting it. But let's talk about this for a second. If you take away yield from stablecoins, who's the big winner? It's Tether. As we saw earlier, Tether already has 60% of the market. They're absolutely in the catbird seat because they have about 160 billion tethers, mostly in the form of treasuries. They get about 3-5%, whatever they get off that, and that goes entirely to them. Tether does not give any yield away to the end user. And it's a fantastic business. It's probably the most profitable company on the entire planet per employee. And their success is one of the reasons we're seeing so many other companies jealous of this and trying to launch their own stablecoins. It's going to be very tough to compete with Tether, though, because the reason they're able to get away with this is because they've been around for so long. They launched this back when basically launching a stablecoin was an extremely gray area. It was kind of this offshore thing. It was always FUDed. Do they have the reserves behind it? But they've survived. They've essentially grown into systemically important status. And because they are now so big and they've been around so long, there's millions of integrations that have been built with Tether throughout all of DeFi, all of cryptocurrency. In fact, they are in a position where, in general, other protocols and asset issuers are interested in paying and subsidizing a liquidity pool with Tether because Tether is so important to access that network, access their network effects, that they're willing to subsidize the cost of pairing with Tether. So Tether gets free liquidity across the entire system. It's going to be very, very tough to compete with that. But it's still very profitable to try. So the second place stablecoin we mentioned was USDC. They, of course, recovered from their depeg. Circle IPO'd just in June, and this here graph shows off the business of how to run a centralized stablecoin. It's a complex business. It can be very tough, but you can see they eke out about a 9% profit margin, which is pretty good when they've been able to grow to about 60 billion USDC. And that IPO also shows off just how frothy and excited the broader market is to try and find ways to speculate on the stablecoin narrative. Because as mentioned, you can wait for a DPEG and try and buy that up. That's a little tough. You can try and earn yield on it, but that's slow and steady, and everyone wants their money today. But how do you profit quickly off that stablecoin narrative? The IPO was the first way for retail traditional finance investors to actually bet on the stablecoin narrative that they've heard some about. And that's probably the reason that the IPO was priced around 30 and quickly popped to 90. And then, of course, they probably saw that operating chart I just showed, and more recently it's kind of come down as people realize that it is a very, very tough business to be in. So before we move on, just want to close out this concept of USDC and Circle and clear up this misconception about how is it that the Genius Act prohibits yield. If that's the killer use case for crypto, doesn't that just kind of undermine anyone's ability to actually be able to compete with Tether? Because that's one thing that you could do to try and gain market share. You could take some of the T-bill yield and you can give it to people. And there is a very specific language in the Genius Act, which is explaining how a specific regulated, I forget the exact terminology, but how a specific regulated stablecoin within the purview of the Genius Act is not itself able to offer yield. But it doesn't prohibit partners from providing what they call things like rewards. So if you notice USDC, you could still take your USDC, put it in Coinbase, you can still earn something like 3-4%. I do it, it works great for me. And pretty recently on a, I think it was an investor call, Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, was asked well, how are you doing this? Doesn't the Genius Act prohibit the ability to give out yield? And they basically, Brian Armstrong said, well, first of all, we're not the asset issuer. The Genius Act only prohibits the asset issuer from offering yield. Coinbase and Circle co-founded USDC, but in 2023, Coinbase basically stepped away. So they're no longer responsible for issuing it. So it's entirely kosher for Circle to issue the USDC and then pass that to Coinbase, and Coinbase can offer the yield as the partner. And they don't call it yield as the other thing, because yield actually has a specific definition. They call it rewards. So the Genius Act was very genius in the way it was written to actually allow for incentivization of stablecoins, because the people who understood it, they know that the US dollar is important. They know that some form of financial imperialism is sort of important for spreading US interests around the world. And essentially the way the Genius Act is constructed is to build this very specific provision where if you follow these rules, you get extra special protections. Your stablecoin is extremely safe. In fact, it's probably even safer, I was talking with Sam earlier, than if you have money in a bank account. You can only have like 250K insured. If your stablecoin provider goes insolvent, you actually, as a bankruptcy creditor, have claims above $250,000. My understanding, again, not a lawyer, you should not be taking legal advice from probably anyone at this conference. The point about yield, though, is that if the centralized stablecoin issuers are not themselves going to be in the business of giving out this yield, where should they be looking to give out the yield? And what's nice is that in DeFi, there's high risk, but there's high reward. So this is the crux of why I think that TradFi stablecoins and DeFi stablecoins can and should coexist. Because DeFi stablecoins are very good at finding yield. There's crazy ones like the meme coin-backed stablecoins that might be offering 5,000%, but generally speaking, if we just look at the empirical evidence, all the big successful centralized stablecoins, the ones who have gained market share and didn't have the foresight to launch 10 years ago, maybe they launched 1 or 2 years ago, the way that they've been successful has been by leaning heavily into the DeFi stablecoins. So if you are yourself an asset issuer and you are looking to maybe get involved with the DeFi projects, I can quickly plug one project that I helped launch, which is the Open Stablecoin Index shown here. What this is built off the Reserve Protocol DTF, or Decentralized Token Folio. It's the analog of an on-chain ETF, but instead of maybe having an index of 50 stocks, this is an index of 10 open source stablecoin projects. It's a quarterly reweight, so you just buy the token, you hold on to it, and each quarter the governance holders decide which tokens belong in here. Any of these projects are really good. They're probably not offering 50%, but they're probably offering really good, and a lot of traditional finance players have found a lot of success partnering with it. And incidentally, getting back to that point about how does the casual investor profit off the stablecoin narrative, this also provides a way to profit off of this on the decentralized side. So this launched a couple months ago, launched at $1. As of this screenshot, I was trading at $1.78. You guys can do the math on that one. Other notable projects that have really found product market fit at this intersection of DeFi and TradFi. Maple Finance, they are making a very big bet that all these companies that are currently buying Bitcoin and putting them on their balance sheets, their CFOs are going to say, we'd like to earn yield on that. So they are working as on-chain asset managers to find yield for that Bitcoin. So it's this perfect intersection of TradFi and DeFi. And you can see the numbers speak for themselves. This project is growing very fast quarter over quarter. They also incidentally have their own decentralized stablecoin, Syrup USDC, which is feeding into their plans because they see that TradFi stablecoins need DeFi stablecoins. On this front, it hasn't launched yet, but check out Yield Basis. They're also working on a way of removing impermanent loss from liquidity pools, which is going to redound to the benefit of potentially higher yields on Bitcoin. So they might be getting into the same space, targeting the same intersection of TradFi and DeFi. Of course, BlackRock is got things nailed on the traditional finance side. They probably are the most equipped entity on the entire planet to navigate the movement of funds from people's like retirement portfolios into things. They've very quickly, the BUIDL fund that they launched has very quickly rocketed up the leaderboards. It's, I think it was like 5th place on that list of stablecoins I showed earlier, and they're growing very, very fast. The way that they are partnering with a third-party entity called Elixir to incentivize curve pools is probably a perfect case study if you are interested in yourself learning how they actually run this template of nailing the intersection of TradFi and DeFi. And finally, I've just got a couple minutes left, but because I spend a lot of time on Curve, but people who don't know a lot about this conference might not know a lot about Curve, just a quick explanation of what Curve is and what it does. Curve launched in 2020, essentially on the back of a stablecoin trading algorithm that was better than the existing AMM algorithms. And at the time, this is kind of like used as like a way of attacking Curve, because stablecoins weren't the hot thing back then. It's like, how on earth are you going to like make money as just a stablecoin exchange? You're just going to be earning like pennies on the dollar here. Essentially, the way that it works, I won't bore you with the technical details, but when you're trading crypto, you want a line like that grain line, which moves very quickly as prices adjust. When you're trading stablecoins, though, it's generally $1 for $1, so it needs to be more of a flat line. So the innovation was to say, well, why don't we just make a curve that looks a lot more like the flat line, but if there's a depeg, then it can go wild at the edges. This has birthed a fantastic business. Curve has since launched crypto trading algorithms. Curve has launched its own decentralized stablecoin, Curve USD, which is a member of that open stablecoin index basket. If you're interested in geeking out about stablecoins, if you're interested in learning more about how Curve as a platform can facilitate stablecoin trading, maybe you're interested in launching, or maybe your institution has just launched a stablecoin. Maybe you run an L2 or your own chain and you'd like to bring Curve trading onto it, or maybe you just would like more information about anything we talked about here in this presentation. If so, my name is Garrett. You can find me on X, Curve Cap. You can go to curve.finance. Find me in any of the social channels there. Very easy to get in touch with. Other than that, I hope everyone enjoys your time at the Rare Evo event, and I will catch you all outside.
Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is Saturday night at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off.
we live? Great. All right, well, first of all, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this afternoon. I know happy hour is going on, so we'll try to keep it fun and light and get you on to happy hour as soon as we can. But thank you to all my panelists for joining me this afternoon for bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. So what I'd like to do is, starting to my left here, is allow each of the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll hopefully have a really good and insightful discussion. So Ryan, I'll start with you.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. Ryan Rugg, I'm currently the head of digital assets for Citi TTS. I'm talking about bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. Been trying to do this for over a decade. Started out at a fintech startup called R3 in 2015-16, then went to a large global system integrator, and now at Citi, launching Citi Token Service and really trying to bridge that gap in the industry.
My name is Maz. I'm with Revolut. I help the company in several areas, one of which is helping lead the crypto business. Some of you may have heard of Revolut, but for those who haven't, Revolut is an international fintech and a licensed European bank. We serve more than 60 million customers globally across 39 countries. Crypto is a core part of our product offering, and I look forward to this panel with all of you. Thank you.
Caitlin Long, founder of Custodia Bank, helped Wyoming pass more than 50 blockchain enabling laws now in the last 8 or 9 legislative sessions since 2018. And Custodia put stablecoins in our business model in 2020, which is when we applied for the patent on US dollar stablecoins, and it was granted in 2022.
I'm Thorsten. I'm the head of product at Xerox and Matcha. Xerox is a leading DEX aggregator. We power a lot of the swaps and wallets, and then Matcha is one of the front ends where users can swap directly. I've been in the space since 2017, 2018, and investing, and then at Coinbase and recently Xerox.
Great. So Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and get started with you. So, Citi and Six Digital Exchange will pilot a tokenized private market, assets later on this year. So how do you envision a client moving from a tokenized equity position as more possibilities for liquidity and regulatory clarity take hold?
So when we started on this journey, I've now been at Citi 3 years. It was really about the mission, the vision. Like, the future of networks is borderless. It's always on, multi-asset, multi-currency, liquidity and payments is really where we started the focus. So we went live in September with a product called Citi Token Service. And the idea is we tokenize deposits for our clients and be able to move amongst, right now, 4 of our branches. Citi has 90 plus branches globally, and there are banking hours, there's cutoff, there's weekends. So being able to really move that money frictionally across. And we started with cash or fiat, because if you can't tokenize cash, one of the most simplistic assets, how are you going to tokenize other assets like equities and other things like that? But the future state, we do believe, is multi-asset. The whole DVP, atomic settlement, but I've done hundreds of POCs in this space over the last decade, and originally we always had to go back to the TradFi rails settlement for cash. Now, starting with the cash and then extrapolating to other assets is the idea. So you mentioned we're partnering with Six. Our strategy is build by partner. We're not going to build everything internally, but about really being able to build these scalable platforms.
Great. And to kind of follow up on that, large banks really are often seen as kind of the gatekeepers. What have you really learned in building Citi Token Services that could help DeFi protocols plug into core banking systems without compromising a lot of these risk controls that you need?
So we started on a private permission version of Ethereum, always with the intent of never having a Citi token. Like, our clients don't want a Citi token or another bank token. They want multi-bank. Our clients have hundreds, if not thousands, of bank accounts across multiple banks. So how do we really bridge that gap? And that's what we've been focused on, and also partnering with the industry. So one is to be able to, from a technology standpoint, also obfuscate the complexity for our clients to be able to access this world. So a lot of our clients can't even manage tokens on their book, let alone real time. So what we're trying to do is bridge that gap and help our clients either through API or log on through Citi Direct to have access to tokens and real-time liquidity and payments across the globe.
Great. Well, and it's a really perfect segue to Maz, to some questions that I want to ask you about Revolut, what you guys are building and doing over there. So how is Revolut
really closing the gaps for everyday purchasers so that crypto really feels as seamless as sending a card payment?
Okay, so at Revolut, we've been onboarding a lot of users onto crypto. So we are not a crypto company, we're a fintech, but we're converting a lot of these customers into crypto customers. And apart from just doing day-to-day trading and speculation, we wanted to deliver value to our customers in a way that's meaningful to them. The average person needs to find value in using crypto into day-to-day activities. One product we launched last year that started to deliver on that vision is crypto cards. And crypto cards works no different than your debit card, credit card that you have in your wallet. How do you use your cards? You go to a merchant, you tap, pay, and you get the product, and the merchant gets their payment. With crypto cards, it's the same thing. We know what your crypto balances are across all crypto assets on your Revolut app. And what we do is, it's a virtual card on your phone, or even a physical card that we give you that you can put in your wallet. And you can go to a merchant and tap that payment. And what we do is convert the crypto that you choose. It could be Bitcoin, ETH, a stable coin, whatever it is. We convert that on our trading platform back into fiat, and then we settle with fiat using existing fiat rails with the merchant. That way your crypto balances can be used for day-to-day purchases anywhere that you may want to go to. So that would be an example of how to deliver value using crypto.
Yeah, and to kind of defer to that point, what have been some of the challenge that you guys have seen with more traditional, I guess, for lack of a better term, kind of Web 2 purchasers and users of traditional fiat currencies and getting them to be more receptive and open to utilizing cryptocurrencies in day-to-day purchases?
Getting anyone to adopt emerging tech or getting them adapting to do something in a new way that they're not used to takes just a bit of education, but more importantly, UX. I cannot emphasize how important UX is, and I'm not even a designer. But if you can make something super easy to use, that your grandmother can figure it out in 5 seconds, then they're going to start using it. And with that card example that I just gave, the fact that it's on your phone and you use it the exact same way you use Apple Pay, it's almost intuitive. It doesn't matter if you used Chase, Amex, or that crypto card. You'll tap, pay, and it's done.
Great, great. Caitlin, I want to turn to you, and I have a couple of questions for you. So, Custodia and Vantage Bank tokenized demand deposits via Avid, activating a new payment rail inside the U.S. banking system. So, with the Genius Act coming into the fold, how does that kind of alter the scaling strategy for Avid, especially across Fed master accounts and cross-banking interoperability? I know it's kind of a in-the-weeds question, but I think a lot of people would be very interested to hear that.
Yeah, well, I'll start by answering that. Balaji gave me a good way to describe why the Fed master account is so important. It's root access to FedWire. And right now, that is controlled by certain organizations that control access to that and don't want the crypto industry to have such access and have actively been blocking us for 5 years, more than 5 years. That is starting to thaw, although it isn't completely melted yet. The impact of that is that unless you have direct root access to FedWire, you can't go back and forth between traditional and crypto rails. You have to go through an intermediary to have the ability to go between crypto and traditional US dollars. And so that was the holy grail. I knew going in, Custodia is a passion project for me. I knew going in that this was the most difficult task to attack on behalf of the crypto industry. And we have not opened that yet, but there are green shoots in that very area. And the banks are fighting as hard as they possibly can to keep the crypto companies out, because in large part, the banks have been for years stymied. All but the largest banks have been stymied in adopting modern technology. It is really stunning, as somebody who came into it from the outside, that the banks are just now getting to cloud, much less APIs. All but the largest banks have been stymied in upgrading their technology. They're 10 to 15 years behind, and this is their Uber moment.
Yeah, I think to your point, and one of the things I wanted to touch on that I know you could definitely speak passionately to in some ways is, in 2023, you really warned of this co-coordinated Operation Choke Point 2.0.
Yeah.
And really after the Fed really rejected, some things with Custodia, and you guys faced a series of debankings during the Biden administration years. Now, barely after a few weeks after the Genius Act has become law, and we're seeing obviously a different approach by this new administration, do you feel really kind of the overall kind of climate is thawing in that regard?
It is thawing, but it's not melted yet. The Fed, for example, still has its guidance to the banks that require the banks to use permissioned blockchains and not allowing them to use permissionless blockchains like Cardano. And fintechs are allowed to use them, but banks are not. So is that going to be reversed? I assume so. In 10 days, the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium is taking place in Jackson Hole, and there are 2 Fed governors, it just got announced. There are 2 Fed governors speaking there, Bowman and Waller, both of whom are making speeches about crypto. And the announcement that came out yesterday that I'm sure everybody saw about the executive order, it's kind of funny how the executive order was written. Custodia is a litmus test. The Fed so tried to kill us that it pressured our partner banks to close our bank accounts, and I don't know of anybody else who was debanked more than we were. We were blocked from having a master account, and then when we tried to operate with partner banks, they went after our partner banks. And the executive order actually requires the reinstatement by the partner banks of those who were debanked. So I put out a tweet last night, the litmus test for the executive order success is whether all 5 of those banks come back and reinstate Custodia's bank accounts. And we will know that by December.
Yeah, and to your point, so even if we're on this track for getting regulatory clarity, but what do you think is still the biggest regulatory hurdle that maybe is kind of a bit overlooked and not discussed?
Yeah, great question, Rick. It's the Fed. I can speak, I have to be careful what I say because of confidentiality obligations, but I can say, because it is publicly, you could figure this out, that the Fed was so anti-crypto, it ran out the people there that knew what they were doing. And it is public information that Custodia went through a bank exam, and of course, it wouldn't surprise you to know that they pulled in the people who knew what they were doing. And I can tell you that a lot of the people who were involved in that exam are gone. One of them, I found out, left because they told him he had to sell his crypto. He couldn't stay at the Fed and continue to own crypto. And by the way, that is true of all the regulators across the board. In a recent bank exam, I personally downloaded a wallet, loaded up crypto of my own into that wallet. We had it on, I think, 4 different laptops, and just passed the laptops around so the examiners could actually transact with each other and get a sense for how it worked without violating the rules. And our banking commissioner called me and thanked me for doing that, because they wouldn't have had the ability to interact with crypto and to be able to look at a block explorer and watch how they were volleying crypto transactions back and forth to each other. This is not radical stuff, but if you're a regulator that is prohibited from doing any of this on your own, and you get the opportunity to do it without breaking the rules, that's important. But it just goes to show you how backwards things are, and how many people who were crypto curious were either run out by the anti-crypto Operation Choke Pointers at the federal bank regulators, or who frankly just walked out on their own because they had better opportunities and they saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the evidence of that definitely speaks for itself of what we've seen the past 4 years. But definitely, as you said, the ice is thawing a little bit, and the tone and the posture is definitely shifting. I want to, Doris, I want to turn to you and talk about some things that Matcha and 0x has been doing. So my first question to you is how is the team at 0x really approaching protecting users from rug pulls and other forms of crypto scams while still kind of balancing accessibility for new tokens?
Yeah, definitely. It's a really interesting problem. So essentially, from a mission perspective, we want to be able to give users access to any token that's out there. We don't we don't want to be in a situation where we go in and we apply a censorship layer and saying, hey, this is not a good token, this is a scam, we sort of block it. But at the same time, we want to make sure the users are safe. And so we started building tools in Matcha in our front end that start giving the user like access to this type of information. So for example, we compute liquidity scores for tokens. So we essentially look at, are you able to trade this token without incurring 2.5% or more slippage? And we assign sort of a score based on that. And that can help you, right? Because if you're trading a token that says called Ethereum with a space at the end, but it has a liquidity score of 0 and you can't trade more than $5 of it, it's probably not the actual like Ethereum token. Similarly, we started using audit protocol or audit vendors that essentially audit the smart contract and come back with vulnerabilities, right? So like, is there a sell tax? Is this token actually blocked from being sellable and things like that? And we started surfacing all of this to the user in a like easy to understand UI. And so then the user can really make their own decision, right? Like, is this something I wanna trade or not? And then I think the second part to this is also about like how we rank order what we show to the user, right? So for example, Pudgy Penguins, like the Pengu token has been like on a tear. And so if you go into like a lot of dexes and you search for Pengu, you find the actual token on Solana, but you might also find 20, 30, 40 different tokens that have Pengu or variants in their name, but that have actually nothing to do with the project. They're just copycats. And we sort of pull in all this information we get from the security audit, from the liquidity score, and all in general sort of looking at activity to then infer, okay, if a user searches for Pengu, they likely want the actual official Pengu token with a 3 billion market cap. They're not interested in the knockoff on some other chain, and we sort of surface that quote-unquote legitimate token first. But we still show the other ones too, right? Like maybe there is a legitimate use case where somebody wants those tokens, but yeah, so it's about just how we give the information to the user to make their own decision, but we don't want to like make it for the user.
Yeah, and to that point, the core theme of your work really is centered around abstracting complexity, and this is kind of touching on some of the things that Maz talked about as well. What's the one UX friction that you still haven't cracked, or really maybe the space as a whole hasn't really cracked yet? And really kind of further to that point, would regulatory clarity help with that? Would certain regulatory regimes assist with that? Or is it just kind of more of getting the market up to speed and helping educate users?
I think it's probably a little bit more on the, at least for us, I think it's more on the technical and sort of like market side. I would say the biggest complexity right now is probably around just like multi-chain sort of complexity, right? So we moved from having Ethereum and Bitcoin and a handful of chains to now, I think there's 200 plus chains that have DEX activity, right? And so everything is really fragmented, and tokens exist on dozens or hundreds of chains. And so now as a user, I need to potentially have multiple wallets. I need to know which chain a token is on. I need to have gas on each of those chains. And I think a lot of that isn't necessarily needed by the user, right? Because as a customer, I'm not coming and saying, oh, I want to go buy this one token because it's on that chain. It's usually, I heard about this token, I want to go buy it. It just so happens it's on Base or Arbitrum or Solana, right? But I think for most users, where it is not actually the main sort of consideration. And so I think working on that technical abstraction layer of how can we hide away a little bit more of the plumbing that's underneath and just make it easy for the user, right? You have token A and you want to sell it and buy token B. We route it through all the different chains and we figure all that out in the background, but we don't think that necessarily needs to be shown to the user at all times.
Brian, I was going to kind of say, do you have anything to kind of piggyback off of that kind of from the larger banking institutional perspective?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more about being able to obfuscate the complexity of a blockchain away from our clients. So, when I joined Citi, the easier it is, like you think of like inflection points in history, and you think of, in the early 2000s, like with the, Blackberries and PDAs, like until the iPhone came along and was like very user friendly, it was really hard for people. And that was almost like that aha moment. So like taking some design decisions from the past, we completely obfuscate the blockchain away from our clients. You log on either via a UI or through an API and are able to access Citi Token Service. And it's a drop-down box. So you're able to drop down to move it from New York to Singapore. So we'll mint the token in New York, we'll send it to Singapore and burn it. So it's cash for our clients also, which is really important. Like these large multinationals, like their treasury management and ERP systems aren't set up for tokens yet. So how do we make it as easy as possible to use like day one? Do I think in the future that they're going to have wallets and host nodes and manage their own keys? Absolutely. But you have to meet your clients where they are on their journey. So I think that like really resonates with me. The easier it is, and you mentioned it as well with credit cards, the easier it is to use for clients, the faster you'll see adoption in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. Maz, do you have any thoughts on that as well? Yeah, on obviously the side aspects of users onboarding in a way that the UX is a lot easier for them to understand, and like she mentioned, kind of going back to some of the earlier days of early banking systems that made things a little bit easier and more intuitive for users.
Onboard them to Web3.
Yeah.
We launched a product about 3 years ago called Learn and Earn, and that's just an educational tool. At that point, very few of our users were crypto users, and we wanted to somehow incentivize them to A, onboard, B, learn, C, become active in a meaningful way. And what Learn and Earn is, it tells a user, sign up, we'll give you a short course or tutorial that's no more than 3 or 4 screens long. You learn up about Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any of the other tokens that we have live. And then we give you a short quiz that could be no more than 2 or 3 questions, and then we gift you crypto of that blockchain or crypto project. That spurred such a growth curve on our platform, and it wasn't just they did it to get the money and then dump it and then move on. They actually adopted it and then bought more, and then the HODL rate was actually more than half, and then the net buy was about 5x.
Wow.
And what started with just a few 100,000 people trying that educational tool resulted in more than 6 million in less than 2 years. That is a way to onboard. And now all these people, super active on the platform. So that's one way to do it.
Yeah, definitely. And Caitlin, I'm interested in your perspective on this because I think, from the outside, I think one would expect that a lot of the customers that would come into Custodia, maybe if they're doing things on the crypto side of things, they would have some baseline level knowledge. But I think even when you're kind of saying, okay, you're starting off here with a baseline layer, how do you go to that next level, right? Even if assuming they kind of start off here, what does that look like?
Well, and it does look like abstracting away the complexity. And the vast majority of US dollar payments are originated through the banking system, again, using what is mostly old technology. The ACH system was created in the 1970s and really hasn't been upgraded since then. Fedwire is not that much different. And that's, just to give you some sense, $1.1 quadrillion worth of payments run through Fedwire, 87 trillion of ACH payments run through ACH, and then cross-border through SWIFT is about 400 some trillion. So that gives you a sense. And by the way, just to put that into perspective, those that are predicting, I think the Citi's bullish case for stablecoins is 3.7 trillion. When you look at those numbers, 3.7 trillion to me strikes me as very low. But how do you deal with converting that 1.1 quadrillion of Fedwire and 87 trillion of ACH and 400 trillion of SWIFT to these new technology rails? A lot of it has to do with the ability to be backwards compatible with the old technology that the banks use, because the vast majority, really, truly all payments run through the banking system. The question is, how much of them are originated through banks versus non-banks? Also to give you a sense, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo control more than 50% of ACH volume, and Wise put out a study that showed that their markup on ACH payments it can be as high as 100 times. A 100x markup on ACH, right? This is like shooting fish in a barrel to improve the end user's cost, but getting them to move over from these traditional old school payment systems, it comes down to the UX as well as the so-called stablecoin sandwich, using stablecoins as an intermediary as opposed to going directly through a Fed master account. Now, this is really interesting because a couple weeks ago, I learned the US Treasury is considering issuing tokenized T-bills. And the impact of that is that it enables the US Treasury not to have to depend on the Fed. Anyone who's watching the Treasury versus Fed interactions, and anyone who's studying financial history knows there's consistently a clash between the Treasury and the Fed. A Treasury would love not to have to rely on the Fed for payment systems. If they can tokenize T-bills, guess what? That becomes a competitor to FedWire. So things are going to get really spicy if that ends up happening, and if the Fed continues to not play ball with the administration.
Yeah, and I think what I'd like to do next is let's zoom out a little bit and maybe kind of go into the future a little bit. And when we think about maybe, let's say 5 years out, what is a seamless, enterprise or retail, maybe token to cash or tokenized equity to cash experience look like for the average end user? And maybe if you like, you can expand on maybe some of the regulation that still kind of lags behind kind of that vision becoming a reality. So we'll start down the line, and Ryan, I'll start with you, and we can go from there.
So if I think of the future in 5 years from now, so the last couple of years we've been laying the foundation to be able to move a token within the four walls of our institution. We move $5 trillion a day. We're now moving billions on CTS, but that's really nothing compared to the volumes that we move. So how do we start adding multi-asset, multi-currency to really build that out? It's like bridging that gap between Web 2 and Web 3, making fiat and tokens synonymous in the sense, because right now, if you have to go back to fiat, it still takes time, expensive, you still have to pay for FX. How do we make that whole entire experience seamless? And also for our large multinationals that want to earn additional yield, so they can sweep their money instantly from Singapore to New York, invest in a tokenized money market fund for hours, minutes. There's no lag in the system. So really removing that lag in the system for multi-assets, for cash as well as securities, is I think was what the future goal.
Great. Maz?
I have no idea what's going to happen in 5 years, but I can give you a few opinions on a few topics. One, I think crypto adoption is going to scale massively. Two, I think regulation is going to get clarified in almost every jurisdiction around the world. Three, the notion of crypto versus fiat, which she just alluded to, I think this needs to disappear over time. It's just money. It doesn't matter if it's a paper, a credit on a database, or a crypto token. It's all going to be some asset that moves from A to B to settle for some value. I think remittance is going to be the biggest use case for stablecoins and other crypto in the next few years. Stablecoins, I think, are going to allow the average user to be able to send money from A to B in a way that's either cheaper or faster, or allows them to enter a geo that they couldn't using existing rails. So I'm very much focused on that topic because I think that's going to grow significantly in the next few years. Beyond that, you asked about tokenized equities and securities. I think everything you're trading today eventually can go on-chain and can be traded on-chain. That's my 5-year view. Thanks.
I completely agree with you, Maz, and I'm glad you said that. None of us have any idea what's actually going to happen in the next 5 years. And in fact, actually related to that, we're working with Vantage Bank, with whom we've done issuance of, we call it both tokenized bank deposits and stablecoins. If it's issued by them, it's a tokenized bank deposit. If it's issued by us, it's a stablecoin. But it's the same technology. All of us would recognize it as the same technology. It's just different regulatory structure. And we debate a lot. How is this market going to go? As I alluded earlier, the banks originate the vast majority of payments, so they're going to want to do tokenized bank deposits. The non-banks are nipping at their heels to issue stablecoins. Which direction is the market going to go, and is the market going to care whether it's a stablecoin that's backed 100% by high-quality liquid assets, or a traditional tokenized bank deposit that's backed by illiquid bank loans but FDIC insurance and liquidity facilities like the Fed discount window? The market is going to have the opportunity to vote with its feet, and we don't know yet what the preferences are going to be.
Yeah, I think I agree with all the points, and yeah, same here. I feel like none of us know what exactly is going to happen in 5 years, but I think a few of my sort of predictions or hopes, I really think like yeah, almost everything is going to be tokenized eventually, right? So all the assets that we trade today will be on the blockchain. I think we'll actually create a lot more liquidity and ease of use. Where I think about like even private equity funds, for example. It's like it's really hard to actually get out of them before any liquidity events today. And I think if we actually are able to tokenize those, make them tradable on chain, I think it will actually create a lot of like secondary markets that are not there today. So I think regulatory clarity there around just having securities on chain, allowing DEXs, AMMs to interact with securities tokens, I think is going to be really crucial. And then, yeah, I think for like end users, really just making it easier to interact with crypto, right? Like I think what Maz said about the crypto cards, we had a similar product at Coinbase. I think it made it really easy for customers to say, hey, I have some assets, I can now spend them at the coffee shop, right? And it can be Cardano or whatever in the background, but it's still like, I think while it's a seamless experience at the point of sale, it becomes actually very painful then when you do your taxes, right? Because then it's like every time I buy something, now I'm like, okay, well, this thing had a cost basis of X, now I sold it for Y, so I paid $5 for the coffee, but I actually also incurred $3 in like capital gains taxes. And so I think there's still some clunkiness sort of in the system overall, and I think getting some more clarity on how that all could be treated and simplified, I think would be really awesome.
Absolutely. And so one question I'd want to ask you, Caitlin, around this is when we think about, balancing, financial innovation while consumer protection still needs to kind of take hold, we think about, well, what are some ways in practicality that can actually happen? Is it sandboxes, public-private partnerships, things of that nature? What's really, I think, missing, or in your opinion, what do you think is really missing, at least from the US right now, from kind of moving that ball forward?
Is that for me?
Yeah, it's for you.
Oh, it's a really good question. Some of it is just dependent upon how much and where the markets go and how fast the regulators get up to speed. You asked me earlier who was the biggest impediment. I still think it's the Fed, and it's going to be the Fed for a while because they're the ones that ultimately, every US dollar ultimately has to clear through the Fed if it's going through the banking system. If these new technologies are not reliant on FedWire and ultimately don't have to clear through the Fed, then the Fed loses its power, right? And how much does it play ball with the Treasury? That's going to be where the friction is, right? Because the Fed does two things for the US Treasury right now. One is it handles FedWire, so all the US government payments go through the Fed on behalf of the US Treasury, but it's also the securities custodian for T-bills. So when Ryan and I started working together more than a decade ago, I think it's a couple of jobs ago for each of us, we were trying to figure out how to get corporate stock registered digitally native in the state of Delaware. So that, like right now, when you register a corporation, you're going to get a PDF, and you might think that's digital, but we all know that's really just it's just a picture of an analog stock certificate, right? It's not natively digital. If we can get natively digital assets, then there is no need for a custodian anymore. So U.S. Treasury can dominate the Fed if it just tokenizes T-bills, doesn't need the Fed to be its custodian for securities, if there is no such thing as a paper security anymore, and also, or an analog security. And then if there's no reliance on FedWire and you can just use T-bills, tokenized T-bills to make payments, you don't need the old payment system anymore. So this stuff is really, I think we're headed for just radical change, and so much of it depends upon how much the Fed plays ball, because they are so far behind the 8 ball right now in being at the table. They could have had all of this stay within the banking system had they played ball about 5 years ago. But that ship has sailed, and because they're fighting with the White House right now so much on interest rates, among other things, the fact that Treasury might roll them and basically say, we don't need you, we don't need FedWire, we don't need you to be our securities custodian for T-bills anymore, that would be a radical change. But it might actually happen.
Wow, yeah, absolutely, and that would be a very radical change indeed. I think, and this is kind of a general question to everybody here, because obviously we're talking about large institutional banks, people who are onboarding the fintech platforms, people into crypto. When we think about interoperability, and I think that's kind of one of the main concerns that we see a lot of people talk about today, is there's all of these different builders and different aspects that are innovating our financial system on a global scale, but how do they all work from an interoperability standpoint, and what are some of the challenges around that, and what would be able to actually solve for them? So Ryan, I'll start with you on that. What are some of the big interoperability challenges that you guys are seeing, and what are some ways maybe we could think about overcoming them?
Yeah, so when I joined Citi, they were working with the Fed on the Regulated Liability Network, as well as several other networks to join, because the idea is like our clients want multi-bank. They don't want a Citi token. They want a token that's interoperable with multiple banks. So we were working with the Fed early days on that, but realized we couldn't join a network unless we could, move a token safely and soundly in the four walls of our own institution. Have been building out that now with Citi Token Service, but still very focused on that interoperability. And we've had to be on private permissioned up until this administration, where you've seen them rescind 1179, 121. You've seen them, kind of ease some of the regulations. But even with, the Genius, bill and now Clarity coming hopefully this fall, it's still. How are regulators going to put that into practice? What are the frameworks that they're going to put in place? What interoperability are they going to allow us to do? Are they going to allow us to be on public chains, or is it going to be a private permission like BlackRock does with BUIDL, where it's whitelisted wallets? So it's not clear, and so we need clarity, the Clarity bill to kind of pass. Also, our token's going to be treated like cash. When cash comes into the bank, I do all the KYC, AML, Bank Security Act, all the checks and balances to ensure that the money, is proper. When the money leaves, what the entity chooses to use the money on, if it's M&A, if it's being used in a sanctioned country, that's not Citi's responsibility. When it comes back into the bank, again, we do all the checks and balances. With tokens, because of the transparency in this technology, if it was used in illicit behavior in a sanctioned country 5, 10, 15 hops ago, what is going to be the responsibility of the banks? So we really need clarity from the bills to kind of pass to understand what's the rules and responsibilities of banks to play in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great answer.
Before interoperability kind of takes hold.
Yeah. Any other panelists want to chime in? All right. So one of the things that we did kind of want to talk about is certainly the Genius Act. And Ryan, I'll stay with you on this one. So when we talk about the Genius Act being passed, and it gives really, for the first time, a federal framework for fully reserved dollar-backed stablecoins with joint state and federal oversight, what is the single biggest compliance hurdle, you're saying maybe that your organization and others might want to be kind of aware of before they can kind of rely on this new regime?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time in DC this year, as I'm sure everyone on the stage has, in regards to Genius and Clarity. And also getting, stable coins and tokenized deposits are very different in nature. So worked very hard to get tokenized deposits segregated out of the bill, where tokenized deposits can be interest-bearing. They're not one-for-one reserve, and we thought that was really important. One, because we had a live product that was starting to scale, but to be able to also keep the fractional banking system. For us, to be able to, the whole M2 money multiplier, to be able to lend out money, to increase money, was important. So with tokenized deposits, we can maintain that structure of fractional banking within the system. So I'd say with Genius overall, it's now giving kind of that clarity that the market has needed, and as well for us around tokenized deposits.
Great. Well, as we look to close out the panel here and land the plane, Thorsten, I want to kind of start with you, and we'll kind of work our way down here. Kind of looking at bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3, what is one way that, simply put, that we could help bridge Web 2 to Web 3?
Yeah, I would say one big area is make Web3 UX just feel a lot more like Web2 to start with, right? I feel like today, we've come a long way from in Web3, right? If you go back to 2018, everything was about the technology, right? And the UX was honestly not that great, but it was really about proving out how these things work, and there were amazing products being built. But now I think we've moved more towards actually focusing on UX and simplicity, but I think we're still not quite there, right? If you onboard onto a crypto-native Web3 app versus you onboard on a Web2 app like Revolut or Robinhood or even Coinbase, centralized exchange, it's still a completely different experience, right? It's just much more seamless, and I think we're still not quite there. But I think there's a lot of good work in progress with ERC 4337, chain abstractions and smart wallets, and I think a lot of the technical changes that are sort of have come or in process, I think are helping, but I think we have a little bit of a ways to go still.
Right.
Yeah, I completely agree. In fact, actually, we're doing a lot of work with Vantage and the consortium we're building of banks to abstract away exactly that, so that it's only the power users that will really care whether they have a traditional tokenized bank deposit in their bank account, or sorry, a traditional bank deposit or a tokenized bank deposit, and you'll actually have to click through to be able to see the difference, because the whole idea is abstracting away the complexity.
Same thing, and I've said this before. Most people do not care what's on the back end. They just want to know that it's easy to use, it works, and it delivers value. So whatever's going on in our lives today, if you introduce a new technology, it needs to be as easy, as efficient for people to adopt it. And I think it's as simple as that for bridging Web 2 to Web 3.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and bridging that gap is really important. And it's been extremely restrictive for banks also to participate in this ecosystem. I was actually on a fireside chat with Superintendent Harris, and talking about, in regards to Genius and Clarity, how do you want large, highly regulated institutions like us to participate in this space? Like, we don't operate in the gray area. We want to actively bank this industry like we did to, in the emergence of the PIs in the early 2000s, but we need that clarity about like what's approved and what's not approved before we enter it, but we definitely want to partner.
Great, great. Well, before we wrap up here, do our panelists want to have anything they want the audience to take away before we wrap up here? Anything in particular? All right. Well, I think that's a wrap for us. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you to all my panelists as well.
I'm gonna probably